Avalo. So, good morning, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Katerina Tsamouri. I'm journalist, diplomatic correspondent, and news anchor. It's a great pleasure and honor, with a sense of deep responsibility, to welcome you to Athens, to the opening of the 6th Partnership of Transatlantic Energy Cooperation, or P-TEC, as many of us know it. We are honored to host this year's forum in the historic setting of Zapion Megaron, a place that has witnessed key milestone in Greece's modern history. And today, it stands ready to host yet another, a gathering of distinguished leaders, ministers, and industry visionaries committed to shaping the future of energy cooperation across the Atlantic. Over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, this forum will bring together public and private industry leaders, all united by a same goal: to strengthen energy cooperation across the Atlantic and to build a more secure, affordable, and resilient energy future. P-TEC has become the flagship platform for energy ministries and industries from Central and Eastern Europe, working side by side with the US Department of Energy, US agencies, and the private sector. Together, they are shaping a regional energy architecture that is collaborative, future-facing, and built on shared values. This year, for the first time ever, P-TEC convenes live from Athens, which is huge. In a moment of particular significance for Greece, as we gather here, the country is stepping into a new role. Greece is not only an energy player. Greece, it is rapidly becoming an energy getaway. With a strategic infrastructure like Revithousa and Alexandroupoli LNG terminal, a decades-old vision is turning now into a real influence, connecting the American LNG to the South and East Europe and securing new corridors of supply in shifting geopolitical landscape. The next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, are more than symbolic. They are substantive. They are an opportunity to advance investment, to confirm partnerships, and, as we expect, to finalize critical energy deals, agreements that will strengthen regional supply and affirm Greece's position as a transit hub. As we begin, allow me to offer a brief overview of what this important gathering will explore over the next 2 days. These proceedings of this year's P-TEC are jointly organized by Mr. Stavros Papastavrou, Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece, and Mr. Chris Wright, United States Secretary of Energy, in partnership with the Atlantic Council. Feel free to applaud. Today's business forum convenes a distinguished group of leaders from both the public and the private sectors. Throughout the day, we will hear from ministers, chief executives, and strategic thinkers as they address critical themes, including energy infrastructure, the intersection of energy and AI, capital investment strategies, and the resilience of cybersecurity of energy systems. Tomorrow, the ministerial meeting will broaden the lens, placing particular emphasis on the role of liquefied natural gas as a driver of European competitiveness, the development of secure, intelligent energy grids, and the imperative of regional cooperation in a time of profound transformation. Allow me to pause to just welcome to Zapion Megaron, Ambassador of the United States, Mrs. Kimberly Guilfoyle. Welcome, Ambassador. In total, we are joined here by delegation from 24 European countries, representatives from European Union, the United States, and over 17 global companies working in energy, technology, and innovation. Together, we will explore how the pillars of security, sustainability, and innovation can reinforce each other, and how energy cooperation can serve not only our economies, but our democracies. So, once again, welcome to Athens, welcome to Greece, welcome to P-TEC. Please visit the Atlantic Council website for the agenda and the full list of the speakers. For convenience, some QR codes have been added to your badge. And as a reminder, this is a public on-the-record event being live-streamed by the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center to an audience around the world. So, without further ado, let's begin our program with a high-level dialogue that sets the tone for the next 2 days ahead. This fireside chat brings together two key figures leading transatlantic cooperation in the energy sector, both at a regional and national level. Their perspectives will frame many of the themes we will explore throughout this forum. To moderate this important conversation, we are pleased to welcome a respected journalist and a good colleague of mine, Mrs. Sia Kosioni, anchorwoman and journalist at Sky. She will be joined by Mr. Stavros Papastavrou, Minister of Environment and Energy of the Hellenic Republic, and Chris Wright, United States Secretary of Energy. Welcome to Greece. Mrs. Kosioni, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. With this fireside chat, we are opening the P-TEC, the 6th P-TEC, hosted in Athens. And let me express a special welcome for our American guests, to all of you. Seems like something important is happening today here in Athens. And to begin with, I have to tell you that I have received serious threats about being punctual. So my first question is addressed to both of you. The European Union legislative proposal aims to end imports of Russian gas and oil by the end of 2027. So why is this initiative strategically important for the United States? One. Two, why is this what role does the U.S. government, and American energy companies play in supporting Europe's transition? And why has Greece been identified as a key partner in this effort? So, Mr. Papastavrou, since you are the host, I think you should go first.
Thank you. First of all, let me welcome you all here. When we first spoke with Chris, actually, I was at John Ardill's office back in May in Woodlands, in Texas, and we had our first call, and we said maybe we do a P-TEC event in Athens. And I think we never imagined that we have all these amazing people here. So thank you all for traveling and being here. It's very important. Thank you very much. Funding aggression is not good. Funding aggression is something that both the US and the EU is against. And that's very important for both sides of the Atlantic. We believe strongly that for the stability, the peace, and the prosperity of the region, we need to totally phase out from Russian gas. And I think this is one of the areas where both the European Union and the US see eye to eye. This is something that, for Greece, has a special importance, given our continuous and unconditional stance against aggression, having the invasion of Cyprus and the illegal occupation for so many decades. Now, why Greece? You named some, the initial comments made some of the obvious remarks. Geography, crossroads of 3 centuries. Infrastructure, Revithousa, FSRU, pipelines. Economic and political stability. But I think there is a deeper, a more substantive reason. And that is that I believe we speak more or less the same language. We value this vertical corridor not only on a standalone economic dimension, It's not only about the commodity, but it's about transcending and transforming the region, creating peace and prosperity in a region that has been divided by wars, by geography, and that's why I believe Greece is a gateway to the vertical corridor. And I'm very thrilled that I see that so many companies are here and that this dream, this big idea is coming into reality. Thank you.
Minister Wright, the same question, please. Why is this initiative so important for the United States? And what role does the US government and US companies have to play here in helping Europe implement this policy? Additionally, how do you understand Greece's role and what Minister Papastavro mentioned out, given the complicated regional framework, threats that Greece often faces from abroad? What are you willing, is the US government willing to safeguard or secure such investments, such infrastructure?
Absolutely. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here, is to bond our futures more closely together. The United States and our tremendous allies in Europe, we came together to win in World War II. We came together to prevail in the Cold War and to make sure freedom and democracy and representative government was the way humans lived. These ideas, these early ideas, of course, really first took root here 2,500 years ago. So I love to see these freedom-loving nations of the United States and Greece come together in this cause, and of course the nations across Europe. The world today, just to be candid, because that's my style, the world runs on oil, gas, and coal. It did when I was born. It was 85% of global energy when I was born. It's 84% of global energy today. I went to college to work in nuclear. I worked in solar in graduate school. I worked in geothermal after. I'm all for finding additional energy sources. But to be honest, the world runs on oil, gas, and coal, and it will for as long as we can see. Natural gas is cheaper than oil, and it's far more abundant than oil, but it requires infrastructure to move it. If you build infrastructure, gas becomes much cheaper than oil, much cleaner than oil. It's not just about electricity, it's about manufacturing, it's about home heating, it's about fertilizers, it's about economic opportunity, and it's about security. Fortunately, in the United States, we have an amazing abundance of natural gas. I think we have a tremendous opportunity right now to displace all of the Russian gas, all of it, every last molecule out of Western Europe. The United States has the gas. We would love nothing more than to cooperate to build this infrastructure. As infrastructure gets built and volumes grow, costs come down. The security of energy matters. The cost of energy matters. Where you get energy from matters. I think it brings the United States and the countries of Europe closer together to our mutual benefit. And every molecule that Russia does not sell into Europe, every molecule, it doesn't go somewhere else. They only have one pipeline. They have 5 pipelines that come to Europe and 1 pipeline that goes to China. The pipeline to China is full. Every molecule that does not come to Europe stays in the ground, does not go into the pockets of Putin and to the Russian war machine. We can both starve the Russian war machine and build a growing future relationship between the great nations of Europe and the United States. And Greece is the perfect entree point. Historical shipping nation, leading the continent and frankly the world in shipping today. You have the infrastructure here to get into the rest of Europe. This is an opportunity made in heaven. Let's seize it together.
Thank you. Mr. Papastavro, is Greece, is our country's private sector ready to contribute in such a transition and support such projects?
They are ready. They are ready and going. And I think you see here all the Greek companies who have been very active until now in so many different fronts, in the pipelines that Chris said, in Revithousa, in FSRU, in the new pipeline with gas with North Macedonia. The Greek companies are pioneers. They have the Odysseus spirit, and they are enabled by a government. I think that's another element of we're speaking the same language. The Prime Minister Mitsotakis' government has cut in the last 6 years 83 different taxes. We're a pro-business government who believe that the private sector has a key role to play for the increase of the economy. So yes, the Greek private sector is here, they're strong, and they are really looking forward to take the opportunity, this historic opportunity, to transform the whole region.
Minister Wright, you've talked about the importance of ending energy poverty and advancing U.S. energy leadership. What role do you see the U.S. playing in increasing energy access?
Yes, I've been passionate about energy my whole life. And in a little bit of a blind squirrel finds nut story, I'm not as profound as Homer, but I know that blind squirrels eventually find nuts. The shale revolution in the United States really transformed us from the largest importer of natural gas in the world to the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. So a great story for the United States, but honestly a great story for the world, because this surging abundance of natural gas dramatically lowered the price. The price in the US came down 60 or 70%. It saved of order $2,000 per American family in our country, just the abundance of natural gas that drove down heating prices, drove down industrial prices, drove down electricity prices, until bad policies in our country are doing everything possible to push electricity prices back up. But fortunately, President Trump was elected to reverse that trend and bring prices back down. But if you can lower the price of energy, you just expand people's life opportunities. Even in the United States, about 10% of Americans report deep struggles paying their energy bills. 3.5 million people get a notice that their electricity is going to be turned off. I find this outrageous in our countries of wealth and prosperity, that politicians, that we do things that make energy more expensive. Well, for businesses, they can deal with that. Some businesses profit from more expensive energy. But when you make energy more expensive, you just lower everyone's standard of living. And for those that are not so fortunate, that have a lower standard of living to begin with, you put people from lower middle class into poverty. So I have been passionate my whole life that we need more energy and that the cost of energy matters. About 1 billion people live like us in this room. We wear fancy clothes, we travel to conferences, we turn the heat on in the wintertime and the air conditioning on in the summertime. We live wonderful, opportunity-rich lives. That's 1 billion people. 7 billion people, they want what we have. More than half the people walking the world today are wearing hand-washed clothes. Think of the time that is. When you bring clothes washers, when you bring cooking fuel that just turns on and turns off, you lift everyone up and you transform the life of women. You liberate women from drudgery. So please, think hard and deep about when you have policies, are they going to make energy more expensive and reduce everyone's opportunities in life, or are they going to make energy less expensive and lift everyone up? I view it as black and white, but there's amazing the political forces in favor of and driving for expensive, unreliable energy. In the US, across our country, we have states with very low-cost energy. My friend, Doug Bergam, our Secretary of the Interior, he was a leader of one of those states. He drove down energy prices in his state. He lifted his state from 39th in per capita income to near number 1 in the United States by getting energy policy right. That's how you can lift up your society and drive people forward. But we should never be complacent. There are always forces pushing the other way. I'll call one out, and I think we are aligned here, but it has to happen. CSDD in European regulations, it is an absolute existential risk to affordable energy in Europe. If you can't do business from countries around the world, not just the United States, but all the countries, if you make it too risky and too expensive to do business here, that gas will go elsewhere. We don't want to see that happen. I want to see Europe with an abundant energy sources, secure energy sources from your allies, and downward pressure on energy prices so industry can come back to Europe, so AI can thrive in Europe, so standards of living and economic growth can thrive in Europe. Please work with us to make sure that will happen, but it takes work, it takes risk-taking, and it takes pushback on things that are driving things in the opposite direction.
What a debate it is.
I just want to make one comment very briefly. I completely agree. We have the same debate in Europe. There is a great discrepancy between prices, electricity prices, between the north and the center part of Europe and the southeast. And we're working very hard, and I see the Commission being here, we're working very hard to increase the grid, to have a serious, we have 6 times more the European budget in order to create infrastructure, because it's really totally morally unfair to claim to have a common European energy sector, and in the end, to have some countries suffering high prices and some households who have the consequence of it, and some other countries benefiting. So I'm echoing that this is something that we have also in Europe.
Yes, indeed, and I am seeing one of the commissioners in the front row here who's our partner in trying to push back against these policies that have driven energy prices up. We have the same battle in the United States. I lived in California for many years. It is a state that was a magnet for the American dream. Think Hollywood, think Silicon Valley, think our aerospace industry. California is just a tremendous land of opportunity, but bad policies and the arrogance of those wealthy and in power. California today has the highest adjusted poverty rate of any state in the United States. Everything going for it, and it got energy policy wrong, and it is plummeted down as no longer a state of opportunity. It's a state that's difficult to live in. It's a state that more Americans are leaving than coming to. You can have everything going for you and still blow it if you get energy policy wrong. You can be a northern, remote state in the Great Plains of the United States and not have everything going for you, but get energy policy right, and you can bring prosperity, population growth, opportunity, and a very happy populace, and an overwhelming re-election. Getting energy policy right is the way to win in your society.
I'm afraid we have to accelerate. Minister Papastavru, Greece's ongoing upstream operations, this is my final question for you, highlights the importance of reasonable resource development and regional energy stability. So how do these developments strengthen Greece's position as a reliable regional hub, and how does all this possibly answer to legal dispute, to overlapping agreements in the Mediterranean?
Well, I think for us the upstream is very important. When I took office, the Prime Minister gave me a clear direction that this should be the #1 priority. We worked very hard with Chevron. I remember when I spoke with Doug back in March, he asked me if we're going to run fast, if we're going to have a lot of regulations, or if we're going to be making the Chevron's interest a reality, and I think we did. We proved right. That's another common element we have, that the government should enable the private sector. I think that we're going to have important announcements in a little while here on the same sector. I understand that ExxonMobil, Hellenic Energy, and Energean will be announcing something on this space, and that makes me particularly happy because it shows that Greece is having the confidence of the industry. Mm-hmm. As far as neighbors, I think Greece is moving forward. There is the issue with Libya and the common line between our two countries, but even in the Libyan exploration program, their announcements follow exactly the medium line. I believe that the presence of ExxonMobil and Chevron and of the US government here strengthens our position and shows that there's only one way forward, working together, making business, creating infrastructure for one region to support peace, stability and prosperity in the region. Thank you so much.
You've given some news today already. My final question to you, Mr. Wright, Minister Wright, nuclear energy, I understand, is a major priority for your government. What do you think the role of nuclear is in achieving energy security for P-TEC countries?
So I think the future for nuclear energy is very bright. It started rapidly after World War II. It grew tremendously, but first generation designs. We lost public confidence. We had some mistakes. It still has the track record as the safest energy source on the planet, but we have next generation technology coming on now, where if everything goes wrong, the reactor turns off. You have to actively keep it on. So it's going to be much safer. We talk a lot about energy and we talk a lot about electricity. We need to remember they're two different things. Electricity is one piece of the energy pie. It's the most talked about, but only 20% of global primary energy is delivered via electrical wires. The most important source of energy in the world is high temperature process heat. You can't build an electricity grid or a car or a building or anything without the energy used in manufacturing. It doesn't come from electricity. We use a little bit of electricity in manufacturing. We did 50 years ago, we did 25, we do today. It's only 15% of the energy in manufacturing. Nuclear can provide high temperature process heat in addition to electricity. It can be a major part of the energy system going forward. 1,000 years from now, we will use nuclear energy to make hydrocarbon molecules. You can't have a modern world without hydrocarbon molecules, the ultimate store and delivery mechanism for energy. But nuclear can be that partner with hydrocarbons in the long run. Probably the only thing outside of hydrocarbons that could be a massive source of global energy. Let's get it going together.
That will be all. Thank you very much. We've been as punctual as possible. Katerina, thank you.
Mr. Papastavros, Secretary Wright, and Ms. Kosioni, thank you very much for this insightful opening dialogue. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to turn to a joint address from one of the key energy ministers representing the 3Cs initiative, a regional platform designed to enhance cooperation among 13 European nations. And they are partners, of course, in the fields of energy, transport, and digital connectivity. Croatia and Poland have played a leading role to the 3Cs initiative conception and development over the years, and you will notice that the initiative's purpose closely complements the P-TEC's mission of regional partnership and integration. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ante Surciniar, Minister of Energy of Croatia. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished ministers, Wright and Papastavro, dear guests and colleagues. Thank you for introduction and setting the right tone for the forum. It is my great pleasure to address you at the P-TEC Business Forum. At a time when energy and security infrastructure and digital connectivity are deeply connected, partnerships such as P-TEC are more important than ever. Croatia remains strongly committed to our collective efforts, especially in energy security. In that sense, we are proud to be part of the 3Cs initiative, a platform that connects 13 EU member states between the Adriatic, Baltic, and Black Sea, and it is strongly supported by the United States, whose engagement has been crucial in advancing the initiative's strategic goals. And in less than a decade, this initiative has become a strategic partnership that reflects a spirit of unity and shared purpose. As Croatia assumes the presidency of the 3Cs initiative, our focus will be on advancing economic cooperation, investment, and connectivity, while ensuring security and resilience across the region. We aim to attract private capital through stronger financial instruments, improve cross-border infrastructure links, and better integrate our region with major global corridors such as the India-Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, and the Middle Corridor. Energy security remains the heart of our prosperity. Recent geopolitical challenges have reminded us that the resilient and diversified energy system are the foundation of the stability. A clear example of this is the LNG terminal on the island of Kirk, operational since 2021. Its capacity has increased to 6.1 billion cubic meters, and new pipelines and interconnections with Hungary and Slovenia are under construction. Today, more than 65% of LNG deliveries to Kirk come from the United States, making Croatia not only an energy hub, but also a key link in the Transatlantic energy partnership. Another important example is the Southern Gas Interconnection, which will create a new supply route for Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is more than a technical project. It is a symbol of regional solidarity and strategic cooperation. Those projects demonstrate how the 3 Cs initiatives and P-TEC can work hand in hand to turn shared goals into practical results. P-TEC provides the strategic transatlantic framework connecting Europe and the United States on energy and climate goals. Meanwhile, the 3 Cs initiative delivers regional infrastructure, investment tools, and concrete projects that bring those goals to life. Together, they are shaping a more connected, competitive, and secure Europe. In conclusion, next year, in April 2026, Croatia will have the honor of hosting the next 3 Cs initiative, Summit and Business Forum in Dubrovnik. It will be an important opportunity to showcase our region achievements, explore new investment partnerships, and strengthen the bridge between European Union and our transatlantic allies. Croatia stands ready to continue this work hand in hand with our neighbors, our European partners, and our transatlantic friends. Together, through P-TEC and 3 Cs initiative, we can build a stronger, more connected, more resilient future for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for underlining the importance of regional cooperation and for your leadership within the 3 Cs initiative. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now we have a very important energy agreement that is about to be signed on what marks a new era in hydrocarbon exploration in Greece. You should give us a couple of minutes to prepare the stage, as I will call on stage to join me their Excellencies John Ardell, Mattia Rigas, Secretary Wright, Minister Papastavros, Secretary Bergam, and of course Ambassador Kimberly Guilfoyle. Also, I would like to ask on stage the representatives from the energy companies that is gonna do a great announcement that everybody's going to talk about later on, believe me. The stage is setting and we are about to start. So, just to cover the, awkwardness, you can applaud one more time. Thank you for that. Special thanks to the staff for being that fast. And so, the representative of the companies, as well as the excellencies, the ministers, and of course the ambassador will join us for this great agreement that we, all the journalists, were talking about all week long. I can see some colleagues of mine yelling to me. Now we will know. Now we will know. This is an historic agreement, considering Greece's role, geopolitical-wise, and of course, energy and economic-wise. As I can tell from the table, it's going to be huge. Okay. Thank you for your patience. The flags are mandatory for the photos that is going to be taken.
Right now.
Come, Kimberly.
I kindly invite John Alder to his remarks.
No, I'll say a few words. Let me say a few words. Thank you, Chris.
Minister Papastavrou, please.
I don't know if it works with...
I will believe that it works with
Okay, very few words. We've been working with John on this for more than a year. The Prime Minister met with him in the General Assembly. I would like to thank all three companies, Energia and Hellenic Energy, ExxonMobil. As I said, we spoke about in the Woodlands when I was there with Nikos Tsafos, at Gastech when I was there with Aris Stefatos. This is a very important, important news. The farm-in agreement, which I'm sure Mathios will explain, brings technology and capabilities in the hydrocarbon area in Greece. If successful, it will bring drilling, exploratory drilling, back to Greece after 40 years. So we're back in the drilling board, Greece, as the US. And if successful, it will provide for Greece and for Europe domestic resources. So this can prove to be a historic signing. So, Mathieu, you want to say a few words about the...
Thank you, and let me explain what we signed. It's a great day, and I'm very proud that ExxonMobil is signing an agreement with us and Hellenic to farm in to 60% of Block 2 in Western Greece. This is a block that we've been working on since 2020. We shot seismic, we have identified the prospects, and we believe that it has the potential to make Greece energy independent. I'm also very proud that this is work that has been done by Greek engineers, Greek geoscientists and geologists. That makes me even more proud that after what we've been doing in the Mediterranean, where we operate in 6 different countries, it's now time, with the support of the US, to do the first drilling operation after 40 years, as Minister Papastavrou said. It's about time Greece finds its oil and gas resources. That's our goal. And as a closing remark, our commitment to the local communities, our commitment to the Greek people is to continue operating with the same sensitivity that we've been operating for 40 years in the Bay of Kavala, where tourism and oil and gas has worked together, and this is our commitment to the country as to every other country we've worked with. And in 2026, beginning of 27, if everything goes according to plan, we should see the first rig come to Greece and drill this very important well. Thank you very much.
Good work.
Say a few words on behalf of ExxonMobil. So 3 very quick points on who we are, what we do, and then thirdly, why we are here in Greece today. So on the first point, ExxonMobil has been delivering molecule-based energy since 1870, so over 150 years. So that's built a great capability and experience. Today, we are the largest international oil company in the world and the largest producer of oil and the largest market capitalization. So we're a major player in the world energy stage. So what do we do? We're the ones that go out, find the oil and gas, then build the production capacity. And why do we do that? We do that to grow economies, deliver energy for today's society. And then the third point, why are we here in Greece today? So I'm delighted to have our secretaries, Bergam and Wright, here, who have unwavering support for our industry and our company. What that's done for the United States, in 2005, the US was the largest importer of liquids and natural gas. Today, the US is the largest producer of liquids and natural gas in the world. And if you hear Secretary Bergam talk about where we're going in the future, this creates a foundation of low-cost, reliable, and affordable electricity to underpin an AI-driven economic growth for the future. And that's coming very, very quickly. So as we come here to Athens today, we have an exploration footprint across North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean. We have a minister from Cyprus here. We have 2 discoveries in Cyprus, discoveries in Egypt, and today we're expanding our exploration footprint in Greece, adding a 3rd very prospective block, and that puts us on a pathway to partnership to drill this in the 2027 timeframe. So we're delighted to be here. We're delighted to bring ExxonMobil's technology and capability, and we're delighted with our partnership, both at the government level and our investment partners. Thank you very much.
Bravo, John. Thank you.
First of all, a big thank you to John and Matthias for getting here today, and to the Minister of Energy, who has been very supportive during this journey. Matthias explained a little bit about the assets. For us, being the biggest company in energy in Greece, it's a small part of our activities, but it is part of a growing upstream portfolio. We have a number of blocks under exploration in Greece. 2 of them are with Exxon, and another 4 with Chevron. This is the most mature block. A lot of work has been done on it, so we are moving into the next phase. I think what needs to be emphasized is what Secretary Wright said, that people forget that the majority of energy is actually coming from hydrocarbons. Everybody's talking about energy as if it's only green electrons. We all want a green planet, but at the end of the day, we also are prepared to accept the responsibility that in order to get there, we need to have resources. And resources come from hydrocarbons today. So this is a big step for the company. It's a big step for the joint venture partners, and it's a big step for Greece because it's going to create more security for the energy supply chain, not only in Greece, but also in Europe overall. So thank you again for making this happen. Thank you.
So President Trump's policies pretty clearly stated prosperity at home and peace abroad. They go together. How do we generate prosperity? Businesses cooperating, businesses risking money and capital to find things that are going to better societies. That's how we generate prosperity in Greece and around the world. It also leads to peace. And I got to say one last thing. When Exxon was started at the very beginning of the oil and gas industry, global life expectancy at birth was a little over 30 years. Today it's 73 years. Oil and gas and the expansion of coal, they transformed the human condition. We have planes, trains, and automobiles and modern medicine, long life expectancies, and all sorts of spectacular opportunities. Simply not possible without hydrocarbons. In fact, you can't make a wind turbine or a solar panel or a nuclear power plant or a hydroelectric dam without massive amounts of hydrocarbons. So to see the first offshore well be drilled in Greece in almost 50 years is simply tremendously exciting. I couldn't be more proud and thankful for the 3 gentlemen and the 3 companies sitting at this table right now. God bless you all.
Yeah, John, can you give the microphone to Doug?
Good morning. I'm Doug Bergam, Secretary of Interior, Chairman of the National Energy Dominance Council. It's a thrill to be here today. I want to say again, with our 2 speakers this morning, Secretary Wright, Minister Papastravos, this was a fantastic way to kick off P-TEC. You guys hit every note we needed to hear. And I would just say for the audience here, we need to understand there is no energy transition. Newsflash. There is no energy transition. There's only energy addition. As Chris and Stravos have said, we need more, whether it's for health and human condition, prosperity, whether it's peace itself, we need more. And the announcement that's being signed today is so exciting. Greece taking their own natural resources, developing them. When we have energy security, you have national security. And there's been no place that's been more racked by the lack of that than Eastern Europe. The dependence on an adversarial supplier that is able to wage war and conflict in Eastern Europe. And now, with the EU and everyone working together, there's a goal: end the sale of Russian gas. Together, that can make a huge difference. And President Trump sends his greetings to all of you. I spoke to him last night. He is focused on stopping the killing, ending the wars, ending the conflicts. So when we get peace, then you can begin the prosperity. Steps like this, where we move towards energy abundance. Energy abundance means it's affordable, secure, reliable energy. That's what energy abundance is about. And in America's strategy, again, is around one thing. It's having the energy to be able to sell to our friends and allies so they can stop buying from our adversaries. Together, all of you in this room, we can change the world, but it also takes the private sector, it takes entrepreneurs, it takes leadership like the Prime Minister of Greece and others that say they're willing to sort of buck the trend and say, no, we need to develop our own resources. This signing today is super significant because this is a step from a policy standpoint. When Chris Wright says you got to get the policy right, this announcement today is one of those great steps. So with that, I want to say again, congratulations to everybody that's signing. Thanks to the leadership of Greece, and a special welcome. We're so pleased for the United States of America. We think you've got the best ambassador in the world working here in Greece. And here she is, Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Good morning, and yes, I'm Kimberly Guilfoyle, the United States Ambassador to the fabulous Hellenic Republic. Gentlemen, congratulations on what you have done. And this is an example of what you do when we work together with a bilateral relationship to create regional stability. And I'm here to say, America is back, and now drilling in the Ionian Sea. This shows what we can do when America and Greece work together to do this. This is not just American energy dominance, it's energy dominance and stability for the great Hellenic Republic. And thank you, Secretary Wright and Stavros Papastavrou, amazing Secretary Bergam, and these men at this table. They're visionaries, they're entrepreneurs, they're unafraid, and they're gonna create a future of energy that is incredible, that is going to stabilize all of these regions. It is essential. It is a pushback against other Russian and Chinese interests that is imperative for national security. You are all here witnessing this historic moment. We are sharing and embracing it together, and we are just getting started at P-TEC. Wait and see.
Congratulations, and thank you all, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much. Give us a couple of minutes for the mandatory photos. Okay, so as the stage will be prepared for the next panel session, and as we digest the huge announcement that we just heard, we are about to turn now to a discussion focused on the strategic role of natural gas in Europe's evolving energy landscape. Titled Corridors of Power: How Natural Gas is Redrawing Europe's Energy Map. This discussion will explore how sustained transatlantic cooperation, harmonized regulatory frameworks, and target infrastructure investment can collectively advance Europe's transition towards a more interconnected, competitive, and of course, secure energy landscape. To guide this timely conversation, we are going to welcome our moderator, Mr. Gregor Weisenthal, who is a gas expert at the energy community and who will call the speakers on stage as soon as it's ready for that. So, believe me, you're gonna love next session as much as you did the previous. because it's going to be very interesting. So. Join me here. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello dear colleagues. Could we kindly ask you to take the seats? We start? Can we start? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear us. There's still quite a lot of noise in the background. I'm more than honored and happy to moderate this panel, Corridors of Power. As you know, Ukraine is facing a huge war, and our discussion of today is mostly relevant. Since around 10 years, a decade, I'm trying to work on the diversification of Russian gas supplies, the integration of regional markets, and it is a great honor for me to be here today. Having worked for the European Energy Exchange, for the Energy Community Secretariat, developed several products like Pegas, the SIGAS initiative, and now new efforts on integrating markets. I am more than honored to have our speakers today with us, and I would like to thank the Department of Energy in Washington and the Ministry of Energy of Greece to organize such an event, and I can only underline what State Secretary just said. We need to get away from the Russian gas, and there is also a business opportunity in that. We saw that in Ukraine, there is no transit anymore going of Russian gas through Ukraine. Moldova is diversifying the gas supplies. And our today's topic, the vertical corridor, is of absolute importance for that region. And the colleagues who are today here with me are doing great efforts. Let me just shortly introduce who is today with me on the panel. So we have with me Maria Rita Gali, CEO of DESFA, the TSO who is actually allowing the entrance of American LNG in that region. The next to her is sitting Vladimir Malinov, the CEO of Bulgar Transgas, the TSO who is at the moment really pursuing regional integration with a cooperation between the Hungarian clearinghouse and the strong focus on building a regional market. They have really created a nucleus to develop a platform which can serve several markets. After that, we have the CEO of P-TEC, Maxim Timchenko, who will speak about Ukraine's position on the vertical corridor. Later, Fred Hutchison, LNG allies from the US. So you see, we add in our panel the supply side. We will discuss what we can do to improve supplies towards that region. And at last, we have Carrie Cawthon, Vice President, Federal Government Affairs of Chernier Energy. And with that, I will hand over actually the discussion to my panelists, and I will ask them questions. My first question will be to Maria. The vertical corridor, please explain to us how it was created, how the work within the vertical corridor is being pursued, especially as DESFA is one of the key drivers of the work of such an important project, and what outcomes we have today and what we will see in the future. I will give the floor now to Maria.
Thank you, Gregor, and I hope you can hear me because we don't hear you very well. Let me say that the vertical corridor has started back in 2016 in its first attempt to reutilize to the maximum possible extent the Trans-Balkan pipeline. But de facto, the second birth of this initiative has been in December 2022, when here in Athens, all the TSOs of Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovak, Moldova and Ukraine joined forces signing an MOU in order to promote this initiative. This initiative is a collective effort to maximize the use of existing infrastructures to enable new sources of LNG to flow from the south to the north and be able to deliver to the countries along the route, including, of course, our neighbors, and up to more inbound countries like Hungary and Slovakia, and, of course, Ukraine in the north. Let's say in these few years, we have seen very concrete and significant steps and progresses in the vertical corridor. First of all, this has been made possible by the fact that, let's say, the Greek government, and let me say, and then I will hand it over to Vladimir, but the Bulgarian government as well, has supported significant investment to increase the transit capacity, investment that have been approved as part of our national regulatory frameworks. And we are talking about large-scale investments of hundreds of millions, and in the case of Greece, which are being completed in the course of this year, and which enables Greece to export from 2 billion cubic meters, that was our maximum capacity in 2022, excluding TAP, of course, up to 8.5 billion cubic meters this year. So let's say this is clearly a concrete step ahead. That, of course, if you join it with the entry into the system of the Alexandroupolis FSRU, with the interconnection with ICGB, it means that in a few years we have completely changed the shape of the Greek infrastructure system. But let's say having the infrastructure is not enough. We need to have the infrastructure and have create the instrument for the market players to be able to use them, and that's why, again, all together with our partners, we have worked hard and we keep working hard to create a commercial solution that guarantees that the market players can book and can find the capacity to bring the LNG from south to the north, and that's what we have done with the new product that has been introduced a few months ago and is going to be extended during the year. And let me say that we see a growing interest from the market to use this transit route. Just to give you an indication, let's say at the beginning of this week, we have run the normal auction for the capacity of the Revitusa LNG terminal for the year 2031, because up until 2030, the terminal was already fully booked. And now in 2031, we sold all the capacity at a huge premium, meaning that the demand was much bigger, much higher than the availability. And it means that already the market players, which are those which then make things happen, are taking a strong position that they will import a lot of LNG in Greece in 2030 and onward, meaning that they strongly believe that they will be using this infrastructure not only for the Greek market, which still is growing, but mainly, let's say, to re-export through Greece these sources of LNG. And just another small number, this year, as an indication, LNG represents more or less 45% of our total imports, out of which 80% of this LNG comes from the United States. So it's a clear signal that the role of US LNG in this energy mix and the transit, which we expect to grow, is already quite significant.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And this is exactly underlying what State Secretary said before, the new business potential which is coming with the American LNG. It creates a huge upside for all markets along the route. And now we are going geographically one up, we are going to Bulgaria. Because gas is in general a diplomatic exercise. We all need to be, besides businessmen, very good diplomats, because it will not stay just in one country. And many of these diplomats are today here in the room, and I will look forward to talk to them. So, Mr. Malinov, how will the vertical corridor facilitate the entry of the US LNG in the region?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, it's my pleasure being here. I've been on previous P-TECs on different capacity as a minister, but today's sixth one, I do believe it will be a symbolic one because it's in Athens, and a crucial one because vital steps and important decisions will be taken up front. I know it's hard to attract the attention of the audience after having on stage two state secretaries and the US ambassador to Greece, but I will try to do in a way that you remember what we are talking about and what we are doing. So going to your question, actually the vertical gas corridor is a highway. It's a highway, maybe the one and only highway from south to north, which could bring the US LNG to the households and to the end business consumers. It's a highway for 5 to 8 BCM on a yearly basis, US LNG, which could secure a very competitive economy of the region, very reliable prices for the households, and affordable and predictable and secure future for the region. But what we are doing, because when you are stepping on a highway, you need an entry point where you're going on the highway, and then an exit point when the gas reaches the end users. Okay, it's a question of being and having a visionary approach, because it's not a secret that like 5-6 years ago, the whole region was almost fully dependent on Russian gas. And having that visionary approach, we did it. We did our investment in Greece. Bulgaria's first state-owned investment in Greece was the Alexandropoli FSRU terminal, where we are shareholder, just in order, in a time when Bulgaria was secured and flooded with Russian gas, we to have the alternative, because this is all about diversification, to have the freedom of choice, to choose the best solution for you and for your population. So we did that the first. And as Maria mentioned, actually the vertical gas corridor as an initiative started like 2016, but it was just a project on paper, initiative, whatever it is. Okay, then we revived it together, all the TSOs, with the significant contribution of DESFA and Transgas, the company which we are running. And we already are having a full trust and support by our governments, the Greek government, the Bulgarian government, also the European Commission. But the real driver should be the US administration in that case, and the US LNG providers of natural gas, they to secure the volumes for the vertical gas corridor. Because when you are stepping on a highway and you want not to have no speed limits, no stops, just going fluently, you need to prefer to sit in a nice looking, comfortable limo and go on the highway. And this is what we are doing also, not just preparing the hardware, the infrastructure for that, but also the trading environment, where the US LNG providers and the off-takers like P-TEC, and here I see a lot of friends on my left side because we have spoken about that for many years, but now it's the proper time. So sitting in this nice limo, bringing the stakeholders together, securing them, attractive from a tariff perspective highway to move them, and a comfortable place where they could discuss and meet and negotiate and reach an agreement. Because without having these two, phase out of Russian gas will be hard to be tackled and hard to be achieved. So we are doing everything. We are preparing the infrastructure. We are investing a lot in Bulgaria. I could commit in front of this high-level audience that 2026, the infrastructure will be in place, the increased capacity will be in place, just in order to provide the security and prosperity of the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vladimir. Thank you so much for your elaborations. And now we're actually moving to the supplier side. We have P-TEC today with us on the panel. And I would like to ask Maxime the following question. How can Ukraine ensure that the southern corridor succeeds, so the vertical corridor about which we are speaking, and what role can Ukraine play in the region's wider energy security?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, to be among friends. Friends who are supporting us in this energy war. You know that we are under Russian attacks every single day since 2022. But energy war started for Ukraine not 4 years ago, not even 10 years ago. It's already decades when Russians start using energy as a weapon. And probably you all remember the cynical words that Nord Stream 2 is purely a commercial project. I think in regards to Europe, Russia had never had purely commercial projects. It all was built to use in the right moment for Russians as a weapon. And as it was rightly said by our colleagues from the United States, national security depends on energy security. And trust me, from my experience in Ukraine, national security of European continent under threat, not only by the fact that Russians already have their drones flying above European countries, or they threaten it directly military, but the fact that 16 BCM of gas still coming to the region from Russia. And this is the threat we all should not underestimate. And I think the whole gathering and discussion and signing of these deals, it's all about national security, not only this region, but the whole European continent. So we are first Ukrainian company used vertical corridor. We brought LNG from United States last year. Another cargo is coming through Northern Corridor from Lithuania. And thank you very much for all support. So basically, now we're not talking about how to deliver so needed gas to Ukraine, because Russia destroyed about 50% of our energy infrastructure just for the last 4 months. It's about how to build security in Europe, energy security in Europe. And I think the fact that Ukraine have the largest gas storage facilities, the fact that already we have this testing supply of LNG, the fact that we are supported by United States and by countries related to these corridors, makes it possible to talk not only about how to increase vertical corridor, but how to unite the all corridors we have. We're talking about Southern Corridor, we talk about Northern Corridor, Poland, Lithuania, Croatia, of course Greece. And in the center of this system, we can place Ukrainian gas storage facilities. You know that we have more than 30 BCM of available capacity, and then if we can create such a system, that, trust me, we will never think about Russian threat in terms of energy security. So, and I think it's extremely important that private and public sector is working together on this. As I said, we already have deals, and I'm very grateful to our friends and partners in Greece. Today, the major supply of diesel oil products coming from Greece. We're bringing more LNG through Greece, and we see that Greek companies take leadership in supporting Ukraine now. But also we need this united approach, not only in physical flow of gas, but also in tariff policy by European Commission. My friend, you just said about highway, let's lower the tolls we're paying for this highway. And that's basically what we need now. We need to make vertical corridor competitive, and we need to unite all our efforts with the European Commission, with our countries. And trust me, if you support and help Ukraine now, then we will pay off in the future, playing an extremely important role in the energy security of European Union.
Thank you very much for these wise words. Adding also the additional structure of corridors. This is also something we are trying to pursue with the Department of Energy in Washington and with colleagues like Janusz Kopacz in the United Seas for Gas Initiative, to bring together different stakeholders of the corridors to find an ideal and optimal solution for suppliers to really optimize the flows towards the Ukrainian storages. As you know, they are bigger than 30 BCM, the storages in Ukraine, and they play a lifeline also for countries like in Moldova, who are storing their gas there and went through diversification from Russian gas. So Russia has never been a reliable supplier, so to say. I myself, I'm German, worked for the German government before the situation, and you see Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, they are simply not there anymore. And this is why my grandgrandma always used to say, we are too poor for cheap things. So if you try to go for the cheapest way, sometimes you have to repay double, triple, or maybe even tenfold. This is why I would like now to move our attention to our colleagues from the US, our great friends who are supporting us. I would like to ask Fred a question from the LNG allies, our key counterparty in this discussion. We need American LNG. So Fred, now that the US regulatory system is back on track and LNG export licenses are again being quickly granted, how might the United States further assist the region as it works to build out gas imports and distribution infrastructure, particularly in the light of the new EU-US trade agreement?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be back in the region. This is my second visit to Greece, and it is indeed a pleasure. Today, almost 12 years ago to this day, LNG Allies was formed as an advocacy coalition among the U.S. natural gas industry and about a dozen Central and Eastern European governments led by Lithuania, Croatia, Poland, the Czech Republic, and others. So we, as an association, trace our origins back here. Maxime, my wife, as you know, is Ukrainian. We have a great affinity for what this region and what the United States can and must do to help Ukraine. Our solidarity with you is unwaverable. We are, and it is a pleasure to be here right after a signing ceremony. That's a lot about what LNG Allies really focuses on. We are what we call a GSD organization, meaning get stuff done. But honestly, I don't always use the word stuff when I'm talking about that. But here in the cradle of civilization, I think I need to be cautious. Right now, the United States is in the same kind of position that Eastern Europe has been. Over the last 12 years, we've gotten our act together. You've built the infrastructure, the terminals to receive the LNG, the pipelines to distribute it, the will and the ability to move away from Russian molecules. In the United States, we're in exactly the same kind of situation. We have 8 big LNG terminals operating, 5 more that are under construction. Right now, the maximum capacity is about 200 billion cubic meters per year, and that capacity will more than double with just the projects that are underway. We do, and we track the long-term contracts that are signed around the world with U.S. LNG facilities. Currently, 127 contracts have been signed with U.S. projects with 67 counterparties from around the world, 25 different countries. Unfortunately, only one country in Eastern Europe has to date signed up for long-term contracts, and that's Poland. Getting back to the question you asked me, our objective is to expand that. We want to see Greek companies, Bulgarian companies, producers of a smaller scale, find a way to come together to be involved on a long-term basis to get our gas at the best possible price. You can buy it on the spot market from those contract holders that have gas available for sale, but the best thing to do is to buy it on a long-term basis, and this is why we're here. We want to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, for being here. And of course, long-term agreements also support the infrastructure development around that deal, because it gives financial stability for the market development in the region, and exactly something like that we should all jointly pursue. And now, having the honor to have Carrie with us from Cheniere Energy, can you tell us the vision for the region which you are having and the potential you are seeing for your company?
Sure. Thanks for having us. Thank you for being such a great host. Basically, Cheniere is the largest U.S. LNG exporter at 45 million tons, and we send our cargoes to 45 different markets around the world, and have been the largest provider of LNG into Europe over the last several years, which had been a flip from Europe not being a large market. I say that to say the vision is a bright one, right? Secretary Wright kind of started us out with the great energy, literally, as the energy secretary, followed by Ambassador Guilfoyle, Secretary Bergam, that as a US-based company, this is the perfect opportunity for us to grow with you all in the vertical corridor and support the vertical corridor. It's a unique position where, as a US company, we have President Trump, his cabinet, ambassadors so actively involved in furthering and getting our products to every market. And so it's a very bright, from our position, we feel very invigorated that we could be a part of this, that we can be a part of getting more LNG, more US LNG selfishly, but more of our LNG over here. I will echo real quickly though, Secretary Wright's, where you all can help with the EU, and that's regarding CSDDD. I'd also add in some of the methane regulations that we are going to sell the molecules. We want to be partners with Europe. We just need your help to help that be the case.
Thank you so much. And now I will pause the last questions. Please, everyone, just take 1 minute, and we will go now actually the other way back. So, Carrie, again to you.
Sure.
The question about the Russian gas, it will be to everyone. how will we proceed with the diversification? We saw it. Germany changed, Ukraine changed, Poland changed. It is ongoing, and like Mr. Timchenko also said from PTEC, Ukraine's daily life depends on this. Every molecule is coming back in one way or another in the form of aggression. And I was just 2 weeks ago in Kiev, and the situation is very tense. So Carrie, can you please give us an example? And then I would ask just each colleague to react on this question and to flag anything he wants in a short frame. Thank you.
Just to be, I think the EU Commissioner Jorgensen really put it best by saying that the phase down is going to happen, right? And that being that bold in saying that regardless of when and how the war ends, that there will be this phase down. I quickly use, when I first came to Cheniere in 2018, my first international trip was to Poland, where Cheniere, the president of Poland, the US ambassador to Poland, the Secretary of Energy, and others signed a long-term contract for volumes. And that, at the time, people were trying to figure out what Poland, the larger vision was. And we now see that was a great vision because of how they are not beholden, right? They have diversity of sources. And so I see the same being the case now, and even more so with the EU Commission directing and reaffirming that phase down.
Thank you. Fred?
Well, collectively, we can never allow Russian molecules to return to Europe. I think that has to be an unwaverable position for all of us. I hope we can achieve that. Reflecting on where this administration has moved us so rapidly, you remember it was only January 20th when they took office, and when we look at where we are today, we're already contemplating what the next stage of help can be from them. And it is here in this part of the world that can play a big part. Our agencies can help in financing infrastructure if it needs to be done. The Export-Import Bank of the United States can help guarantee the creditworthiness of potential off-takers. There are many things that this administration and our industry will do collectively together with you to bring about an even greater and stronger future so that the last embers that may continue to exist for return to Russian gas are extinguished once and for all.
Maxime?
I think it was very symbolic. Then the day of full-scale Russian invasion, we disconnected from Russian energy grid, from Russia and Belarus. And it was the last electrons coming from Russia to Ukraine. And my great hope, and I think that it's possible, that in 26 we can put a target to celebrate the last Russian molecule coming to European countries. And I think that it's all in our hands. Number one is unity. If we unite all our efforts, then it makes it possible. Talking about trading and transit, but also gas production. Ukraine has the second largest gas deposits after Norway. And I invite companies start exploring this potential in Ukraine. Come to see, let's do partnership, let's start bringing more gas, produce more gas and bring to the European continent. So what I said, I want us to celebrate this last molecule in 26.
Thank you.
The clock is already burning in red, so I'll try to be very, very precise. To have a full phase out of the Russian gas in the region, we need to make the US LNG much more attractive in two directions. Price perspective, and secondly, availability through all the gas year around. So price perspective, then I will turn to my left side. We, the TSO, have given a very good example that only united together we could achieve faster and much more better goals. So combining the consumption in all the region and signing long-term LNG contract with US providers is one of the solutions, because to decrease the toll on the highway, as much more volume we have committed on a long-term basis, then the tariff for the transportation will become lower. And it's over, yeah. Then I will just to say something, because actually this infrastructure which we are talking about, in the past, almost all of it was used for transportation of Russian gas via Ukraine, Moldova, Romania to the region. And I would like to ask the audience, do you remember AC/DC and the song Highway to Hell? So let's now try to turn the vertical gas corridor from highway to hell to highway to heaven. Wonderful. And to quote the President Trump, from MAGA to MEGA, which is let's make energy great again through that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria.
Thank you, Gregor. After make energy great again, allow me to be a bit more prosaic. Let's say what we do need in this part of Europe is we need infrastructures, because the production will be there, the demand is here. We are going to have the necessary infrastructure. And so what is necessary after having this infrastructure in place is to have the rules that allow only non-Russian gas to use it. And we don't have this rule today. And we have rules, and we run the risk in Europe, and let me say then is addressed to us European, that we become victim of our own rules when it comes to third-party access, no discrimination, and so on. So we have a big technical regulatory issue to solve. There is going to be a lot of gas that come from Turkey, and we don't know where it's coming from. And that is a big challenge that we have to face, and we need to evolve our own rules in the energy system to make sure that they are fit for the purpose that we want to achieve today. That is, only non-Russian gas will utilize this infrastructure. And I think this is a very critical missing link, which is not technical, it doesn't require investment, requires, decision, determination, and also willingness to change, because sometimes the rules that we established for ourselves 20 years ago don't work anymore 20 years after.
Thank you. And then I would wrap up, because we have extinct our time. So in the end, it only means that we all have to work together. It is a partnership, and in order to make energy great again, the region great again, the markets great again, we have all to work together. And I just would like to thank one more time our colleagues from Washington in supporting us in this effort, because what State Secretary said, it feels like the time when we were in a heavy war, the Second World War. It is a difficult time, and I cannot underline at each meeting or speech which I'm doing, please continue to support Ukraine. We all depend on this, and we will work and continue the discussion with all of you today, and I'm looking forward to it. Please, a big applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisendel, and your panelists for their valuable insights on regional gas infrastructure and future of energy supply in Europe. And now we will take a short break for coffee, like 10 minutes sharp, and then we will back here for a special country spotlight on Greece. You won't miss it. we turn our focus to the host of the country, my country, Greece. With a session dedicated to Greece's national, yes, please, feel free to applaud. No? Okay. So, with a session dedicated to Greece's national energy strategy, infrastructure priorities, and its growing role in regional energy markets. We are about to continue with our next session, our next panel, so please have a seat when you're ready, so that we are about to start. Our next session is about to start, so please have your seat. Thank you. When I continue with the discussion that brings together key members of the Greek government to further explore the national policy framework driving growth and investment across sectors. And believe me, you're going to find very interesting the next panel. The moderator of this conversation is one of the most recognized and respected figures in Greek journalism, Mrs. Mara Zacharia, news director, main anchor woman on Star Channel TV News, and my boss, by the way. So, Mrs. Mara Zacharia, please join me on stage. I look forward to your discussion on how national leadership translates into policy, investment, and regional impact. Ministers who will join Mara Zacharia to this discussion, please come on stage. Mr. Zacharia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katerina, for your kind introduction. It is a privilege for me today to be here among you and to moderate this ministerial level discussion, which brings together 4 members of the Greek cabinet whose portfolios are critical to Greece's energy, digital, fiscal, and maritime future. In recent years, we have seen how national strategy, when aligned across ministries, can produce significant results. Stronger infrastructure, enhanced connectivity, and a clear voice on the region. This panel, it is titled Drivers of Growth, a Tale of Greece, and we will see how coordinated government action is shaping the country's role as an energy and logistic hub while driving investment and modernization. I am honored to be joined today Mr. Stavros Papastavrou, Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Kyriakos Pierakakis, Minister of Finance, Mr. Dimitris Papasteriou, Minister of Digital Governance and Artificial Intelligence, and Mr. Vasilis Kikilias, Minister of Maritime and Island Policy. I'll now yield the floor for Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Papastavrou, for his initial remarks.
I will be very brief because I've promised to the Atlantic Council, since we had the privilege to do the signing, that I will limit my part of the discussion. First of all, I would like to say that I'm here with a group of colleagues and friends that we're working together to the same direction. This strong relationship that the US and Greece has is the outcome of their work. Minister Pierakakis has met many times with his colleagues in the US, in the Treasury. Vasilis Kikilias on the shipping has done the same thing with Bergam. And Dimitris Papasteriou is working very hard to develop the AI in Greece, and Greece become a pioneer. So I'm very privileged to be with them. I would like to say 3 things about our energy strategy. Greece had the strategic bet on gas 6 years ago. We invested in the infrastructure. We have extended the Revithusa with the third storage, the FSRU, the pipeline of IGB, TAP, and that paid off. Greece, from becoming a mere destination, a consumer of 6 BCM, 6 years after, is having 17 BCM, 11 of which is going out. For us, this is important. It has a broader vision. I like to use this terminology. For us, the vertical corridor represents our effort, our combined effort to create new arteries that will revitalize the region and will create stability, peace, and prosperity. On the hydrocarbons, we are privileged to have this agreement today. ExxonMobil, Chevron, but equally Hellenic Energy and Energean are working hard. We are determined to develop our own resources, and that's what we're doing. At the same time, with electricity, we're interconnecting our country. We have the electricity interconnection with Crete, with the
Stavrakakis, you have been recently to the United States. You had there very crucial talks with the IMF, World Bank annual meetings, the US Treasury Secretary, Mr. Bessent, and leading investment funds. So how do you assess the prospects for further American investments in Greece apart from the energy sector? Do you see positive prospects in other areas of the economy, such as, for example, the assets managed by the Hellenic Corporation of Assets and Participations?
In one word, absolutely. And this interest is quite significant, I would say, internationally, before I touch upon the bilateral relationship. An international investor recently told me a phrase with which I do not agree. He told me that currently you have more interest for Greece compared to the tickets that you offer. This is not the case. What I can guarantee you is that we do have the tickets. We do want the strategic investors, and we fully understand that those decisions need to be structured in the context of a broader geopolitical puzzle, in a broader geopolitical chess game. Geopolitics is back in the boardroom, and we fully understand that those decisions also need to be structured in the context of our NATO participation and in the context of our EU participation. We have this mindset. We want to move forward fast. We're fully cognizant of the fact that we need partners in this shifting landscape. We want more investments. We want more foreign direct investment. We want more American investment. And we can see that in infrastructural assets, there is specific interest on the ground, and I think that we will quite soon see it materialize.
Can you give some detail?
No, I won't. But currently I can tell you that, you mentioned the assets of the Growth Fund. We have been debating about those assets for quite some time, right? We have been debating about finding strategic investors in classical infrastructural assets, both in energy and in the non-energy fields that you mentioned, for quite some time. We did that more slowly than what we should. But if we want to increase our investment to GDP ratio in the coming years, in the post-RRF years as we debate, in the post-COVID reconstruction funds years, we need to have a private catalyst for this. We need more private mergers and acquisitions. So we understand this. We truly believe that the bilateral relationship with the United States is existentially strategic for us. 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it was not easy to find American investors for those assets. We were looking for this, but it was not easy to achieve it. Right now, the situation is inverse. As a colleague of mine at the ECOFIN was telling me recently, when we see Greece's financial situation, Greece's economic situation, we feel that the world is fully upside down. Yes, it is. That's why we're open, that's why we're back, and that's why the answer to your question will be positive quite soon.
I was looking for an exclusive, but anyway.
You'll get it in another context.
Thank you very much. Minister Papasteriou, you have outlined an ambitious program of emerging technologies and AI, and it will also turn our country into a data hub, we all hope. But when it comes to younger generations, many concerns are being raised not only in Greece, but in the European Union. So about children's addiction to the algorithm, what you can do, what actions are you ready to take, and what alliances you have formed, and where we stand today?
Well, you have right, Mrs. Harea, that we are talking about AI in terms of technology or power, but we also have to discuss about ethics, and especially for a very sensitive part of the population, which is our children. It was the Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis who, about a year back to United Nations gathering, said about the need to protect our children from the algorithmic atheism. And let's say the safer and the better way to say something is to act. That's why we start implementing with Kids Wallet, which is the first European app that gives the chance to parents for a parental control, but also for an official age verification. And now that was the EU that came during summer and giving this common technical information about how to implement with an official age verification tool. But this is something that cannot be done only from Greece or only from European Union. This is something that we have to fight together to find a standard and keep our children. A child of 12 years old cannot be stuck for 10 years, 10 hours per day in social media. And this is something that we have to join forces.
In Australia, for example, they said social media are forbidden from the age of 16 and under. Are you considering this?
It is easy to say that youth platforms, you have to find a way to verify the age. From the other side, if there is a serious government, we have to be part of this solution. And the fastest and the most realistic way is to work together with those age verification tools. This is a solution, but from the other side, we have to find also an agreement with platforms.
Thank you very much, Minister Papasteriou. So, Mr. Kikilias, you have been also recently to the United States. You have crucial talks there, among your talks with Secretary Bergam, who is now visiting our country. Again, it is the second time in less than 2 months. Could you share with us more details about your visit there and what opportunities you observed emerging in the maritime sector as well as in the port sector for both countries?
Sure. We talk again in terms of us in the United States of new job opportunities, wealth for our people, growth, and security through energy. So Secretary Bergam, Secretary Wright, Secretary Duffy, I saw all of them. They insist and they're right. It's shipyards, shipping and energy together. And I would add ports too. So Prime Minister Mitsotakis has given them mandate to start discussing with our counterparts of how we will reinforce shipyards. We've seen them now in Greece, here, but also in the United States, and link them together. Ship repairs and shipbuilding, and last but not least, American investments in Greek ports that are linked with the FSRU, with LNG, bulk, carriers, RoRo, or even in the part of defense, dual-use ports. So I think that we will be engaging in the weeks and months to come in frameworks and agreements that have to do with American strategic investments in Greece that will link the three. And we're very, very happy because it must all come down to actual politics and the real economy. And this happens through happiness of our people, of the average Greek and American family, I insist, because this is the way for the majorities to support reforms, to support investments, to support joint efforts, and I feel that real soon we have big announcements to make.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your participation today. Thank you all for being with us today. Thank you.
We extend our sincere thanks to the ministers for sharing their perspectives on national strategy and cross-sector collaboration, and a warm thank you as well to Mrs. Mara Zaharia for guiding us through this important dialogue. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the second half of our country spotlight session, turning from government strategy to the role of the private sector. And as the stage is preparing, allow me to tell you that the next panel is titled Industry Perspective Turning Vision into Action. It will explore how major Greek energy infrastructure companies are implementing national objectives, attracting investment, and of course, driving regional connectivity. To lead the discussion, please welcome on stage Mr. Stelios Fragos, CEO of the Hellenic Infrastructure and Innovation Fund. He's going to introduce you our panelists. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Stelios Fragos. I'm the CEO of the newly launched Hellenic Innovation and Infrastructure Fund, and I'm honored to moderate this session on the P-TEC Spotlight on Greece, turning vision into action. So we've just heard from our government leadership and ministers about Greece's strategic transformation, from energy independence and digital governance to the enduring strengths of our shipping and industrial sectors. Now I think we should turn our focus towards the driving force behind this transformation, which is the private sector. I'm joined in this session by 4 corporate leaders who are not only responding to policy shifts, but are actually actively shaping Greece's future as a regional hub for energy, technology and investment. Starting from my left, I'm joined by Mr. Andreas Yamesis, CEO of Hellenic Energy. His leadership is guiding one of the largest energy groups for Greece through its transformation towards innovation and regional leadership. Next to him is Mr. Kostis Livneos. He's the Vice President of Gas Trade. He's working in LNG infrastructure and turning it into a pivotal way for Greece to diversify its energy sources and reinforcing our role as a gateway for energy in Southeast Europe. Next to him is Mr. Panos Xenokostas. He is the Chairman and CEO of Onex, a driving force in the revival of Greece's shipyard industry and advanced manufacturing, helping transform Greece into a global maritime player and also part of the global energy supply chain. Last but not least, Mr. Kostas Xifaras. He's the CEO of DEPA. He is, under his leadership, he's spearheading Greece's energy transformation, investing in natural gas and infrastructure that supports national and European energy security. Now, we've heard very, very interesting views, a very clear message, and policies really driving this transformation. What I'm very, very keen on to have a quick conversation with you is about understanding how your organizations, are helping translate this policy shift into tangible projects and investments. In particular, I know you all have robust and very exciting pipelines, so please do share with us both what you're doing, but also I would like a key example to help highlight and project how Greece is changing into a regional energy and innovation hub and why this is a game changer. And I'm going to start actually on the far end with Mr. Kostas Xifaras, who we may have to excuse due to pressing other commitments. And Costa, over to you to start and tell us about DEPA.
Thank you, Stelios. It's a great honor to be here today. Thank you, Minister Papastavros, Minister Wright, for this very important occasion of P-TEC in Greece. And I think it is a crucial moment for Greek and US relationships, but not only. Now, as the 2025 comes to the end, I think we have a very, very clear situation where we are entering. We have the EU new framework. We have 3 new targets, the Russian phase-out, early 2026 for the spot LNG and the spot pipeline gas, but of course, the end of 2027, which will have the total halt of Russian gas. We have the policy that EU now concentrates about energy security, and I think through the energy security we have the independence. And this is very, very high to the public discussion in the States and the European Union. And I think this is the cornerstone also of the relationship with the United States. Now in Greece, and I think this is the cornerstone of our discussion, we are already preparing for the phase-out under the administration of our ministry and our leadership from Prime Minister. As DEPA, we have at least 2 long-term contracts, the Azeri gas through TAP, and I think this is very important for Greece, but of course also the contract with the Russian counterpart. This is now in the end, and I think it's very clear that we are entering in the next phase. At least from DEPA side, we are in the great position that we have capacities in the terminals of Revithoussa, in the FSRU of Alexandroupolis, in IGB, which in the last 2 we have also stakes, and I think already working on how to utilize much better our capacity there. So, and this is, I think, the most important. We are in a deep discussion with our US suppliers in order to make a realization the new era of the Greek energy system. In that aspect, we have the last few weeks, few announcements with a new company to export LNG, US LNG, through Greece and our terminals to Bulgaria, Moldova, Romania, and Ukraine. And I think we are going to have positive outcome today and tomorrow. in order to give the pace of the new situation. And I think the most important now is the energy security and the independence. And from the moment this will be covered, only good news and new results are coming to have deeper relationship with our LNG suppliers from United States, and not only, but it's very clear for our policy that the relationship with United States will become closer and closer. And this will strengthen our alliance, but of course also our relationship with our counterparts in Balkan region, but not only. So I think we are in a very good position on that. DEPA will play the role, and from now on, it's to go from vision to action. And I think this is the message, even in EU level, but especially in Greece, we are there. We are in action. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry for...
Costa, thank you.
I will need to be excused.
Joining us, I think we can let you carry on with your commitments. And let me turn quickly to Andreas, who's taken the stage already once today. Some very exciting news, and we're going to put you on the spot again and kind of ask you to share with us about the pipeline of the projects and how this policy turns into action, as Kostas just mentioned.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. I don't know if you can hear me. Yep, you can now.
It just kicked in, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have to hold you down. Anyway, first of all, a couple of words about our company. Hellenic Energy is the largest energy company in Greece, and in fact in the region. We are less Hellenic than our name suggests, because we have a footprint of a number of countries. We are in market with our own subsidiaries in about 8 different countries in the region, and we actually trade 6% of our business outside of Greece. We have trades with about 100 different countries. So when you want to talk about being a hub and extroversion, I think this is the right company to start with. In terms of energy value chain, we are present in pretty much all of the value chain parts. But if we were to listen to what Europe was saying not so long ago, we would have shut down the refineries maybe a few years ago. And guess what? Nobody would be able to come to this event. They wouldn't be able to fly, they wouldn't be able to sail, they wouldn't be able to drive. So while we all want to save the planet, and I don't think there is anybody in this room that will defer, there has to be a more realistic approach to that. So while we're investing in hydrogen, in green electrons, we still know and believe that hydrocarbons will be part of the value chain, of the energy value chain, for a number of years. That brings us to the signing ceremony a while ago. Hellenic Energy has concentrated its efforts on the upstream in Greece. In fact, I've been with the group for just over 20 years. It's the first time that I have seen the government move with such determination and speed. And I wish to thank the minister for that, because within a few months, we got the Chevron coming into Greece with 4 blocks. We're partners with Chevron. The Exxon deal, I think, was completed in the space of weeks. It was been brewing for a number of months, but the speed in which it was completed is amazing. And it is something which will help to add some part of stability in the system. Now, the hydrocarbons issue is very important because it is the easiest form of transferable energy. Everything else needs pipelines, they need cables, connections, and they need cheap energy production, which is not the case. Technology does not support that. I'm not saying we'll never do that, but today it doesn't support that. As a group, we have been trained, if you will, to be able to adjust to the market. And the transition, be it technological or supplier or relationship, is something that we know how to do. Let me remind you, not so long ago, about 80% of the crude intake into Greece was coming from North Africa, Iran, and Russia. Today, zero crude intake from those countries. We've been able to replace it with other sources, the US being one of them, and it just demonstrates that flexibility is very important. And by being a transportation hub for Central and Eastern Europe, which is something that we do, and I hope that in the next few weeks, we'll be announcing the recommencement of a pipeline going from northern Greece to North Macedonia and onwards to the Balkans, because now, as we all know, the Russian-owned refineries and supply chain is challenged. So for us, it's a unique opportunity to use Greece as a gateway, get products into the Balkans, and make sure that those markets remain properly supplied. So it's very important to have deals like this, to have agreements like this, as more importantly, to have partnerships with people who share the same set of values and business ethics. And for that, we need to thank Exxon. We're actually a bit more part of Exxon than people know. All of our refineries are Exxon-based technology. One of them is actually an old Exxon refinery that we bought. So I think we're in good, in a good roadmap.
Absolutely, it's absolutely. Actually, you're making it very easy for me. It almost sounds as if it's scripted, but you talked about interconnectivity, and I think passing on the mic to Kostis, he can share with us insights on working with LNG and its impact on both energy and regional energy and interconnectivity, which is key in Greece becoming a hub. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. The Secretary, the Minister, the P-TEC friends and colleagues, Greece is transforming. Greece used to be a small consumer at the end of the chain, and now it's turning to a key player, an energy gateway, a hub that connects east to west and south to north. It's becoming a structural link at the very beginning of the European new energy supply chain. I'll steal some words from you, Mr. Minister. Greece, with self-confidence and a clear strategic vision, is taking initiatives and co-shapes the region's energy future. Greece is transforming together with its allies. One thing was clear after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, that energy and security and diversification are synonymous with geopolitical independence. Within this framework, Greece continues to invest in major energy infrastructures with the support of the European Union and the United States. In two axes. One is new energy entry gateways for energy supply in Southeastern Europe and Central Europe, and the second one is to enhance interconnectivity. This is a way to secure energy security, resilience, abundance, and affordability, all of which in turn create tangible trading opportunities through deeper market integration across the region. Such progress would not have been possible without regional cooperation and mutual understanding and solidarity. And Greece, for many years now, works together with its neighbors with dedication and consistency towards a regional energy integration, undertaking leadership initiatives, always in transparent and fair terms. Now, the geography of Greece, the position of Greece, which is combined with a consistent strategic and political approach, enhances Greece's role as an energy pearl, particularly in this sensitive part of Europe. The LNG terminals in Revithoussa and Alexandroupoli, the new natural gas-fired power generations developed, for example, in Thrace, and the investment in the transmission networks are all there to capitalize on these strategic advantages. The rapid developments in Europe in the effort to phase out any dependence on Russian natural gas are turning Greece into an energy hub, with Alexandroupolis playing a pivotal role in this transformation. The Alexandroupolis FSRU, which started operations in 2024, reshapes decisively the energy balance in the wider region, with capacity commitments to supply not only Greece, but Bulgaria, Romania, North Macedonia, and Serbia. We are fully booked practically for the next 3-4 years. What we see, there's a significant growth perspective in Central and Southeastern Europe. If you look at the organic growth looking forward to 2030, we're looking about 15 to 17 BCM increase, or like a 30-35% increase in demand, and that's just organic demand. Now, if you add to this the actual space that will be generated by the removal of Russian gas, that adds another 15, 16 BCM. So in total, we're looking at an opportunity which is in the size of 30 BCM. That's equivalent to 300 LNG cargoes per year. That's a massive number. Now, Greece, and in particular Alexandroupolis, have a critical role to play in this. With the completion of the vertical corridor, which is actually, I mean, you heard a lot about that. It's an exemplary initiative that showcases how powerful the cooperation among countries and operators can be when guided by common interest. Around 10 BCM of gas can be exported from Greece to its north, to the markets of its north. Now, in this way, Greece can offer and will offer reliable supply solutions addressing the post-Russian gas markets in Greece, but also the markets further northeast in Moldova and Ukraine, and northwest in Hungary and Slovakia, with volumes exceeding 15 BCM. In this context, our company, Gastrade, develops a second FSRU in the same region of Alexandroupolis to complement Revithoussa and our existing FSRU. Together, these two FSRUs will have an aggregate capacity to process 100 LNG cargoes per year. That's about 10 BCM per year, with a view to fully exploit the upgraded export capability of Greece and the transportation capacity of the vertical corridor, which is going to be practically 10 BCM by the end of the year. So, in this way, Greece further enhances its extraversion, its outward reach, and its alliances. And as we say, together we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Switching, going across to Mr. Xenokostas. Pano, please do share with us both some of your views on this whole policy shift, but also let's talk a little bit as well, as a prime example of a recent investment by DFC, what are institutional investors looking into and how they approach Greece, having turned page from recovery into its growth stage.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Yeah. Secretary Wright, Mr. Papastavru, Mr. Papakilias, distinguished guests. Let's go back to 2018, 7-8 years ago. If a man back then would start describing what happens in the Greek shipbuilding industry right now, back then meaning when we first introduced to Syros Island, to Syros shipyard, the first shipyard we acquired, and for the people who do not know, this is the third biggest in Greece. Nothing was there. The shipyard was left under operating for 15 years, not operating for 5 years. 180 people there, not paid for 3 to 5 years. Nothing was there. Just scrap, demolished the whole facilities, nothing was there. If someone also, back in 2022, who had told us what happens in LFC shipyard, the second shipyard in Greece we acquired, Again, nothing was there, 600 workers unpaid for 5 years. Another shipyard, second bigger in Greece, under operating for 15 to 20 years. If someone back then would have described that today in those two shipyards that consolidated, they are considered to be the biggest ship repairing facility in Greece based on operations and numbers, and those two shipyards that have now serviced close to 800 ships, record for Greece, then this man, everyone here, would have described as a madman. But back then we had a vision, very few in the beginning, and we started something crazy, but the most important thing that we reached to this point, besides all the good things that we did in means, methods, investments, is because, first of all, the workers believe in it. Second, the society really wanted. And third is because two governments thought out of the box back then. And they did whatever, things that never happened in the past. And I'm starting from US government. Back then, during first President Trump's administration, DFC, and US government, through Congress, changed the framework, passed a bill in order companies like ours to be able to have financing from DFC. We were the first shipyard around the globe, and how fantastic it is. Back then, too many years ago, someone thought that shipyard is a strategic sector of the economy and of the industry, which today is the talk of the town and of the planet. And because also, the Greek government also passed the bill because, especially in LFCs, we had to restructure close to half a billion euros of losses. And then Prime Minister Mitsotakis' government, Minister of Development, I see also Minister Papastavros back then during LFCs played a key role back then, and now ministers like Minister Kikilias still playing and all playing a key role because it's not one man's vision or job, it's about a team effort. We have to change things, and without changing legislation and framework, nothing will happen. Now, in our shipyards, we have the ability and we're supporting close to 200 ships per year. We're also moving forward with shipbuilding. And we are moving forward alongside with DFC in new investments, actually utilizing all the property we own, a massive property on the water. Now, this is what we have done, and we're all very proud because among the ships that we repair is also energy ships, tankers, LNGs, you name it. But we're moving further with new investments and developments. We are transforming the hub of LFCs and the hub Onyx here in Greece to a leading hub supporting LNG vertically, shipping, infrastructure, terminals, storage. We can be an alternative corridor for goods, alternative from Piraeus, moving forward all goods and all energy related or not, dual use, defense or commercial, through Attiki region to Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean. And this is happening now. Again, all the reformations and legislation from the Greek government are happening. Red tapes, they're cutting red tapes every day, and we are very grateful about that. At the same time, we share our future as a shipyard also in the new era, because LNG is the fuel of today and tomorrow. And according to my opinion and my view, because I have also engineering background, I feel that the only reliable change in that could happen through new technology, through SMR. SMR could replace and could play a key role in shipping of tomorrow, and also through FPPs, with FPPs, new technology FPPs, production offshore. We're talking about international markets. We're not talking about only Greece. This is for international, this is based on our plans for the region and also United States. And in order to make all this happen, discussions like these ones today are taking place in China, in India, in our neighborhood, in every corner of the planet. So it's a global race. In global race, the pace is not set by us, it's set by the competition. And because in the past, knowledge used to be power, but now power is knowledge through AI, we have to do everything very fast to speed up, because in order to keep shaping the future for our companies, countries, and our societies, for all the free world, we have to act now. Thank you.
few minutes on, let me do a quick rapid fire on following up on the theme of acting now and doing it. And obviously, this is a big challenge. We can't do it alone. It's about partnerships we saw today. Andrea, maybe share with us a bit of insights on how you get through, how you bring people back to Greece to invest in Greece that we're seeing now from the US at a G2G level, but at a corporate level as well. Yep. And I have a vested interest as an investor now in the country, right? So I do want to, I see the opportunities, but I do want to get and pick your brains in front of everybody right here.
No, it is a challenge. For us, it's a challenge on three grounds. The first one is the obvious one, the financing and everything, which everybody's talking about. How do you attract investments? That's the easiest part. The second part is human capital. And that's where things get a little bit more difficult because, unfortunately, Greece, along with a number of other countries, but maybe Greece a little bit more than its fair share, went through a big crisis, a long crisis of 10 years. A lot of people left the country. We are having problems getting those people back. Clearly, they trust the country, but the pace of growth has been so much larger than what we expected, and we are actually increasing the skills gap. And that brings me to the third part of this equation, which is partnerships. Yes, you can find money, maybe you can find resources, but you need partnerships in order to be able to progress because, we're a small country. We have 11 million people. Maybe we behave like a country twice our economy because of tourism. But we need access to technology, to bigger companies that can help. I mean, Exxon and Chevron are very good examples of that in our sector. But you need partnerships with companies that, as I said earlier, share the same set of values. And that's not easy to get. I think that US companies, at least to my experience over the last few years, and I've worked for US companies in the past, so I know how they think, are much closer to us than even some of the European companies, because Europe has gone a little bit too far on the compliance regulation side. And forgot that in order to have regulation and sustainability, you have to have a business as well. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So I think that's the most important part, to convince people that we are a credible and serious market and partners to do business with.
Thank you. Kosti, maybe two thoughts from you. A quick thought on, you talked about the number of projects you have and how you're building this gateway. How do you see and I think for you, given the interconnectivity element, how is policy and partnership at a G2G level helping shape and facilitate the way you do business? I think maybe just a very quick thought from you before we close off.
We started the project of Alexandroupolis in 2010. I think that was a vision of Mr. Kopelouzos at the time. And there was no war, there was nothing, everything was all smooth. The entire region was supplied by Russian gas. There was no problem, or there seemed to be no problem. But the market was there. The idea of diversification, of independence, of finding alternative resources was there. In order to move such strategic projects, which perhaps there's no obvious need for that, but you need to have a vision, you need to share that vision, and you need your governments to share that vision with you. And what we've seen is that the Greek government has shared that vision, and not only the Greek government, but the governments of the countries in the region, because this was not a project just for Greece, that was a project for the entire region. In fact, it was more a project for the entire region than it was a project for Greece. But for Greece, it was an amazing opportunity to show leadership, and I'm proud to say that Greece has taken that challenge and showed leadership, and our current Prime Minister has been a catalyst in making this happen, because really consistently he has proven to try to work with our allies in a very dedicated and stable way, demonstrating his will to make things happen. So that's how we managed to make that, and that's a great example of partnership, because as you know, not only we have Bulgarians as shareholders, but we also have commitments from all the countries around us.
Connor, maybe very quickly, 3 years in, happy marriage with the investors? Yes.
I mean, having on our side the greatest organization of the greatest country in the world, I can all be thankful, grateful, at the same time honored, but committed. And we're committed to succeed. And again, as an engineer, I'm always thinking reversing. Since the target, and when the target is to create power and the power acceleration, we are here to make it happen, to get it done, and we never stop until we get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me quickly wrap this up as we're running very quickly out of time. So first of all, thank you for the insights, the incredible work and pipeline you're working on. From today's discussion, there's a very, very clear message. Policy is helping facilitate, accelerate, and bring partnerships to the table. And I think what you're hearing from the private sector is that they're changing that, they're responding to that change and that request, and they're making it happen. So with that, and as we look ahead, I think Greece's journey from recovery into becoming a true hub of energy, transforming not just at an economic level, but you're looking at it at a macro level, but at a corporate level as well. I think we rest assured from what we heard that we're seeing two things. It's backed by sound investment and a very, very clear vision for the next stage of growth. With that, let's continue to build bridges between policy and practice on a regional and an international level with the US and our partners, and build resilience in this region. Thank you for your time. Please welcome me, thanking my panelists.
Thank you all so much. Thank you to Mr. Fragos and to all participating executives for sharing such concrete examples of how vision becomes reality through investment, partnership, and leadership. So we now need some time to change the scenery on the stage. I have to say a big thank you to all our speakers for spotting light Greece's momentum and its role as an energy getaway in the region. Now, the next session will be super interesting as well as all the previous ones, Mr. Papastavrou, Secretary Wright. So, we are honored to invite remarks from the Secretary of the Interior of the United States, Mr. Doug Bergam. Please applaud because I have some more to say. To formally introduce the Secretary, we are very happy and very honored to welcome on stage the Ambassador of the United States to Greece, Mrs. Kimberly Guilfoyle. Welcome to Greece, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Wonderful. All right, well, good morning, everyone. It is my honor to join you all here at the 6th Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation Business Forum and Ministerial, especially at such an iconic venue. This is truly a historic event. For the first time, we are joined by not one, but 2 U.S. cabinet secretaries. Their presence underscores the importance that the United States places on this event and our relationship with Greece and all our partners across Europe. This morning's programming has already shown the strength of our partnership, from the fireside chat between Secretary Wright and Minister Papastavrou, to the iconic and historical signing of an amazing deal with ExxonMobil and Energean. We are seeing firsthand how collaboration drives progress. It is now my great pleasure and privilege to introduce another leader whose vision and determination is shaping U.S. energy policy and inspiring innovation across industries. He is my close friend and a very close friend of the President of the United States, Secretary of the Interior, Doug Bergam. Not yet, honey. Secretary Bergam's story, and you need to hear it because he's an incredible human being, is a testament to the American dream. He was raised in Arthur, North Dakota. He worked as a chimney sweep to pay his way through college. He went on to earn an MBA from Stanford University and founded Great Plains Software. As startup, he grew into a global success. As governor of North Dakota, Secretary Bergam championed economic growth and reduced red tape. Forbes named him America's best entrepreneurial governor. Under his leadership, North Dakota flourished and achieved unprecedented levels of growth and job creation. Today, as the 55th Secretary of the Interior, he brings that same entrepreneurial spirit to one of the most critical issues of our time, energy security. His leadership reflects President Donald J. Trump's commitment to using our energy abundance to guarantee Europe's energy security, as the Secretary highlighted in his very successful first visit to Greece earlier this year. Please join me in giving a very warm Greek welcome to Secretary of the Interior, Doug Bergam.
How amazing it is and how lucky Greece is to have the best ambassador in the world right here, Kimberly Guilfoyle. Way to go. She's bringing intelligence and determination and relationships and commitment to her role, and already in the short time that she's been here, we can feel the difference that she's making, and it's so important. But let me begin with not only gratitude for the ambassador, but gratitude for all the ministers who are here, all the speakers that are here, all the companies that are here, and all of you that are here. This is a relatively, even though it's the largest P-TEC ever at 1,200 people registered, it reflects the importance of this moment in time in history. But it also, again, is a relatively small group versus the impact that this group can have on the entire world. And it was interesting, there was an anthropologist, Margaret Mead, said that if you looked back at history, you could observe that a small group of committed individuals could actually change the world. And indeed, that's the only thing that ever has changed the world. And when I look out at all of you and I look at the people and I look at the meetings that I've been to, I know that in this room there's a lot of people that are committed. And you're committed to a set of shared values around the things that were talked about this morning by the two ministers when we had Papastravos and Chris Wright, who built and forged this great relationship around peace and prosperity, because that's the two words that summarize President Trump's energy agenda and his diplomacy, what I'll call energy diplomacy, because he understands that when we've got energy abundance, when we have the ability as a country to sell energy to our friends and allies so they don't have to buy from adversaries, people that might be funding wars or people that are funding terrorism, when we have that ability, that we not only can bring peace to the world, but what follows is the prosperity. And as Chris Wright so eloquently described this morning, that the prosperity that comes from having abundant, reliable, secure, affordable energy. And I would take it even further, because I know there's a debate across Europe, and it's, I think, been framed in a very odd way, because all the statistics, including those that Chris shared this morning, are that when you have more energy, humans flourish, lifespans increase, incomes go up, drudgery goes down. It transforms the way people live. They can stop doing the things that they just need to survive, and they can start doing the things that allow them to flourish. And yet here we are today, with 800 million people, 1/10 of our planet does not even have access to electricity. And we have many other people that have access to electricity, but it's unaffordable, or power, or heating their homes. We have people around the world that will be cooking their dinner tonight on wood, and millions dying from the respiratory diseases related to that. The moral high ground is not stopping energy through regulation. The moral high ground is not saying that we're going to save the planet by some computer model that might project that we're going to have 1 degree of temperature change in the year 2100. The moral high ground belongs to the people that believe in affordable, reliable, and secure energy. And that energy is not just for what we need today, but it's for what's coming. And so I want to say, if you're here in this room, you're part of the solution. You're part of that committed group of individuals. You're at least open-minded enough to be here to say, wow, is there a path for the EU and for Europe and for every country and for the world to say that when we've got energy abundance, that's actually good for everyone. It's good for everyone because, as Chris has noted, energy is not a separate industry. It is the foundational industry. It doesn't matter the clothes that you're wearing today, the home you live in, how you heat it, how the lights operate, the car you drove in, the transportation to get here, the plane you flew on. Energy is a component of all of those things. And when we've got reliable, affordable, secure energy, then everybody can benefit. So if we want to lift up the planet, we know what we have to do, and that was a given. But there's something else that's happening at the same point in time. As Kimberly shared, I grew up in this small town in North Dakota, 300 people. I thought I was going to spend my life in agriculture like all the generations that had gone before me, but something happened, and it was the technology revolution driven by Moore's Law and chips and software and personal computing. And as a kid that grew up thinking that I was going to end up farming my whole life, all of a sudden I had an opportunity to go out and create jobs and build a global company and do all the things because of the marvel of technology. And that technology, part of the core of that was software. I was on the software side of the tech industry, and software had been the invention that in any time in history was the thing that expanded human capability more than any other. It was the thing that drove productivity for decades. And in Moore's Law, getting twice the power at half the price every 18 to 24 months. And a lot of people didn't understand what that meant, that, wow, I could have a device like all of you have in your pocket. You've got a supercomputer in your pocket that's got gigabytes of storage and hundreds of applications. It's more powerful than anything that was used even for the Apollo ships to reach the moon. And we just completely take it for granted, and we think that's all amazing. But as we stand here today, something else is happening. Artificial intelligence, which few people yet understand, is on us, it's arriving, and it's creating a demand curve for electricity and power like we've never seen before. And why is that? And I would just encourage everybody in this room to stop calling things a data center. Data centers exist. If there's a data center for a health insurance company, then they're processing a claim between a patient and a payer and a provider. If you have a data center that's processing online shopping claims, yes, it's a closed loop system between a customer and perhaps a third party and some online retailer. But those benefit those people involved in that transaction. The reason why they talk about things like ChatGPT, it's a general purpose technology, GPT. If artificial intelligence can apply to every job, every company, and every industry, it can affect, and when applied to energy, we can make energy production smarter, cleaner, and more efficient. When it's applied to medicine or medical things, we can find cures for cancer. When it's applied to education, which we sometimes spend a lot of money on and don't get the results we're looking for, we have the possibility of creating low-cost, amazing one-on-one tutors for every student literally in the world. We talked about, we would be so much further ahead if we had more software developers, but every country had an estimate of how many software developers they were short of. But what can AI do? AI can actually write code, and not bad code, it writes great code. There's some estimates that the models that are out today write software better than 99% of the people who've ever written software. It is equivalent to the best of the best. It reflects the very best. So again, now software was this great productivity tool. Now we can create software. Literally, people that have never written a line of code can give a description to a tool, and it'll create the code for you. I mean, these are miracles happening right before our eyes, but they require energy and they require power. But what does this mean? What does this mean? In all of history, in all languages, there's always been a phrase that says that knowledge is power. And we all understood that meant those that had the know, that had better information, knowledge is power. But today, now for the first time, a kilowatt of electricity not going into a data center, but going into a place where we take electricity and we convert it into intelligence. Literally, these are intelligence factories. These are the ability to manufacture intelligence with power. The demand for power is going to be so tremendous, and the solutions that come from manufacturing intelligence, applying it across all industries and all jobs, is going to be incredible. But what do we have? Is this going to spread evenly around the world? You'd like to think so, but what is going to happen? No, the capital investment, the largest CapEx budgets in the world are going towards manufacturing more intelligence. They're going towards consuming the power that we're generating. But where are those CapEx dollars going to be centered geographically? They're going to the places that have policies that are pro-energy and provide low energy costs. If you live in a country or a region or a part of the world that has a set of policies that drive energy prices up, you're going to miss out on the next wave of investment that's going to drive this revolution, which will affect manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and then the physical AI that comes behind that, robotics and engineering, all the things that come later. And if you live in a place where you said, oh, our electricity prices may be on par with someplace else, but now I'm going to layer over a pile of regulation that makes it unattractive for anybody to come and do that work around AI, there's also going to miss out. And I have great concerns, and I think the United States has great concerns about the EU in general, about the regulatory state that is just putting an overburden on it, where we'd have all of our allies in Europe will miss out on this next wave because of the regulatory regime. Again, it's innovation that creates greatness. Innovation has always been the source of greatness. Regulation, you can't pick up a book to say, here are the great regulators in history. Look at all the great regulations they've come with over time. No, you can find books and books of great inventors and great innovators, people that have transformed and create jobs. There is not a catalog of great regulators. And there's a reason why, because regulations are backward-looking. Innovation is forward-looking. As we sit and stew and try to apply and enforce regulations, when we're doing that, sometimes backwards, we don't even know what we're foreclosing for the future that would come from innovation. So what we need to do is not only have a combination of affordable, reliable energy, we've got to have a regulatory environment that allows innovation to flourish, to allow those ideas to apply to every industry, including this industry. So with that, I would say again, and I said this morning, we're not in a period of energy transition. We're in a period of energy addition. We need to add an energy for people just to live today, to live at the standard of living that all of us are living at. But we also need lots more energy to fuel the AI arms race. Because this is not a static thing. The free world, the European nations, the United States, we're in an AI arms race, and we're in an AI arms race with China. China is completely disregarding anything related to a net zero energy policy, completely disregarding. They added last year 93 megawatts of coal. 1 megawatt of coal would run a metro area the size of Athens. They added one of those every 4 days. And this isn't the kind of coal plants that might be running around the world in the free world or in the United States, which are clean. If they're surviving today, they've cleaned everything out that you can possibly imagine, NOx, SOx, even CO2 in some cases. But China is just saying they understand they need more power. And so we are in a business where we're losing. We can be ahead in chips, we can be ahead in software, but if another country says we are going to build power and we don't care about being the world's largest emitter, that's what we're up against. And you say, but what about the moral high ground? Abundant energy wins. What about the environment? We can solve any issue related to a degree of climate change by if we have harnessed AI for our benefit. The innovation will come, just as it always has, just as it has in the United States, where we've built a bigger and bigger economy, and we've done it in a cleaner and cleaner way. That's what's happened in the U.S., not through regulation, through innovation. So in closing, I want to just say to all of you, I want to issue a challenge to everyone. I want everybody here to say that, you know, one of the great superpowers today in a time of AI, where you have an opportunity where you can ask a question to any time, anywhere, on any device. We live in a world where we've got access to more information. We have to have the humility to say some of the things that we may have believed in the past are not true today. and harnessing that curiosity and harnessing that humility to say, look, maybe this path of regulation is not the way. That's not the moral high ground path. Maybe the path to moral high ground is innovation. Maybe the path to the moral high ground is more abundant energy, not less energy. Those two things, because that's what I believe to be true, and I've spent my lifetime thinking about this. And we are driving U.S. policy under the leadership of President Trump towards a more energy abundant world. President Trump is ending conflicts around the world using energy diplomacy. He's intending to end this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And part of the way we're going to secure a future for Eastern Europe is with the vertical corridor. And the vertical corridor isn't just a bunch of infrastructure projects. There's 100 million people that live in that part of Eastern Europe. And that group of the people that live there need to figure out that they have an opportunity through their own self-determination to say, we are going to ensure our national security and our energy security through cooperation to make sure that we've got opportunities to have energy come to our countries and our geographies and not be dependent on someone who has used that power of controlling a neighbor's energy supply in ways that are adversarial. So the future, of course, is tremendously bright, but it all begins with great leadership and great policies. And as we look across Eastern Europe, we see a lot of great leaders. The Prime Minister here from Greece doing a fantastic job. His ministers that he has working for them that have become friends of ours. These folks are on the right page. This is a roadmap. There are neighboring countries here that are on the same path, but we are fully committed, the United States, to help support the vertical corridor. And you're saying, what are we doing about that? Part of what we're doing is, if people say, where is the gas going to come from? A year ago, this week, was when President Trump was elected. A year ago, the United States had a ban on building LNG export facilities. This year, we stand here today with our LNG exports up 25% over last year, the world's largest exporter of LNG. And how did we become that nation of the world's largest exporter? When 20 years ago we were a net importer, it was innovation. It was the innovation of the shale revolution in America that created that abundance, which we now share with our allies. We can displace, the United States alone could displace all the Russian gas in Europe with what we're building. And I know, and I've met with them here, we have entrepreneurs and innovators that are here. There have been 5 projects that got restarted on the Gulf of America. There are 8 new projects that are under construction. At a minimum, each one of those is $10 billion or more. So we have the opportunity to continue to increase and increase and increase our LNG exports to our partners here in Europe. So you can count on us as a trusted, reliable supplier. And when volume goes up and infrastructure gets built, the price will go down. It'll become even more affordable. So as we leave here today, again, my challenge to all of you is to challenge you is to think about innovation over regulation as a solution. Think about energy abundance as the moral high ground to solve the problems that we're facing. And then together, us and our allies have an opportunity to win the AI arms race and deliver a future for the world that's absolutely going to be almost unimaginable. But we can't do that without all of you. It takes everyone. It takes groups of committed individuals. And I want to again thank you for being here at P-TEC. Thank you for being part of the solution. Thank you for helping create a brighter future for the world.
We just said that we have less hot temperatures than Revithousa because it's the second time within the same year that he is here. So we thank Secretary Bergam for his address and, of course, Ambassador Guilfoyle for underlining the importance of continued cooperation in advancing shared energy and infrastructure goals across the Atlantic. Following these morning high-level discussions, we now pause for a lunch Today's luncheon is hosted by the American Central European Business Association and brings together CEOs and senior executives for continued dialogue on transatlantic investment and cooperation. Lunch will be served down the hall, and on your left, please follow the signs, here at the Zapion. We kindly ask all participants to be back within an hour. Thank you so much. As a reminder, please make your way back from lunch. The program will begin in a couple of minutes. Thank you. So welcome back and good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We will now begin the rest of the sessions with a panel focused on the most essential enablers of large-scale energy development. That is capital. The discussion will examine innovative financial frameworks, multilateral partnerships, and institutional reforms that can bridge the financing gap for energy infrastructure. By exploring strategies to reduce risk in investments, attract private capital, and build bankable projects. It will highlight how stakeholders can lay the financial backbone of a secure, interconnected energy future. To moderate this session, please welcome Mr. John Sarakakis, President of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's November 2025, and the world's energy map looks very different from what it did just a few years ago. Interest rates may have stabilized, but risk premiums have not. The global capital remains abundant, yet cautious, and hovering on the sidelines while the infrastructure backlog continues to grow. We are no longer short of liquidity, it seems. We are short of confidence and coordination. Meeting the world's energy demand today will require not only trillions of dollars, and for what I understand, it's $3.3 trillion just in 2025, but it will also require new forms of trust between government and investors, between industrial policy and climate ambition, between today's needs and tomorrow's promises. And as someone told me recently, capital does not fear risk, it fears disorder. On a quick side note, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce is not unfamiliar with advancing the energy agenda in the region. Over the past years, in partnership with the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, the U.S. Embassy, the Atlantic Council, and the U.S. Chamber Global Energy Institute, we organized the Southeast Europe Energy Forum, we call it CEF, which is a flagship conference, and I look forward to seeing you all again in September 2026. So, back in today's topic, let's discuss about how to restore order in the fractured energy finance landscape with our panelists. So allow me to introduce them to you. I have Mr. Connor Coleman, Head of Investment at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Established in 2019 with bipartisan support under President Trump, it is the international investment arm of the U.S. government. DFC partners with the private sector to advance the U.S. foreign policy and strengthen national security by mobilizing private capital globally. The DFC invests across strategic sectors, including critical minerals, modern infrastructure, and advanced technology, fostering development, supporting U.S. interests, and delivering returns to American taxpayers. And yesterday, the first project in Greece was announced between Actor and DEPA, in which I understand you participate. The next panelist is Mr. Ioannis Tsakiris, Vice President, European Investment Bank. The EIB serves as the financial arm of the European Union, supporting its policies and global priorities through sustainable investment. It is one of the world's largest multilateral financial institutions and a leading provider of climate finance, playing a pivotal role in driving the green transition and promoting inclusive growth worldwide. Our next panelist is Mr. Jeff Wilson, Senior Advisor for Energy Dominance from the Office of the President and Chairman of the Export-Import Bank of the U.S. The Exim Bank is the official export credit agency of the United States. Its mission is to support American job creation, prosperity, and security through exporting. They accomplish this by unlocking financial solutions for U.S. companies competing globally. They help level the playing field and fill gaps in private sector financing. And last but not least, Mr. Derek Wong, Vice President, Government Relations and Public Affairs from Accelerate Energy. Accelerate Energy is a US-based global LNG infrastructure company which offers a full range of flexible regasification services from floating LNG terminals to infrastructure development to LNG supply and power generation. So before we deep dive into our discussion, I would like to start with a very short question and answer on the macro level. Despite record commitments to energy transition funds, only about 1/3 of the required infrastructure investment in developing and middle-income economies is materializing. Why is that? Is it genuinely a shortage of capital or a failure to match investable projects with credible, de-risked frameworks? So I will invite Connor and Ioannis to just a short answer on this question, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And first off, great to be here with you all. I'm going to sound like a typical finance guy with my answer here, but I think it comes down to the structure of the investment. I think there is abundance of capital for the industry, as you've already been seeing. I think what is needed is institutions like ourselves to think very creatively of how to truly mobilize private capital to these investments. How can we think more so taking the mezzanine equity risk overall and giving up the senior secured position to the private markets that are needed to help facilitate transactions like this. And then for institutions like ourselves that have ties to the government, how can we be really the bridge between the private sector and the local government to help inform the regulation reforms that are necessary for these projects to advance? So I think it's a call to action by institutions like ourselves to be much more forward-leaning into the project and think creative around the structure necessary to facilitate the investments overall.
Okay, thank you for that. Ioannis, what's the EIB's view on this?
I will answer with just one word, building on what Connor said, and it's about bankability.
Okay. So now in 2025, with the higher borrowing costs and stricter ESG disclosure rules, are investors being more selective, or they're just trying to de-risk?
I think it's a mixture of both. Like when you look at investors and their ability, at the end of the day, the private sector needs to make a return. Going back to his point on bankability of the project, and there's a lot of different industries and sectors the private sector can invest in overall. So to your point, I think they are being more selective because there are a ton of opportunities that bear. So they need the right structure to be incentivized to come in for a certain project to make it bankable.
Yes. That makes sense, of course. So maybe, Ioannis, you can tell us about, because I assume your answer is going to be similar. If you can tell us a little bit about the blended finance that was designed to bridge the divide, but there's been slow progress. What's preventing blended models from scaling? Is it, you think, a lack of incentives? Is it bureaucratic inertia? Or something else, in your opinion?
Well, obviously, when it comes to bankability, blended finances is, I would say, the most appropriate solution. So de-risking the project, creating possibly, how can I say, a safety net for some investors. The thing when it comes to blended finance is that there's no one size that fits all. So every project, every source of money has its own specificities, has its own strings attached. So every time to structure a blended financing structure is difficult, time-consuming, and I would say a bit bumpy. So that's why I would say the supply of blended finance is by far less than the demand for capital.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So now let's move to the main part of the questions. Connor, the DFC finds itself funding both clean tech ventures and gas transition projects, a reflection of the real economy's mix. How do you reconcile the commercial imperative of returns with the geopolitical logic for energy security? And how does the DFC draw the line between the market catalysis and strategic influence?
Good question. Look, I always say I think I have the best job in the US government because I get to be returns oriented because at the end of the day, I always have to think about the return for the US taxpayer, but I'm not risk adjusted returns oriented. And what I mean by that is I can be the capital in the capital structure that makes everything pencil. If there's a strategic importance or an economic development importance to the United States government and the host country is. So we're allowed to think very creatively of our financial tools and instruments to help facilitate kind of the solutions in this sector overall. Obviously, under President Trump, massive focus on energy dominance. And as you heard Secretary Bergam say up here earlier, energy dominance means energy abundance. We want to try to find solutions for reliable, secure, affordable energy. And us at the DFC, we have a suite of financial products that we get to think through of how we can facilitate that. Anywhere from loans, both senior secured to mezzanine, equity, both common and structure, loan guarantees, and political risk insurance overall. When you look at our portfolio, what we've been able to achieve since 2019, we have about $8 billion deployed in the energy sector, $1 billion here in Europe alone. And I think what you're going to see from us over the next 4 years is that number continue to grow overall as we think more strategically and commit real dollars overall to these projects. I think a couple of great examples of projects we have financed here at the DFC is the Onyx shipyard here in Greece. We did about $125 million senior secured loan to help with that facility overall. Another really powerful instrument we've been utilizing here in Eastern Europe is kind of political risk insurance overall. We have a couple facilities in Ukraine and Moldova to help kind of facilitate LNG and energy overall into the region. So from the DFC's standpoint, we're here to be creative with the private sector. Our mandate is to help facilitate private capital mobilization. We want to see our dollars be a multiplier effect for private sector. Every dollar that I invest should be seeing 2, 3, 4x of private sector dollars coming into the capital structure alongside of us. And I think what the private sector really needs from institutions like ourselves, and I said this before, is to be much more active in the portfolio management side of things of the project. We're not just here to deploy capital, we're here to be lifelong partners to you in our investments overall. So it's helping us facilitate the necessary regulation reforms at the beginning of the transaction, but as issues arise, being that bridge between the governments that we're investing in and the private sector to make sure it's a win-win scenario for the private sector, the host country, and the US government overall.
Okay, thank you. Ioannis, the EIB is navigating a delicate balance. On the one hand, we have Europe's decarbonization commitments, and on the other hand, the post-Ukraine energy security imperatives. How do you finance both LNG terminals and hydrogen hubs while preserving the bank's climate credibility?
Thank you. Thank you, Yannis. First, let me tell you that we as European Investment Bank, our financing volume is about 100 billion per year. and the majority of it goes to energy-related projects. So, and when it comes to energy, our mandate is not, I would say, ideological, it is strategic and evidence-based. And our role is to finance the transition as it really happens and not as we wish that it would happen in theory. So after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, Europe faced immediately an energy security challenge. So we were asked, and we were obliged to do so, to respond, and we responded with targeted support for critical infrastructure, obviously only where it was transition compatible and fully aligned with REPowerEU financial tool. Our energy lending policy excludes investments in fossil fuel, but it allows exceptions to support LNG, for example, when it replaces coal or reinforces security of supply of energy. But what we do at the same time is that we are massively scaling up investments in future-proof solutions in grid, interconnections, storage, etc. So this is how we are trying, let's say, to balance the, I would say, this weird environment and challenge.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, in 2025, we see there's a clear that industrial policy is back. The US IRA and allied supply chains initiatives have repoliticized energy trade. So how does EXIM navigate between competitiveness and cooperation in this new era of economic security?
Thank you for the question. I think there's no doubt that energy markets are fundamentally different today than they have been over the past decade or 2 decades. And in part, that is because there are malign actors in the market. Energy is being wielded as a weapon. And I think under President Trump's leadership, what you've seen is that the US is re-engaging in a more fulsome way to make sure that energy dominance reads energy abundance, just like Connor mentioned, earlier with Secretary Bergam's comments. Our view on this is that EXIM plays a role in leveling the playing field. Malign actors are more than willing to underwrite markets at a loss to make sure that they dominate their counterparties. And that's not what we're here to do. We're here to fill the gap and to put the private sector in the US and the goods and services and supplies that we bring to the market on a level playing field. And so it is politicized in a way, but our job is really to depoliticize that and to bring capital to bear in a way that puts our counterparties, our friends, our allies on a sure footing. And our role is to make those markets more free and more fair by making sure that the playing field is level in a way that it hasn't been. I think you can look at the nuclear industry as a great example of this, where you have countries who have made strategic interests of their own a priority rather than deploying technology in a way that is best for the countries that want to adopt these technologies. Think about SMRs, think about large-scale nuclear facilities, think about natural gas. We have no better example than here in Europe, where gas has been wielded as a weapon by the Russian regime in order to hamstring the European economy. And EXIM will step in and play a role with our partners in the private sector to level that playing field and make sure that we have energy abundance, energy security, and energy safety around the world. And I think it's no surprise that when U.S. molecules or U.S. technologies find their way into markets, that you have a more secure, more reliable partner in a way that we haven't had in the past. And so there's a redoubling under President Trump's leadership to put both nuclear and LNG at the forefront and to supply those technologies and those molecules to our partners in a way to make the world more secure, more safe, and to provide energy abundance around the globe.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned nuclear. We'll get back to that in my next question. Derek, your company works in markets where regulatory timelines can outlast political ones. What is in your opinion, the single most the decisive factor that makes a project worth, bankable project? Is it policy predictability, sovereign creditworthiness, or is it the contractual clarity, or something else?
Yeah, John, that's a great question, and I think the overriding factor in all of those is partnership. And that's the most important when we think about how we structure a project to move forward to help our friends and allies get access to reliable, secure LNG. So Accelerate commercialized the first FSRU, floating storage regasification unit, in 2005 when the US was still importing natural gas. And now because of the shale revolution, because of American energy abundance, we're able to take that technology and bring it to other markets to allow them access to American LNG and secure sources. So it's about counterparty contracts, being able to get buy-in from governments and policymakers, and it's also about community engagement so you have the right social license to operate. A couple of examples of how we've done that. Since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have deployed 2 FSRUs to Europe, 1 to Finland and 1 to Germany, and that has had an immediate effect of allowing both countries and their neighbors to diversify away from Russian natural gas and be able to import LNG. I'm very glad to say that our terminal in Germany, in Wilhelmshaven, has exclusively imported American cargoes of LNG since commissioning, and that's a great sign of transatlantic cooperation. Outside of Europe, we've also deployed FSRUs to markets like Bangladesh, and we came alongside with the IFC, who joined us as an equity partner and a lead debt arranger, and that helped de-risk the project as a whole and allow us to be able to enter a market where few other companies would want to go in, and we've been operating there since 2018. And the last example I'd give is in Jamaica, where due to an acquisition earlier this year, we now operate an FSRU, we own a power plant, and we have a small-scale distribution network. So we're providing more than 50% of the island's electricity. And as a lot of you know, last week, Hurricane Melissa tore through Jamaica, and we were able to both safely remove the FSRU so that after the hurricane passed through, we could reconnect, bring gas back online, bring small-scale LNG to our customers. But partnership and how we've become indispensable on that island means that we also are using one of our LNG carriers that was in the region. We brought it to Panama, and we loaded the deck with humanitarian relief supplies, plywood, generators, medical, food, and water. It's arriving today in Jamaica to help the country rebuild and recover. So we're not just an infrastructure provider, we're a strategic partner, and where that partnership aligns across the value chain is where we get successful projects.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Connor, back to you. I asked Jeff a similar question. Now, giving the U.S. emphasis on supply chain authority today, do you think that regions of development finance can remain apolitical, or is there a change in energy investment that has now become an instrument of diplomacy, not just a financial issue? So is politics and financial diplomacy converging?
Look, I would say this, like, us at the DFC, we're very open that we're not just investing to make a financial return, we're investing to drive U.S. foreign policy objectives and economic growth in the countries that we invest in overall too. So I do think there are certain policy priorities that are going to be seen kind of seep in of, like, especially like under the Trump administration, our focus on exporting U.S. LNG and nuclear, as Jeff already kind of noted overall. However, I think the underlying message is very much clear overall. Like, the goal of all of this is to provide safe, secure, reliable, and affordable energy to these markets overall. And I think whether it's Europeans, the Americans, like any geography, we all are trying to achieve that one underlying mission. So to answer your question, I do think certain policies come into play here, but we're all trying to achieve the same goal of securing energy dominance and abundance.
Okay, that was very clear. Thank you for that. Ioannis, EIB has been central in the Europe's energy transition, of course, by financing grid upgrades, renewables, and interconnectors. Looking ahead, where do you see the most critical investment gaps, and how do you see the bank filling those gaps?
Thank you, Yanis, for the question. First of all, because there's also the point that about technology when it comes to energy. But when it comes to Europe, it's, according to my view, it's not about technology, but it's about scale, speed, and system integration, particularly the last one. So the biggest investment gap in Europe is in grid, obviously, interconnections, and a lot of digitalization of the network, so that also to allow renewables to work better with this mix of energy. As we see that the demand is going to double, the demand for energy is going to double over the next decade, Europe needs more than 600 billion in investments into grids, interconnections, and scaling up of the existing system. By saying this, we as European Investment Bank, we are shaping, let's say, our strategy towards this goal, primarily by, let's say, trying to create more smart financial instruments, like guarantees, like blended finance, so that also to leverage as much as we can private sector finance. Just let me tell you the general leverage factor that we are achieving as EIB is that with every euro we put, we leverage it by 3.4 times. And this is more when it comes to energy, because there is, let's say, a lot of demand for capital there. So that's how we are approaching this gap, which indeed Europe has to deal with it as soon as possible.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. So Jeff, you mentioned nuclear before, so here comes a question. How do you see nuclear fitting into the energy mix? And can you comment a bit on the new SMRs, the small modular reactors? Because there is a social resistance in some countries, especially those that were affected by the Chernobyl accident 2 decades ago. So on top of other considerations, you also have to deal with a social resistance, maybe. Can you make a comment on that also?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that the nuclear industry went through a lull. Post-Fukushima, post-Chernobyl, there was a question around the reliability and safety of nuclear. And I think we've done a good job in the industry of answering a lot of those questions. And the C in P-TEC is for cooperation, and I think nuclear industry relies on cooperation to allay those fears. But it's an exciting time for nuclear. It's an exciting time for EXIM when it comes to nuclear, because what we know, as Secretary Wright mentioned, what we know is we are short reliability in electricity markets. And I think there's no better opportunity to look at the nuclear industry and nuclear power as a source of clean, firm power. And we know that we need them. Whether it's Westinghouse's AP1000s in a large scale that are being deployed in Poland, that we saw very successful deployment in the US with Plant Vogtle and Southern companies, and the AP1000s, that demonstrated that we can do this. We have questions around deploying on time and on budget, and we certainly want to do that. But there's a gap in financing, and EXIM is going to step into that gap. Now, with respect to SMRs, this is a new technology, and I think it's okay to be concerned about what a new technology looks like. But what we know is that we've deployed SMRs for many decades, and we've done them in the U.S. nuclear submarine fleet. Those are SMRs. We know how to produce them. It's not novel technology. We've been doing it for decades. What we now need to do is bring that into the civil nuclear sector, right? We know that can be done, and I think there is a tremendous opportunity to field those small modular reactors in places where it's difficult to connect to the grid. I happened to have a conversation with the Prime Minister last night, and he mentioned that Greece is a unique opportunity to do this because you have islands that are not connected to a grid. There are always going to be opportunities to deploy unique niche solutions, and we've seen from our perspective, SMRs see an uptake in interest from countries. And back to the sea and cooperation, when we deploy nuclear technologies and civil nuclear technologies, what we're really building is partnerships. Connor mentioned partnerships. Those partnerships don't last a year, they don't last 2 years, they last 80 to 100 years, all the way from the design to the operation of the facility to the decommissioning. And I think the choice is very clear. In a world where energy is being wielded as a weapon, choosing your partners is as important as anything. And I think when you look and you see that you can choose to partner with a malign actor who has an interest that is not aligned with yours, or you can choose a true partnership with someone that will be there for you and will have the same economic interests that you have and the same security interests that you have. I think that helps to overcome some of that social insecurity around these projects. And I think uniquely that ECAs, and in particular that XM, has a role to play in bridging that gap, because these are very large-scale projects that require an intense amount of capital. And we can bring de-risking capital to bear there and to make these projects not only field on time, but on budget. And as we've taken to saying at XM under new leadership, projects that take a long time, we don't want the financing piece of that to be the reason that a 10-year project takes 11 or 12 years. We want to help that project get to scale faster and to deployment faster.
Okay, thank you. Derek, as someone who's delivering infrastructure on the ground, what is the number one reason that frustrates you the more? That has to do, of course, with the financial ecosystem. Is it what would the truly investable private-public partnership project look like in order to be able to deliver the infrastructure on time and on budget?
Yeah, like I mentioned before, we have a global portfolio of LNG infrastructure projects. And so we've been able to mobilize different pools of capital to support our growth and development. So this includes equity raises, going to the bond markets, and partnering together with DFIs. I previously worked in government, and I can say that one of the big frustrations can be well-intentioned policy tools that get overwhelmed by bureaucracy, so they can't help deploy capital and help partners meet strategic goals. I find it's refreshing to be able to talk to Jeff and Connor and their teams about how XM and DFC can add value to the work that Accelerate is already doing, or some of the work that we want to be doing in the future, and how they can help us de-risk and how our strategic goals are aligned. So it's being able to access those tools, and I'll just say we really would love to see DFC reauthorized. We would love, it's a bipartisan no-brainer. The tools that they bring to the table to support US companies, indispensable in some of the markets where we operate, and we really need to be able to have access to those tools.
And you'll make the commitment for XM as well, right?
Absolutely.
So Connor, at this point in the discussion, if you had 10 billion of extra funding, what technology, in what area would you see an opportunity for, would you prioritize? And is there also a single policy that you would ask for to accelerate your deployment?
Before I answer, can I give you my bank account information so you can wire me the 10 billion?
Sure.
Perfect. Look, I would say, again, we want to drive U.S. foreign policy objectives. I think the two most interesting areas that we're thinking about in the U.S. government, we're going to sound like a broken record, is exporting U.S. LNG and nuclear energy overall. I think there are a lot of really interesting investments that we're already talking about here in the vertical corridor and the northern corridor of how to promote U.S. LNG exports overall too. So I think I could use that $10 billion quite quickly just in that investment alone. And then nuclear, as Jeff was saying, is such an interesting industry from an investment perspective right now, especially SMR technologies, where you can either go and play on the higher end and take large equity checks overall, or you play in the smaller, kind of more venture approach overall to these new developed technologies to see which one's actually going to produce to be coming at scale. So those are active investment strategies we're thinking about at the DFC. So I'm pretty sure I would use that 10 billion quite quickly.
Okay, thank you. That would exceed my daily e-banking limit.
Yes.
Ioannis, beyond lending, can the EIB become an ecosystem builder in emerging markets, helping government structure projects and improve governance so that risk becomes measurable and therefore bankable, financeable?
Yes, of course. It's not very widely known, but the European Investment Bank has a lot of operations outside the EU. So about 10% of our annual financing goes to, I would say, all over the world, with emphasis in the neighboring region, but also in Latin America, in Southeastern Asia. And there's also significant demand when it comes to financing for energy. And what we are trying to do there, as we also do within the European Union, is we are also trying to couple our financing with technical assistance. Technical assistance towards the project promoters so that to create and to structure a project that is bankable, has clear benefits, has a clear roadmap to success, and has also clear results in terms of returns.
Okay. And Jeff, we talked about emerging markets. Do you come in to fill the gap in that missing middle?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question, because there are some countries that are going to be well positioned to engage in large-scale infrastructure build-out, in large-scale energy purchases, but they're not the only ones that need those, right? And Derek mentioned a really interesting project in Bangladesh, and I think there are places where we know that energy is needed, and they don't quite fit the credit profile that makes them bankable for commercial terms, and it makes it very difficult for suppliers to deliver the projects that they know they need. And I think that's a unique role for XM, right? We can de-risk those projects by providing credit guarantees and ensuring that suppliers get paid. And it's a much different thing to take the ECA approach and to put the US flag on a project, because there's a certainty that comes alongside that. When you have the balance sheet of the United States government, when you have the full faith and credit of the United States government that assures these projects get completed and get funded, it changes the absolute game. And that is a place where we need to lean into, and especially when it comes to deploying American goods, services, and molecules around the world. And those are places that want American goods and services. They want the kind of partnership like we have here in Europe. And we can help fill that gap, and I think it's something that we need to focus on, because the Global South in particular needs additional energy. I've heard Secretary Wright say this many, many times now. There is no opportunity for growth and prosperity where you don't have an abundance of energy. They're interlinked in a way that is that you just can't divide. And so I think, if we're going to talk about these low-income countries, these markets where credit is at risk, you have to think about novel ways to approach this, and partnering with the private sector to level the playing field so that, again, a broken record, so that malign actors don't come in and use mercantilistic ideas to come hold these markets hostage. And that's a unique role for us. It's a unique role for DFC, and I think you'll see this administration lean in to do that and to create a prosperity around the globe.
Okay. Derek, it's not so much of an infrastructure technical question, but seeing you installing this installation, do you sometimes face the issue of public resistance, given that also public institutions are overstretched? Do you see the need for a new social contract in terms of energy finance, of course, one that treats energy as a shared global public good? I don't know if I phrased it
Yeah, I
clearly.
think social contract is important, social license is important anywhere we operate. We need to be making sure that we're achieving multiple goals for our host government, for industry, and for the end users. And so we think about how LNG is a flexible fuel. Some people call it a transition fuel. I like to call it a solutions fuel. It addresses energy security when you have unreliable suppliers, so it allows supply diversification. It brings about decarbonization when it's displacing coal or heavy fuel oil. It also acts as a balancer for energy systems that are maybe over-dependent on intermittency of renewables. We see that in Brazil, which is very heavily hydropower. And then in the Global South, it's about energy access. And overall, it's about affordability. We talk about energy prices and how bringing in American energy abundance and having access to more secure supply sources help end users manage electricity and energy prices. And so it's being able to address all of those through rapid and secure deployment of infrastructure, and then being able to bring in the secure supply after that.
Yes. You mentioned price, of course, which is, at the end of the day, the most fundamental element. After abundance, you need the right price, and in some parts of, at least in this region, in Europe, we have not yet seen all these this transition translate into affordable energy prices. We talked about energy transition, or as Secretary Bergam said this morning, energy addition. But taking some words from your presentations, I heard a lot about partnership, confidence, trust, which are words far from technology terms or financial terms. At the end of the day, it's very much a human element. And I cannot remember who said that choosing the right partner is a long-term investment. And with that, I wish to thank you very much for being here today, and look forward to continuing the discussion another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Sarakakis, and our panelists for this insightful discussion on financing the infrastructure and underpins energy cooperation and economic developments. So, as we move forward the final stretch of today's ministerial, we are pleased to include a brief fireside chat, an exchange that brings forward the intersection of diplomacy, technology, and energy strategy. This conversation will offer insights into the broader geopolitical dimensions of energy policy and the role of transatlantic coordination in a time of rapid change. So, to moderate this, we are pleased to welcome on stage Mr. Landon Terrence, Vice President for Energy and Infrastructure, Morningstar Chair of Global Energy Security, and Senior Director, Global Energy Center, Atlantic Council. Welcome on stage. And please, allow me to especially welcome also Mr. Jacob Hellberg, United States Undersecretary of State. Welcome to Greece.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here. Landon Terrence with the Atlantic Council. I'm Vice President for Energy and Infrastructure. We have a quick fire round with the Undersecretary of Undersecretary of Economic Growth for the U.S. Department of State, joining us with a rich history on a really hot topic. So earlier today, Doug Bergam talked about us, the West, the United States, Europe, being in an AI arms race with China. And I think we can put a little texture on that because not only is Jacob the Undersecretary at State Department for these issues, but he's also a distinguished published author. He has drafted and wrote the book, The Wires of War, and in 2016 to 2020 was with Google, fighting disinformation, tech background, investment background. Jacob, it's really great to have you here. I wanted to start with a broad conversation on these topics. You know, with Doug Bergam referring to this as an AI arms race, we think about where you wrote your book originally. And we were talking about 5G, fiber optics, wires. Where does this transition, what's the thesis move into when we talk about AI? And how big of an issue is this? Is it really an arms race?
So, first of all, it's...
Just keep going.
It's great to be here. I want to congratulate Ambassador Guilfoyle, who has done a phenomenal job in the short time that she's already been here, and I'm excited for this conversation. An important framing for the conversation on AI starts with appreciating what's at stake with the AI revolution. And what's at stake is we have to look back at, if you look back at the last 25 years, the global economy has experienced what a lot of experts have called the Great Convergence, which is a lot of the countries in emerging markets were propelling forward the global economy through catch-up growth with industrialized economies. Part of what we're seeing with artificial intelligence is a boom in productivity, which is likely to lead to a new great divergence, the likes of which we probably haven't seen since the first industrial revolution. And to appreciate the magnitude and as well as the geopolitical implications of this economic divergence, one needs to look back no further than the first industrial revolution and see how did that industrial revolution impact global economics. And the impact was Europe's GDP went from being about 30% of global GDP in the early 1800s. China and India made up 55% of the global economy in the early 1800s. By 1913, China and India's share of global GDP collapsed to 15%, 1-5, while Europe's GDP exploded to over 60% of the global economy, and it was entirely because of technology. By the 1840s, 20,000 British soldiers defeated 100,000 Chinese soldiers in the Opium Wars, all because of tech. And so when we appreciate what's at stake with the AI revolution, it's going to be about the global distribution of wealth, the geography of wealth in the 21st century, and it's going to be about military power. And the economies that are going to be first movers in exploiting this new technology are going to massively benefit. To take a contemporary example of how we're seeing the impact of tech drive this huge difference in living standards, you can look at Israel, which has about 10 million people. Israel has a larger economy, a larger GDP, and a stronger military than the state of Nigeria, which is 250 million people. And so this notion, for a long time, economists at Goldman Sachs and conferences like the World Economic Forum spent a lot of time talking about, as though it was the second law of nature, that economies were going to be proportional to population, and China was going to be destined to overtake the West by virtue of the size of its population. And actually, what we're seeing is that assumption really failed to account for the incredibly transformative impact on technology. What I'll finish just on your question about how the thesis of my book translates to today. A core thesis of my book was that great powers were, and primarily China, are using 21st century tools to build 21st century spheres of influence. And they're doing that by exporting their technology. My book spent a lot of time focused on the impact of telecommunications technology and Huawei, and how China is using Huawei infrastructure to export their system of values and surveillance and espionage in other countries. And the way that that translates to the age of AI is we are seeing a really contentious debate on export control rules and on what the right balance is with respect to exporting the AI stack. And fundamentally, part of what makes this debate tricky is that there's two axes of this competition in AI that the West is in. There's the, on the y-axis, there's the innovation, the race for innovation and having the best qualitative technology. And on the x-axis, there is the race for market share. And in order to win the race, you need to end up somewhere in the top right corner of that graph. You can have the best technology, but if you have no market share, you're not going to win. And you can have inferior technology, but if you have 90% market share, you're probably going to outwin someone that has better technology. And so somehow, it's incredibly important for Western economies to strike a fine balance in that approach.
So this is going to be a tight, rapid-fire conversation at this point. So I'm thinking about this from a two-party system, that this is China or the United States in many ways. The United States has an advantage. It has economic, security, and governance advantages, I think, that we could talk about. But it's not in the entire story, because implicitly, in terms of the Trump administration's policies, the president's put out an action plan on AI. It's identifying pitfalls that need to be overcome domestically as well. Can you speak to what you're overcoming and why both the United States has an advantage, but what's being done about the gaps that still remain, maybe permitting reform or other things to get things built? It's one thing to have the efficiencies, it's another thing to actually make sure we're building them.
Absolutely. So I'll do my best to answer as quickly as possible. So there's a few different parts to what the Trump administration is doing to increase AI competitiveness in America. The first is taxes. So the Trump administration pushed for tax reform in the One Big Beautiful Bill. It allows for full CapEx expensing, which is allows companies to write off in their taxes intensive capital investments. We're seeing a surge in these capital investments by hundreds of billions of dollars a year. So really big CapEx bets. It's deregulation. So the Trump administration has undertaken an aggressive effort to lighten the regulatory burden, which is an invisible tax on the private sector. When the private sector has to spend millions of dollars a year in legal fees for compliance, that's an invisible tax. And the Trump administration recognizes that. We want to deregulate. We believe in energy abundance, and we want low-cost, abundant energy for ourselves and for our allies. So the Trump administration has published an executive order that aims at building 10 new nuclear reactors across America. My colleagues, Secretary Wright and Secretary Bergam, are here and have spoken incredibly eloquently about what our energy plan is. The president reopened 2 million acres in Anwar, Alaska for drilling. And we are actively working with allies and partners, including Greece, to make sure that our allies and partners have access to low-cost energy. And finally, trade and AI diplomacy are the last two pillars of the strategy. The Trump administration believes in rebalancing long-term trade deficit relationships. Our top 12 trading partners in America accounted for we have $1 trillion, more than $1 trillion in trade deficit every year with our top 12 trading partners. We decided to actually and state policies that aim at simply rebalancing those relationships in order to have a healthier balance somewhere between 0 and $1 trillion. And that is changing the economics of investment. And the last one, obviously, is AI diplomacy, which is reflected in the president's EO, and which is obviously the subject of a great deal of focus on this trip here.
But you preempted that one. I'm really curious. We are ultimately at the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation. It's great to be here in Athens, Greece. How does all of that work translate to partnership? How does that translate to a shared vision between Europe and the United States?
Such an important question. So first, it starts with the principles and making sure that partners and the United States are aligned on what the principles are and what is the future that we are working towards, and what are the risks that we're trying to mitigate along the way. So principles number one, and then at the implementation stage, principles are amazing and they're necessary, but they're really just words unless we actually develop a plan that have flagship projects. And one of the things that's been incredibly exciting at this conference is we have brought alignment on the principles, and there's been, in a great deal of detail, a great focus on concrete projects, including energy infrastructure investments in the vertical corridor, as well as PPC, which is a flagship Greek company that wants to build a gigawatt computing cluster in partnership with American companies. So principles and flagship projects is how we connect the North Star to the implementation.
And I know we're running long, but I'm going to finish it with one last question here, host prerogative on going long. 5 years from now, 3 years from now, at the end of the Trump administration, at the end of the decade, what does success look like in AI? How do we know we've won in this AI arms race?
So we know we've won by looking at the two biggest criterias, which I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, which is innovation, how America is performing in both innovation and in market share. And those are two guiding criterias that we have to use to evaluate our success. The other thing is, one of the big common shared interests that the US has really with all of its allies, including Greece, is we want to make sure that companies and AI companies and entrepreneurs everywhere have an opportunity to start to build great products and great ideas and compete on a level playing field. And founders, exceptional founders, tend to do really, really well when they compete against other companies. It doesn't tend to work as well when they compete against nation states. And so we want an AI ecosystem of trusted partners that provides a level playing field for founders both in Europe as well as in the United States.
Undersecretary Hellberg, thank you for your leadership on these issues. Thank you for joining us here for P-TEC. And if I'd ask the audience just to give him a round of applause on bringing his expertise to the forefront. Bear with me. I'll be right back with a couple other stakeholders so we can keep the deep dive on AI going.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our sincere appreciation to both Mr. Jacob Hellberg and Mr. Landon Derrens for a thoughtful exchange. Their perspectives have brought a valuable dimension, I believe, to today's discussions. Now we continue with a panel discussion that brings together two of the most transformative forces shaping the modern world: energy, you guessed it right, and artificial intelligence. As demand for data and computing power accelerates, energy infrastructure from grids to generation is playing a central role in enabling the growth of AI technologies. Guidance through this conversation will be, again, Mr. Landon Derrens of the Atlantic Council. Oh, what a surprise! Here you are again. The floor is yours, once again.
Wonderful. Well, gentlemen, have a seat, and let's keep this conversation on AI going. It is ultimately the talk of the town, and I think quite a bit of conversation has been happening around how AI is a driver of the economy of the future, which means energy is a driver of the economy of the future. For those joining us online, I think the room knows who we are, but I'm Landon Derrens. I'm the Vice President for Energy and Infrastructure at the Atlantic Council. And this is a conversation, a panel discussion from power plants to processors, energy as the engine of AI. I'm joined by a remarkable group of leaders who are driving these important shifts in a really critical sector of the industry with unique views on investment and innovation, on policy and global energy strategy. Joining us today are Monoussos, sorry, say it again. Manousakis, Chair and Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Power Transmission, IPTO. Kalin Pishov, who is Chairman of the Management Board of GBS. and Georgios Stasis, who's the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of PPC, the Public Power Corporation. We've just heard from the Undersecretary of Economic Affairs, Jacob Hellberg, about the global transformation being driven by artificial intelligence. We're talking quite extensively about the competition between China and the United States, and I want to start out with a generic question for all of you, which is, how do we understand and appreciate the scale of the AI equation? I see ranges in terms of the power side from 25 gigawatts of power in the United States to 125 gigawatts, broad ranges, unquestionable growth and impact. We saw in 2024 billions of dollars, about $450 billion invested in this sector. It's raising near $600 billion this year. Maybe we could just start one by one. How do we know that this wave of AI investment is here to stay, and how do we have an appreciation of the scale of that equation?
Well, good morning also from my side. Thank you for having me here today. I think there is a clear race for AI. It has been described by all the people talking here this morning, also the secretaries from the United States. We are in the age of an AI race, arm race. Now, to which extent this will go in the direction and the dimension that has been forecasted, we will see. One is for certain, that we are in the age of the crossing between the energy sector, the power sector, and the digital sector. Because it's one thing to do 10, 15 megawatt data center, is another thing to do gigawatt data centers that will be needed. So there are some drivers which are pushing for Europe in this direction. Say the need for sovereign AI, or the need for corporate AI, and there is definitely a very big wave that will be happening. On the other hand, in our sector, if I may taking this question a little bit more far away, please. We are also being impacted by the growth of our energy sector, driven by the electrification, so everything moves in power. And also, it will be driven by the solution of the Ukraine conflict, which I hope will become sooner than later. And then you will have Ukraine, which will be coming in our region with huge demands of additional electricity for the reconstruction. So, in the area that we are, in the Southeast European area, we will be impacted by two important forces. The one is AI and the data center, the need for data center, and the other will be the electrification and Ukraine resolution. Therefore, inevitably, we stand in the middle, and the AI growth will bring a huge demand increase. But we as an industry, the utility industry, has to cope with such additional increase for all these reasons. I think you will have, moreover, players or countries who will move faster and areas that will move slower. I have the opinion that in this country, in this part of the world, there will be a big surprise. I think Greece and the Southeast Europe will unexpectedly deliver faster than what we think today. And in PPC, we work in this direction to deliver with a very big project we have in AI and a very big data center in Kozani. And as PPC, we are taking moves, operating in 6 countries already. We operate in Greece, in North Macedonia, in Bulgaria, in Romania, in Italy, in Croatia right now. So we are taking a position in the southeast part of Europe to help on the increase of competitiveness for the citizens which are living in this part of the region, and also serve the needs for additional AI. Because at the end of the day, the AI will, let me say, grow well where the electrons will flow. So the one is very linked to the other.
Manoshos, if I could turn to you and think about this, if Georgios is going to create the data centers and the infrastructure, and we're hearing from Jacob Hallberg that the efficiency gains from this and the economic opportunity is incredibly powerful, That requires the energy driver and the infrastructure to make it happen. So same question to you. Do you see the scale of this coming to fruition? But also, what are we doing to make the enabling environment on the hard infrastructure side a reality here in Europe, especially in Southeastern Europe with the P-TEC countries?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here today in this very important initiative of our ministry and the Ministry of the United States and Atlantic Council, of course. As George said, AI is the changing factor of the relationship between the energy and the digital world. Right now, what we see is like an explosion in terms of investment in the AI industry. But from our point of view, from the TSO point of view, which has to utilize all the infrastructure that is needed in order for the AI to move forward, it's like we are seeing a huge number of very big customers, of very high load customers coming to us, and I'm not talking now here only about Greece, but mostly in the United States and all over the world that this is happening. And we need to cover these needs. And we have to be frank here that the speed in which the compute development, the compute construction goes on is not matched easily by the speed that the grid can develop itself. There are a lot of issues, but mostly is that the grid is progressing, having to face all the difficulties with the local societies, with the regulatory framework, while on the other hand, there is a very big reach for the AI capital to be invested, and we see that even in a country like Greece, which is in the periphery, we see very big investments for all the hyperscalers around, for example, Attica region, the region of the capital of Greece the last years. So, in brief, the answer is that we are not so sure that we can match the speed of the development of the grids if we don't change how we operate up to now in Europe, which means that the toolkit is known. We need faster permit, we need more flexible procurement, we need more access to human resources because we are talking about construction and there is a big competition in the construction sector in general about specialized human resource that is needed. At the end of the day, I would say that if we want to see AI to develop and not grids to become a bottleneck, we would see the development of grids in itself as a mission that the European Commission has to find a way to put it in place right now. This is where we are. There are a lot of changes needed in the regulatory framework, in the financing framework, in the permitting, as I said before, and more from all of this is from the political perspective that the governments have to push in order to create the community atmosphere in order for the grids to move forward. For example, here we have a lot of new requests in the Attica region, but we are very well aware that there are a lot of problems in creating transmission lines in areas in which the price of the land is what it is and would be used in a different way, if not from the transmission line to get this land.
It seems like there's some natural parallels where the United States and this region of Europe can really benefit from each other. I see some shared challenges, and maybe the roadmap that the White House laid out could be a applied policy here as well. Colleen, I want to bring you in. If this is not a business as usual kind of standpoint of getting things done, from the business perspective, from the investment perspective, where do you see the challenges associated with AI? Certainly interested to see the scale of it, if we can overcome those challenges, but also, what does this mean from an opportunity space in terms of economic investment in the region and business opportunity?
Thank you very much for this question, and thank you very much to the organizer for giving us the opportunity of being here. If we think about 5 years ago or even 3 years ago, the name of this panel would be completely different. And now we see that AI is here. Whether we like it or we dislike it, it's here. And AI requires a lot of energy, and the energy is not enough. This morning, Secretary Wright clearly stated that we have to take care that the energy for the people and the society should stay at a normal, affordable, and cheap price. It's definitely the point when we see the challenge with the AI data center developments, as they are growing and growing in normal exponential curve, and then the lack of energy and electricity is giving the challenge that the society and household and also the business can suffer from shortage and increasing the price of electricity. If we look at what had happened in Northern Europe, in the Scandinavian countries, do we have data centers there? No, because they start building something and the society find out that to increase the price of electricity and energy, it will damage their lifestyle, and they stand up against, and it's impossible to return back. So we have to be sure that we find new sources, new energy sources, and new developments, and new grid, and new infrastructure for the upcoming challenge of the data center, hyperscalers, and AI infrastructure, which is needed. We don't need to put ourselves in a situation in the beginning of the 19th century where the skilled workers were destroying machines within the time of the technical revolution because they believed that those machines will jeopardize their lifestyle, and they don't need to have this because they will lose their work. We don't need to put the people of society against the data centers, hyperscalers, and the AI, because it's in the end of the day coming with the benefit of the society. So we need energy, as it was clearly stated tomorrow by the two secretaries. It should come from gas, petrol, nuclear, and many different sources. But we need to develop this energy together with the developing and growth of the AI sector and the data center. As a company, we are engaged and we work in this direction, spending over 3 years in developing potential for the small modular reactors with the US leader General Electric for building together the SMR and the data centers in order to find these needs. As well, it was mentioned in the morning, the lack of infrastructure. We are working and trying to bring our value for developing the projects for different gas pipelines. We finished IBS for 6 months. We are running the vertical gas corridor before the deadline. So everybody, including the private sector, should bring its value to those challenges.
Maybe a follow-up question, Colleen. I love that you're bringing in the conversation around nuclear. Obviously, we kicked off this morning with offshore exploration for gas. With Exxon, we've had a lot of conversation about the vertical corridor, about bringing that supply north all the way up to Moldova, Ukraine. I'm curious if we should be talking about the vertical corridor in the context of, at minimum, AI success as a vertical energy corridor of gas and power. And do you think we need to elevate that conversation? Does power get the same amount of attention as the gas side does?
Yeah, the vertical gas corridor giving the opportunity of a cheap import gas to be flown all over the southeastern and eastern Europe. We desperately need it, and it's come to the first point that the fastest ever solution for reaching the needs of AI and data center is coming from the gas to electricity production. I mean, speak about SMRs, they are much slower. They are kind of a midterm solutions, and in the previous panel it was mentioned AP1000 of Westinghouse, which we are supporting as well in Bulgaria, but it's a little bit more long-term solutions, as the SMR short-term solution, and the gas, it's the fastest option because it might happen in 2.5, 3 years, and the rest needed twice and triple the time.
Manostos, you obviously mentioned the power side and the build out. I've been talking about this as a little bit of a bilateral issue of AI in the context of US and China, but I do want to put the focus on Europe's position in this and bring a finer point to that. Obviously, this is a global infrastructure story, and there's opportunities here for strategic partnership. I'm curious your perspective in terms of how we build out across markets, and how does Europe and the United States find success in this together?
Well, we said before, in the first question, we talked about the challenges that the grid operators have in order to build the necessary infrastructure. So if we are not only to describe the dark side of what is going on, what one can say is that it is not only the grid that is needed here, but also, for example, flexibility is needed. When you have big loads that are coming in the electrical system and you have a specific grid that needs to cover these needs, there are opportunities for flexibility market development. And as a grid operator, what we would appreciate is to try to find the business model in order for the companies that are interested in investing in big data centers, as George said before, to behave as customers which are ready to help the grid to remain stable, for example. Now, generally speaking, we know that, of course, it's mostly the American companies which come to invest here for big data centers, for training AI data centers, and there is a competition around Europe. What I believe is that Europe should try to escalate its efforts in order to be able to facilitate this kind of investment. At the same time, where the European Commission initiative to develop its own technology as Europe in order to coordinate and cooperate with the United States in this sector. In my specific industry, as I believe in every industry, what is going to happen, and we see it as an opportunity, is the revolutionizing of all the aspects of our job. I mean, the way that we plan the network, the way that we operate the network, the way that we maintain the network, it is going to be affected severely by the development of the AI models. Just to say to you that even for more than 1 year now, we have put all the manuals for the maintenance of the equipment in an AI model, which provides the answers to the technicians, and they don't need to go through the whole manuals. But this is just a very, very first small step. We have to, in my opinion, we have to explore, and this is what we are doing, possible cooperation with global vendors of AI platforms in order to produce customized AI platforms for specific use of operation of transmission and distribution networks, to invest even in research and development in this field, and try to find together new business opportunities in this specific area.
Georgios, if I could focus on that with a little bit more specific granularity in terms of the geography. My experience when I was in government, I was, the Department of Energy at the White House. When you have a hot topic, everybody wants to be the hub. So you can be a LNG hub, you can be a economic, shipping hub, and now I think we have a lot of countries independently vying for it becoming the AI hub. Where do you build the gigafactory of the future? And maybe not that specific question, but I've seen a countervailing point here in the dialogue today, which is there's a growing shared perspective of shared opportunity in the region. So how do we grow the regional opportunity for Southeastern Europe, for the P-TEC countries, which is the North-South corridor, while everybody's vying for that specific economic opportunity? And I think PPC's in the race to build a gigafactory itself, if I'm correct.
That's a spot-on question, actually, because it goes directly to the core of our business, of our strategy. We are operating in Greece, but we are not looking only Greece. We are looking North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Romania. We are operating. We have very big operations in Romania. We see the complementarity from one country to the other, and we try to design our investments as a whole, as a region, inside the European Union framework that we are in, but inside also the global framework. So we have the AI revolution happening, and we need to go back and understand how we will react to this demand request, not as a country, but as a region in whole inside Europe. So I'm going back to also what Manouso said, to correlate the discussion with what we're saying now, because the big issue with the AI has to do, are two at the end. The one has to do about grids, that you cannot connect them fast enough and properly enough, and the other has to do with cost. And why this is important, because today we are in Europe around 10, 12 gigawatt in operation in data centers, and any forecast you pick, you see that the growth is forecasted to go in the next 3 to 5 years to add around 20 gigawatt in Europe. 20 gigawatt is around a gigawatt per country, just to have a perspective. You add a gigawatt in each country tomorrow morning, you have a blackout, because the network is not ready. So you have to tackle definitely the technical issue, but you need also to find a solution for the economic problem. What is the economic problem? You add 20 gigawatt in the system, and of course, this is the best procurement office, so they can source energy in the cheapest way possible. It means that for the remaining part of the Europeans, the average cost of energy will increase in reality. So in essence, because we will never increase the energy, what will happen is that we need to construct new data centers with new capacity to serve this demand, and therefore non-interact with the existing system. And then I go now to our project. We are developing this project in Kozani, and the way this idea was born was in our effort to tackle both of those problems. So we went to Kozani. What do we have in Kozani? We have a former lignite plant, a former lignite valley that we are removing operations. We are adding solar, a lot of solar, around 2 gigawatt of solar. We are adding CHP gas. We are adding batteries, more than 500 megawatt of batteries. We are adding 650 megawatt of pumping hydro, because in the former quarry we insulate it, we fill it with water, we have an upper reservoir, lower reservoir, so we have 2 facilities like that. And all those are around 3 to 4 gigawatt, including a renovation of our Ptolemaida plant, which used to be for lignite and now will go to be transformed for flexible gas, so for gas. Of course, gas will be part and will have a very important role in the solution, but combined with other clean technologies. So in this valley, where used to be a production of electricity for many decades in Greece, this valley will take a new identity on modern technology of generating electricity. And once you do this new additional capacity that I told you, you can also add a data center, one, in our view, up to 1 gigawatt, and you can have an architecture whereby you lay all your power plants, and afterwards you push this energy through the data center, and after the data center, you push the energy to the network. This is a reverse on what's happening right now. This is a creation of a data center behind the meter. And therefore, you also have a solution on the intermittency of renewables, because there you have a stable organization fixing the problem and taking a lot of, acting as a stabilization to the network. And therefore, in that way, we think we will be able to tackle both of those problems. And by the way, because we have already started constructing these power stations, that's why I told you before that we can have countries which move in different gears. In our part of the world, we believe we can deliver a gigawatt AI factory in 2 to 3 years from start of construction. We're actually developing it right now. We're doing all the engineering, and we don't stop there. We dream on replicating this in Romania tomorrow. Why not? We think of interconnecting Greece with Egypt. Why not? With a power cable. And we have in our mind a total interconnected system, a system we will serve both the power needs of the citizens and the data and AI needs of the citizens. That's why we believe and we work in the direction of having PPC as a power technology company.
Manosos, I'm going to agree with Georgios, and at least in the sense that the grid is a absolute fundamental and critical portion. But once we start the conversation of behind the meter, there's a question of resilience and the grid, because you still have an aspect of reliability in the power, and these grids, these data centers can't go down. What's your perspective in terms of behind the meter as a solution, but also the expectation in terms of the infrastructure to provide that assured energy security, irrespective in the absence of those facilities not working properly? I mean, how can we manage this so that the burden doesn't totally shift to the consumer?
Before I go to this issue, let me comment on two of the things that George said, because I think they're very interesting and productive for going on with the discussion. The first has to do with the cost.
Yeah.
What we see is that because everybody projects that the speed of the grids, or the development of the grids, is not going to be the same, and I mean even investors that they're willing to invest in data centers and come to us, they are willing to explore possibilities of creating a local production of energy together with the data center, which would complement a connection to the grid, which would not be suitable because of the low density of the grid in general in order to facilitate that. But this changes the business model. So you need to think outside the box, like what George is trying to do in Kozani, as he explained before. There needs to be a new way of thinking around this, because it will be very difficult, as I said in the beginning, to match the speed between the two. In order to be able to match the speed, what you need most of everything is not only the lines which terminate to the data center, but you need a strong core. So if George, as he revealed now, has the intention to invest also in Romania and have a big data center, then it's very important, since here we are talking about the electricity network, for Europe to go on with the initiative that has been proposed by Greece, even on the level of our Prime Minister in the energy, in the High Council of Europe, that we should design a whole corridor, a whole set of corridors which would be vertical and horizontal from south to north and from east to west, in order to be able to support, to facilitate this type of investments. Because of the difference in the timeline for the production of the sun, because of the difference in the climate conditions, we know that this is huge investment, but we know that if this is to go on as projected by now, we need this kind of infrastructure. And let me now come to your question. It's true that when you have such big loads that are coming in and out of the network, and you have at the same time a percentage of green energy of what our country has right now, which is 55% and 60% if you add the water in it as clean. But let's stick to the 55 because it is the stochastic part. You need storage, name it. Behind the meter, in the center of the system, operating as unit, you need storage. The different types of storage serve different types of needs. Of course, we would appreciate if even the existing renewable units that we have now had already behind the meter storage by now. We would really appreciate, and we're working on it, if the regulatory framework was made in such a way that aggregators would participate in the balancing market in order to create more energy when we need it through market mechanisms. And of course, we would appreciate if the speed of the development of the storage sector in our country was going even faster than it is going right now. These can be ways which would mitigate the results of such a huge and volatile increase of energy demand that the sector that we are discussing right now would add to the network.
So, Colleen, if I bring you back to the conversation, you know, when I hear thinking around broad solutions, creative solutions, corporate solutions that are responding to bottlenecks in the system, I pivot to innovation, because one thing we didn't go to a deep dive when I was talking to the Undersecretary about his conversation is, you know, China's grip on other components of the global energy system, critical minerals, et cetera, are creating ecosystems for change. And from a corporate side, when you look at the bottlenecks in the grid of the future or the AI system of the future, where do you see public-private partnership really inspiring new innovative technologies to be able to help achieve exactly what Georgios and Minosos are discussing right now?
Thank you for the question about the private-public partnership on that challenge. It was mentioned also by the Secretary Bergam this morning that the private sector has a serious role in different directions to fulfill the demand for electrical or any type of energy supply. And we know that the value of the private sector is coming in different directions. One direction is the funding, for sure, which we had a previous panel, and we've heard very valuable thoughts about it. And a couple of other directions, as the cost of the product, having the private sector inside is usually lower for the society and the final consumer because of a higher efficiency. The creativity and flexibility of the private sector is usually higher than the public one, and at the speed that the private sector is developing whatever product we have to develop energy product, it's usually faster than the one we have from the public sector. And our colleagues just mentioned that we cannot catch with the supply, the demand, what AI and hyperscalers are looking for. But then the private sector is the one who can develop this faster and more efficient in order to fill this gap between the supply and demand. Coming to the point about that we are here in Greece, but we have guests, minister, and people from surrounding countries. Each country of the Balkans has a value to fulfill this gap, as we see and we know that Greece is a leader in East Europe in turning gas into electricity with a huge gas network, LNG terminals, and the CCGT production. And from the other side, Bulgaria has been a nuclear country for 55 years, and it's one of the mostly supported by society country in Europe for developing nuclear power plants and nuclear production. As again, we've heard in the previous panel that some of the countries face challenges with the society being against that. We don't have this in our country, and we have reactors working at the moment and two different technologies under development. So having the grid between the countries developed and having the infrastructure in terms of pipes and even roads and anything else developed that support all Southeastern Europe and Eastern Europe and the Balkans to work together and solving these issues. And each country has something positive. If we return in a couple of years ago, that in Kosovo, it's only 700 kilometers from here, they had a roaring blackout. It came for two reasons. One reason is shortage and even lack of domestic supply of energy, and another reason is extremely high prices of import energy. So in these stages, in the 21st century, they came to the rolling blackout, and they are kind of 1,000 kilometers from the center of Europe and 2,000 kilometers from Brussels. So we have to take care that in the Eastern Europe we are all connected, and in Europe, and have the value of each country and each country energy supply to support the others.
Maybe a question for all three of you. This is ultimately a business forum, and while you have successful businesses, you're always looking for partnerships. And I'm curious, which companies, what infrastructure partners are you looking to draw into the region that maybe aren't here yet or are prospective possibilities of partnership. Colleen, maybe I can start with you just to continue that conversation. Are there partners you're specifically looking for from the perspective of GBS in terms of bringing them into this ecosystem and helping build out the AI infrastructure alongside you?
Yes, absolutely. We opened our office in DC 3 years ago, and we are actively working with many US companies, couple of directions. One direction is bring the leading US technology into the regional and Bulgaria particularly, because we do believe that the US technology is, again, leader in the world, and we can apply this and have value for the society and for the private sector as well as for American companies. And another direction is recently we start communicating with the company, the off-takers and data center owners that we can bring their investment here, but also support their investment with the production of the energy and electricity in order to make the complete closed environmental, not to damage the lifestyle and the supply for the households and for the local economies. So that's the two directions we are working as a company, and we open also a company in Houston, as we definitely believe that's the technology leading hub in the world. And we actively work with many companies from Houston to, again, bring their value, their knowledge, their high-tech understanding of the technologies, and to implement this in Southeastern Europe and Bulgaria.
So if I was to meet you in Washington, D.C., I might see you out at coffee with the Bechtels or the Carusos of the world on one side, the builders, and on the other side, I might find you with a hyperscaler talking about the offtake for the facility. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Not specifics, just thinking about where we might find you at Cafe Milano.
Yeah, thank you for putting our company and Bechtel in the same sentence. It's already very nice. I highly appreciate that. Yeah, we know them, we communicate, we have similar challenges. Of course, we have separate market, we don't mess there, but we learn a lot. I had a meeting with the VP of Bechtel 4 years ago, and they were looking desperately for 4,000 engineers, and we are looking for 400. It's a human challenge, it's another issue everybody has in those days. So this collaboration with our DC office and the companies there bring us a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of vision for the future.
Manosos, Georgios, I don't know if you have other opinions in terms of what the partnership and the individuals and companies you're looking to bring to the region are. Please.
Okay. Well, as I said before, the proposal of our country to the European Commission was to develop international electricity interconnections. And IPTO, in fact, is the branch of the Greek government which tries to materialize this vision, and for this reason develops international interconnections in the region. So, for example, we are exploring our cooperation with DFC for the project of the Great Sea Interconnector, the electricity interconnector that we are constructing between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. On the other hand, we are developing interconnection with Saudi Arabia. We have already a common company of IPTO and National Grid, which is the TSO of Saudi Arabia. This is, I would say, a project out of the current limits of financing of IPTO. So, of course, US capital would be more than welcome in order to participate in this kind of investments. We also have a telecommunication subsidiary which already is participating in a branch of the Two Africa cable of Facebook as a shareholder in the branch between Crete and Egypt. We are developing an interconnection with Emiratis and the Israelis through the Eastern Mediterranean. So we are quite exposed in the international arena, and we are already discussing with US investors. And I think this stage is a very good stage to declare that they are more than welcome. We are willing to participate with them and to strengthen also the relationship between the two countries through this cooperation.
Well, the AI arms race, in essence, is about partnerships and collaborations. I mean, you cannot do, especially when it is about the West and the East worldwide, You cannot succeed unless we partner. And because I think Europe has been a traditional ally of the United States, and Greece, of course, amongst all, we have been traditional allies. And likewise, I mean, we have a lot of collaboration as well. Today we speak about LNG a lot for the future. Europe does not have its own fossil fuel, so a European strategy is being formed as we speak about this matter, and of course, United States LNG will play a significant role. In technology, I mean, we are building a new power station in Alexandroupoli with GE together. We have plans to grow in Bulgaria and Romania with additional gas assets. In other technologies as well, in the fiber, also Manus said, we are rolling out an activity in fiber in Greece with American technology as well. So there are many also in smart meters in our distribution network. We use e-tron to a certain extent. We have many opportunities that we collaborate. I think that the transatlantic link has to do with innovation and values. And because we share the same values, we need to exploit together the innovation paths. And from what I have heard this morning, I think this is the intention of also the whole political system, whether this is in Europe or the United States. So I'm very glad for that.
Georgios, if I can stick with you though, I like that you brought up smart meters. You know, you talked about your tech stack in terms of the power of what you're bringing to your facility for the data center, and it was a pretty rich composite of different energy sources to be able to make sure you have the power you need at the cost you need to make this successful. One thing we spend a lot of time talking about at these conferences tends to be the supply side. We're talking about new gas, we're talking about new nuclear. We don't often talk and spend enough time on, you know, managing the grid and efficiencies and load variability. Can you speak a little bit about your opinion on how important those are to innovate and to mature alongside the supply side?
This is absolutely very important, and I think AI will play a significant role in this, because with AI, in the latest IEA report, it outlines the possibilities that we will have as an industry in the building sector, for instance, finding the efficiencies and managing the power needs of buildings in a better way using AI. So, I mean, with AI, we are being impacted in twofold. One, as an industry of how we operate ourselves and also everybody, and two, as the infra that we will need to serve. And efficiency is a key word, and you see that in flexibility, when you need gas to be flexible to manage more renewables. You see that in the building sector that I just told you, in the energy saving sector. And I dare to say that we will be looking this, and we need to think about this in the world of the 15 gigawatt more of data centers, how these data centers are interlinked. And how do you move additional energy, or do you move computing capacity from data center to center? This is a question mark that we need to study as an industry. We don't have a solution right now. Again, this falls inside the power tech part that I told you. And this is behind also the architecture we want to have of combining data centers, Greece, Romania, Italy, other places in Europe, that these data centers need to interact. And I don't want to say how the sun moves, but in a way, how the sun moves, maybe computing capacity would need to move as well. There is a lot of discussion about edge computing as well, and edge computing, you have these little pieces of AI that we need to exploit, and this is very close to the power sector, to the transmission sector, to the distribution sector, where we have this unexploited area that we need to see how we could add little computers here and there. Tesla came out and said about the possibility to interact with the cars and use this as a huge AI factor. So efficiencies and interoperability is the area to go for sure.
Minosos, it may be that you get an expanded mandate in the future and you have to worry about the data stack and balancing the load of data centers as well, it sounds like. I want to stay on the topic of grid modernization. How are policymakers and in the private sector collaborating in this space here in Europe? I know it's a difficult issue domestically in the United States. We spend a lot of time talking about grid modernization and less time achieving grid modernization. How receptive are people to the topic here and what's being done about it to make sure that we're not just thinking about the supply side?
Grid modernization is, I would say, of utmost importance in order to be able to keep the lights on, as we saw on what happened in Madrid some months ago. It's not only about the exponential development of the data center industry and the new loads that are coming, but it is also about the difficulty of managing the system with such high renewable penetration, with all the difficulties, the legacy issues that come from the past in the way of managing the network. So what we are believing very much in, and for this reason, for example, we try to change the whole concept of operation and maintenance and combine them through digital control centers of maintenance which cooperate with the control centers of the system. And there, the AI technology is going to play a really, really crucial role. We have already visited different places in the world where they are still, to be honest, experimenting with this. But we have all the digital media right now. We will be able to have drones, we will be able to have cameras, and we will be able to have sensors. And we are going to aggregate the data into specific specialized platforms which will be able, in fact, to with the human factor always in, find a way to operate and maintain the network in a way that can come up against the difficulties that we are discussing, taking into account the renewables and the new loads that are coming in from the data centers.
Colleen, I want to pivot briefly to the regional perspective in terms of the vertical corridor. Make an observation and then hear your thoughts about how durable the concept of the vertical corridor is. Because when I go back to my government time, if the region comes and independently, bilaterally meets with the U.S. administration or U.S. companies, the data and the information can often be incongruent. Or has been historically not all aligned. And what happens is the region then kind of takes a step back because we're not able to decide who's right, who's wrong. But what I've seen today and what I've seen in the ground in recent months in Europe, and Southeastern Europe in particular, we talk about Italy, we talk about Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, is a much more cohesive vision for how we can cooperate and get things done. Is that being driven by this technology and this push? Is it being driven by competitiveness? And how durable is that long-term cohesion as we look at the AI race overall?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's not only driven by the technologies, but it's driven by the demand and the needs. We saw today extraordinary signing of a great contract for giving the Greece independence of having its own resources, and we're looking much forward to apply this model in Bulgaria and to the other countries. So this way, with the act, as we saw this morning, will support Southeastern Europe and Eastern Europe to be definitely more independent with its own supply and with own finding of resources, combining this with the resources what we have, like LNG gas from US and different suppliers, will bring the final goal to be independent and energy efficient.
Colleen, Minosos, Georgios, thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your leadership. Great conversation. And thank the audience for joining us in this panel on AI. Gentlemen, it's been great.
We extend our sincere appreciation to Mr. Derens and to all our panelists for offering a forward-looking perspective on how energy systems are adapting to power the digital age. As the day progresses, our discussions turn toward the issue of resilience, a core priority for policymakers, operators, and investors alike. This panel will examine how coordinated efforts among governments, industry leaders, and international partners can safeguard the critical materials and technologies necessary to advance secure, resilient, and adaptable energy systems. To guide this discussion, we are honored to welcome Josh Volz, Deputy Assistant Secretary at the U.S. Department of Energy, leads the panel below. Thank you so much, sir. The floor is yours.
Good. Good afternoon. I know it's late in the afternoon and coffee is awaiting some of us, but this is an energy conference, and so we're going to try and put some energy back into the room. With that, I would like to welcome our panelists for this conversation about resiliency and energy systems, what that means and where that's going. First, I'd like to welcome to the stage Deputy Minister Mykola Kolesnik from the country of Ukraine. Mr. Mateos Rigas, CEO of Energian. Mr. Matt Armstrong from Baker Hughes, Vice President of Government Affairs. And Ms. Julie Davis, Ambassador to the Republic of Cyprus and Acting Ambassador to Ukraine. Mykola, maybe we can start with you as we are talking about resiliency, and this is something that I know you and your colleagues in Kyiv are dealing with on a very daily basis. What, as you look out at the future of Ukraine, does a resilient, integrated energy system look like for Ukraine? And what do you think that that means for Ukraine's integration and relationship with the rest of Europe?
First, on behalf of Ministry of Energy of Ukraine and the whole government, I will maybe spread our gratitude and thankful words for support to everyone who participate today in P-TEC and all country members, because we are in communication with everyone and we have this bridge of support which now became extra supportive. It helps us to fix day-to-day challenges during at least 4 heating seasons, which starts today. And what is very important here is that our energy system, specifically electricity grids, were unfortunately attacked for a number of times by very specific missile and drone attacks. You get it from public. But we as a government built the procedure how to rebuild the system each time, replacing old, let's say we call it post-Soviet technology and equipment by a new Western modernized equipment. And step to step, we started not waiting the end of war. We started to rebuild our energy system extra quickly by new technology, by modern technology, by European financial support and technological support. And despite all of that, we start to test the electricity system, how to make it more resilient. And first answer which comes, it's to decentralize and energy system by developing a lot local electricity power generation units. First, it was gas power picker, so-called. We built the whole fleet of power generation across the country in different regions, and it helped us to cover consumption in the area of production. So the risks of any, let's say, destructions of power lines were mitigated, were minimized. The second and important here, it was securing additional, we call it loop power lines or new electricity network, which were developed on regional capacities. So if previously our system consists of high voltage power lines, now we start to develop distribution power lines, which shipped local power generation to local consumers and region to region. And once again, it were used with so extra, let's say, equipment which were not used, frankly, even in Europe at all. For example, mobile substation of GE Vernona. It was very extra cool decision because we can use this substation in a few areas during the repairment campaign, and it's quick, mobile, and very flexible. So we have a package of this decision, but what comes that specifically, let's say, peak power generation, is this the right type of power generation which can cover peak consumption in the morning, in the evening, plus it helps us to secure frequency. We are member of NCE, we are member of European Union, we have full connection, 2.1 gigawatt of electricity, which we receive from Europe, and we need to keep the quality of electricity. To secure this quality, we need to have the right power generation units. We started also to develop so-called battery industrial systems. It helps us to regulate the frequency and to store the profit side of renewable electricity in some regions and to cover the peak consumption by these extra units. But in the end of the day, we understood that our energy model will also go through very systematic changes. Enemy attack coal power generation. And today, we have two technical decisions how to swap from coal generation, first coal to gas, second coal to nuclear. And here it comes that we are one of the countries who has a lot fleet of available nuclear units, plus we have already sites which is prepared, verified, and ready to build with Westinghouse, with other companies, additional power generation, and specifically the technology of AP1000, it's already semi-flexible units, which can be loaded and downloaded. So this is a way of maneuverable capacity, what the system needs.
Well, thank you. And it's clear that resiliency and how we arrive at resiliency does not come from any one set of decisions, but a number of decisions. You talked about the decision to go to distributed model, and you talked about the different technology options that you're going to deploy to enhance that resiliency. So it's clear that there's not a single answer that defines what resiliency is going to look like. Matthias, congratulations on your deal signing this morning. The blue and white got a little red, white, and blue today, and we love it when American companies can partner with strong allies in the region, and so we're very grateful for your leadership there. When we think about increasing the amount of energy, which is the foundation of energy resiliency, there's a relationship between the public and the private sector. And sometimes we get it right, and sometimes we don't get it so right. What, in your estimation, is working well in the region in terms of the public-private partnership, and where could we use some polishing to make things move quicker?
Thank you, and it's great to be back on stage. It's a great day today to be signing this agreement with Exxon, and great to have the honor to have 3 ministers standing behind our back. It's a lot of responsibility on our shoulders. First point that everybody needs to remember, oil and gas belongs to the people of the countries that we operate. It is a natural resource that belongs to the Greeks, to the Ukrainians, to the Cypriots, the Israelis, and so on and so forth. So we have to treat everything we do with that in mind. Now, some governments move faster, some governments move slower, some governments don't do anything at all. So let's take a look at our part of the world where we operate. Let's start with Greece, obviously, which is where we are, and when we started our business. You heard today, last exploration well in Greece, 40 years ago. 40 years. And the question is why? Why did it take so long? The reasons are, number one, the politicians didn't dare. I've been in a number of discussions where I proposed wells and the politicians didn't dare take the decision because of geopolitical concerns, because of environmental issues, because of not wanting to confront local communities. That led us to this long period of doing nothing. This has changed. We see today a big change in Europe. Italy opened very recently 20 new licenses, which means that the Europeans, the Greeks, the Italians, are starting to understand that the Green Deal is great and we do need the renewables, but it's not enough. We do need every form of energy. We need oil, we need gas, we need renewables, we need hydrogen, we need every form of energy, even nuclear, that nobody dares to talk about in our parts of the world. We need every form of energy. So we need the governments to remove the obstacles, take the decisions, and example of what we talked about today. People are asking me, when will you drill? And I said, we will drill in 2026 if the government moves fast and they approve the permits. So the role of the government here is to remove the obstacles, obviously regulate, but move towards helping businesses do their job. If you go further south, and if you draw a line in the Mediterranean, let me talk a little bit about Israel. Energean today produces 50% of Israel's gas consumption. 50%. Without us, there are no lights in Tel Aviv. Israel, 15 years ago, for those of you that remember, used to import gas from Egypt. Today, Israel exports gas to Egypt. Because the government took some very bold decisions. Policy was, we want to make the country energy independent, no matter what. Drilling, platforms, pipelines, developments, they all happened. And Israel was able to become energy independent, export, and keep gas prices low. Cyprus, my friend, the Cypriot minister is here. They were the first ones to discover gas in the region. In 2011. It's 2025, and we're still talking about developments of gas. So the role of the government there is to push and accelerate the developments, not just wait forever and leave gas in the ground, because we need this gas. So the role of the government, regulate, but don't put obstacles. Take the political decisions and the political risk if you want to see things happening, because there are countries that even today are not willing to take the extra mile and give the approvals for drilling. I really hope that today's development with Exxon joining us will allow us to move faster and see the first drilling operation in Greece happening in 2026.
Amazing. Ambassador Davis, I'm going to jump over to you real quick to pull the thread on the role of government in facilitating the development of energy resources. And what, in your conception, is the role of government, and what can we do as governments to optimize the ability for the private sector to come in and do what they do? We've often heard the phrase that it's, you know, the energy abundance game is going to be private sector led, but public sector enabled. And sitting in two very important energy posts as the U.S. representative to both Cyprus and Ukraine, I'd just be interested in your experience in both of those jurisdictions about what that means to you.
Thanks, Josh. I really appreciate that. And, you know, sitting here today in 2025, it is so clear. It is so clear that the role that we have in government is to make sure that the private sector can achieve the deals that are going to serve the citizens. Exactly as you said, these are resources that belong to the people of these nations and that need to be put to work. And Secretary Wright was so clear this morning in talking about what energy abundance means for economic security, for personal development, for individuals to achieve the greatest possible goals in their lives. We need energy abundance. And what I see in both of these roles, both in Ukraine and in Cyprus, is that it is incredibly important that as governments, we pave the way, we bring people together, but we let the private sector do what it does best, which is make commercially viable deals that will serve shareholders, that make sense to board members, right? Because that is ultimately what's sustainable. That is what is going to see us through not just a heating season that is 3 months or 4 months long. That's what's going to see us through to solid decision making over the next 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, rather than just the short-term fixes and band-aids, which I think have dominated some of our thinking in the past. And so it is, for me, as an American diplomat, it is an incredibly exciting time to be thinking about how we approach these questions differently, how we ensure that commercial viability is at the heart of all of the energy security projects that we have on our plate, and supporting Ukraine in the midst of these brutal attacks that have been coming, particularly in the last month, thinking about how it is that we enhance energy security in Ukraine and throughout Europe, right? Because we see the threat and we understand the opportunity, and it is critical for Europe's security, for Ukraine's security, but it is also incredibly important to the LNG suppliers from the United States. It enhances all of our security, and that is fundamentally what drives us.
So Matt, we've heard a lot about resources that have existed for quite some time and some of the headwinds to getting those resources out of the ground. But of course, nothing happens in an energy system without technology. And Baker Hughes has spent many, many years at the forefront of helping partners and governments unlock those energy resources. When you look at the role that technology plays in unlocking the current potential within the resource basins and the way that that technology is going to play a role in shaping future energy systems, how do you at Baker think about that, and what does that mean for partnerships with governments and with different jurisdictions?
Yeah, no, thanks, Josh. I would say from a technology development perspective, it's important to keep your feet grounded in core business and also looking ahead to both step changes in technology and then also disruptive technologies that sit outside of your core competencies. And so I think what you're hearing a lot of today with regards to our core business, which has historically been oil and gas, is that there is a reawakening, if you will, of awareness among policymakers that it's more complicated than a 2030 phase out or a 2040 phase out or a 2050 phase out. And when that's the case and you can see for yourself that you're going to rely on these resources, not for a small fraction, but for a substantial percentage of your base energy needs past the 2050 horizon, then you start to think about energy security from a different perspective. When you see the example of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and you see the knock-on effects of that, not just in Ukraine, which are horrific, but also across the continent and indeed across the world, you start to think about energy security from a different perspective. And so it takes a while, but you get to what we had here today, which is a resurgence of drilling off the coast of Europe in a way that is meaningful because it allows a country to begin once again exploiting its resources.
And it also creates new partnerships, both across the commercial sector, but importantly across different countries. Eastern Mediterranean's been a fantastic example of that. There's other examples that, in my view, Europe should be focused on. But from a technology perspective, that ends up coming back to productivity. So can we increase the rate of production of the resource, and can we increase the speed at which it's produced?
Right.
And there I would say that technology has not been evenly distributed across the world today. Right. And so when you look at advances in onshore and offshore exploration, from seismic through well construction and production, there is a lot of incremental technology that has been deployed in advanced markets, markets that have been basically churning for some time, that need to come into markets that are behind. So we continue working on that, of course, as our core business. In natural gas, we see the evolution of the resource base, but also the evolution of the way in which it's delivered to markets. So incremental efficiency gains and compression can make a tremendous difference in the cost basis of the resource and integrated markets. But also, there's now a fairly diverse portfolio of ways to deliver LNG to market, and ways, as you heard from Accelerate this morning, to get LNG out of the market. So we see a much more global, a much more fungible LNG trade that is going to be not just a complementary piece, but a core piece of balancing energy security and affordability in markets. Then when we look ahead, we see a tremendous amount of resource evaluation in things like geothermal that is behind even when you think of conventional techniques, and we haven't even started to tap into the resource potential when you come into things like enhanced geothermal, which borrows the lessons of oil and gas and puts them into clean 24/7 baseload distributed power. So we are spending a lot of time there. We're spending a lot of time on alternative technologies to complement the data center build out, to increase the efficiency and the environmental performance of data as well. So we really think about it all from an efficiency perspective.
So, Deputy Minister, we've heard about the role of technology and the kind of incremental gains that can be stacked to make a big difference. You, on a daily basis, are being faced with having to make very big decisions in a very short period of time. What are some of the lessons that you're learning in real time in Ukraine as you're faced with these threats and these attacks about resiliency and about architecture of energy systems that could go well beyond the borders of Ukraine and make the energy systems of Europe writ large and throughout the world safer, more secure, more efficient, and more prosperous?
Thank you. That's a very good question. The answer is simple. So, despite dealing in day basis with different threats, the answer is to take a look on the long-term perspective. And specifically, when you have a long-term strategy, how to ramp up the capacity and sustainability of your energy system, securing the resources for your energy system, that's the way out. So we do understand that in our way, we start now to solve our current consumption, but we need to fix it by long-term agreements. Having long-term agreements will bring us energy abundance, and this energy abundance will bring us sustainable liquidity on natural gas market. It will bring us sustainable prices. It will help us to phase out Russian gas because they are not reliable partner. It will help us to minimize income of the Kremlin, which will help us to minimize the finances of the war. And we have a few decisions in the end of the day. Today, we do believe that decisions which were done, and we are grateful for that, like vertical corridor, and this is the root of, let's say, independent molecule which will secure our consumption of the region. Today we have extra infrastructure, 30 billion cubic meter of capacity of underground gas storages, extra huge pipelines. We need to utilize this capacity by long-term systematic cargo deliveries that will be spread across the region, helping Ukraine, helping Moldova, helping Romania, helping everyone in this region. For that reason, we do understand, for example, in electricity, we will run from coal to the gas power generation. It means that consumption will rise up in the coming years. If we run to the other industries, for example, steel producers, fertilizers, because all these facilities are in Ukraine, in a neighbor country, if they will increase their productions, the consumption will be there. So specifically, the infrastructure of Europe consists of entry point, which is FSRU, and let's say exact market when the product is consumed. And we need to make regulations go after the real agreements and the real decisions. The regulations should help us to deregulate and to make quicker, let's say, agreements which will secure current situation. And it, of course, takes the LNG delivery from United States. It takes the tariff regulation, which should be proper to the real market condition. And of course, domestic production. It's well mentioned. You can't spend 1.5 years just to understand what will be influence on the environment.
No.
In Ukraine, Celeste, unfortunately, war and martial law, let's say, exercise us to make very quick ad hoc decision. And sometimes we tell to ourselves that we have 24/7, 24 hours to take a look and make decision. Because only quick decisions, sustainable decisions in the end of the day.
Yeah, decisions are generally best made with some time to think, but we don't always have that luxury, do we? Ambassador Davis, I know that you've been just running around Ukraine recently with the United States ambassador to NATO, and so thank you for being here and so sharp and awake. I know it's been a long couple days for you. As we think about energy and the role that energy plays in our conceptions of national security, how are you seeing that conversation change in places like NATO? And what can we do to leverage that greater understanding that energy is security and it is a national security pillar and imperative?
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that, and it is really nice to be in Athens 2 days after being in, in the east in Ukraine, and it's a long way to get here. The good news is that thinking about energy as a hard security issue isn't something that anybody needs me or the United States of America to tell them about, because that lesson has been made crystal clear. Who is a reliable partner, who is not a reliable partner, who uses energy as a weapon, who uses it to facilitate economic development, right? This is abundantly clear in 2025. Thinking about a generational shift, though, this is exactly the key. This is exactly what we need to be doing, is thinking about how it is that we're going to ensure that, in 25 years at the 31st P-TEC, that the people who sit in these chairs look back and say, there were some great decisions that were made in the private sector by our governments that enabled the growth of AI, that enabled according to our terms and our rules, that enabled free societies to flourish, right? Those are the decisions we need to be making now. I think in places like NATO, based on my experience and the visit of several NATO ambassadors to Ukraine this week, the question of energy security, cybersecurity, some of these issues that in the past we talked about as some sort of gray zone, those aren't gray zones anymore. Yeah. It's very clear. And I think that that's an understanding that echoes well beyond the halls of NATO to all of our key partners. It is crystal clear, whether they are our partners like Israel, our allies like Israel, our partners in Asia and beyond. This isn't a gray zone any longer.
Matthias, we've we've talked a little bit about what resiliency means, and the Deputy Minister talked about the diversification within the energy system in Ukraine and their drive to make that a harder target for Russian attack. The 3 C's of moving the needle, courage, creativity, and capital, are absolutely essential when we want to take the conversation from the conference table to the construction site. And companies like Energean have stepped forward in a number of cases to put that creativity and that capital to work to really leverage the opportunities that exist. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you see those opportunities and where some of that additional courageousness comes into play, and how, as the private sector and the public sector governments that are making those decisions, that are drawing up those grand plans for vertical corridors, can better facilitate those 3 C's that make things happen.
Well, talking about courage, if any of you has any business that was the main target of Hezbollah for 2 years, with rockets flying, with drones flying, because you supply 50% of a country's gas supply, and at some point other companies decide that it's too dangerous to operate, and you stay there and you continue to operate because you've made a commitment that you want gas to flow regardless of what is going on around you, that's courage. So courage is not just to risk capital. Courage in oil and gas, in our sector, is to work in very challenging countries. Courage is to go to Ukraine today and invest money, capital, and help the country get out of the challenges that it's facing. Courage is to go to every country that has difficulties and be able to find solutions to every problem that you deal with. Capital, there's a lot of discussion. Is there money for oil and gas? 4 years ago, in a similar conference like this, the only topic would have been ESG. Whenever I went to a conference, we were the bad guys. There were protests outside and we were the devils. Whenever I went to a dinner with my children's friends, they were looking at me saying, "You are the guy that's destroying the planet." And we did not change course. We said, we will focus on oil and gas, and we will find ways to raise capital. And every time we needed money, the capital markets were there. The US capital markets, the UK, the Israeli capital markets, the Greek market now supported us. So money is there for the right project and the right company. So anybody that says that we can't find money, it's just excuses. The capital will follow good companies, good countries, and good projects. So I think the key message here is those that want, do things. Those that don't want, find a number of excuses why it is dangerous, it is difficult, I can't get permits, I don't find money, etc., etc. So I think what we need in this part of the world, in the East Mediterranean and in other parts of Europe, is the committed operators that will take a project and deliver it. Because as I said earlier, there's been a lot of talk about the East Mediterranean becoming the supplier of gas to Europe and finding solutions to the European gas issues. Let me give you a number. If you add today the gas demand of Israel, Egypt, Jordan, and the neighboring countries, we have more than 100 BCM of gas demand. The region does not produce 100 BCM today. So the story that we will be the suppliers of gas to Europe is nice, but there's a missing piece. We need more. And this is where the US LNG comes in and plays a huge role to bring this stability into Europe. This is where drilling new wells will mean that we can find more resources. So I think you need all three C's, but you need also commitment, which you don't always find based on my experience, because we've seen companies come and go, say that they want to do things and they ultimately didn't do things. So you need commitment to countries, and you need, wherever you go, to make the country a priority. There's nothing worse than smaller countries, and we have some smaller countries today that are not as big as the big producing nations, that need smaller, committed operators.
Yeah.
And this is our message. You need the majors like Exxon for the mega projects. You need the independents that have the courage to go and do what we did in challenging times, and capital will follow.
Well, I appreciate you adding the fourth C. I'm going to steal that, so don't expect to be quoted. And maybe you'll see in future comment your re-architecture of what's required to move those things forward.
Don't take me wrong. It's nice to operate sometimes in calmer waters.
Okay, calm. So 5 C's, fine. Matt, Matthias talked about the courage it takes to operate under duress and under fire. And part of what's required to create resilient energy systems are supply chains, to include human capital. And when you look at future-proofing the supply chain to provide the services that Baker does to unlock the energy resources with partners around the world, how are you conceiving of those supply chains? And I'm thinking specifically in the context of the inputs that are required for so much of the technology that you deploy, relying on critical minerals, relying on commodities that are very much in flux and often dominated by the Chinese market and the Chinese ability to either flood the zone or to make those investments for those supply chains a little bit more difficult.
So I think there's no question but that the era of the just-in-time, just-enough, globally integrated supply chain is not closing, but is evolving. So I think integration is going to be a fact of supply chains. The equipment is too complex, the engineering is too complex, the number of components is too many to look at any given market and say, that has it all.
Right.
And it's always going to have it all. And it's going to have it all at the right price. This is not the case, and there is no amount of government intervention that will make that the case in any given market without rendering wide swaths of its economy uneconomic. So when we think about the new era in trade, we think about regionalization, which in developing markets has been a fact of life for forever. Everyone that doesn't have something but has a resource base that is being put to offer in the marketplace, they want something for that. And increasingly, particularly when countries are less apt to sign away the rights to the resource itself because of what we talked about earlier, which is the sense of national ownership of the resource base, they start to look to the supply chain to say, okay, where can we have the puts and the takes in our negotiations to make this work for everyone? So we've seen a little bit of that pressure come off as the development model has changed, but at the same time, everyone wants human capacity development. And so even if you're not going to localize every element of your supply chain from a components and a materials manufacturing perspective, everyone wants you to leave their communities better than when you found them. And this can be done. There is generations of smart people all over the world. There are demographic facts of life for the US and Europe, for example, that need to be overcome. And by training local workforces, we increase the resilience of the project base. We often improve the economics for the supply chain, and we make our government partners happy. So this is something we do very often. We do it in Ukraine, we do it in Egypt, we do it in Cyprus. I'm sure we will do it in Greece. And so this is the major part of it. When it comes to securing the supply chain, this is hairier stuff right now. There is no doubt that I think in particular Europe is going to be caught in a pincher between a US which is much more interested in balancing trade in a way that resources manufacturing to the US, and that China is interested in elevating its position, essentially establishing a sort of status quo ante with the US. I'm sorry, I used the wrong Latin word there. This is my being out of practice as a lawyer. So establishing an equality between the two countries by essentially mirroring some of the US regulatory frameworks, and where they have choke points, establishing that leverage. And so the question for Europe is going to be, where do they find the partnerships in that model? Yeah. And I think the question for the US is going to be, how far is the US going to go before it recognizes that at the end of the day, it's going to have to find partnership, it's going to have to find integrated supply chains with partners again. So if you think about the LNG trade, our company has contributed essentially to every molecule of LNG that's been exported from the US. We have a balanced supply chain comprised of Italian manufacturing, US inputs. So the balance of trade for Baker Hughes between the two countries is equal. Yet, we're now taxing those inputs as they come into the United States. And it's the same thing for gas turbines, for power generation, all that. That makes sense to a point in the context of overall restructuring of US manufacturing strategy. But at the same time, we have this window for increased development of LNG. We're in a fourth wave, maybe a fifth wave on the horizon. And everyone that can afford a turbine for data centers is in the market for it. So heaping cost on yourself at the expense of an integrated supply chain with your allies is something that will have to be reckoned with eventually.
Well, the complexities of relationships and the requirements are, I think, definitely clear there, Matt. So with a couple references to U.S. government policy, Ambassador Davis, I'm going to have to turn back to you real quickly.
Sure.
And perhaps you can give our listeners a little bit of color on where the United States stands in terms of how we conceive of partnership and what the Trump administration means when they talk about America first and energy dominance, things that I think could often be misconstrued as an America-only policy.
Right. I think it's a really important area for conversation because, you know, President Trump has been so clear. He's been so clear in asserting American dominance in energy security. And, you know, when America is stronger, our allies are stronger, our partners are stronger. President Trump's drive to right-size our trading relationships is an important part of how we are projecting American power and American authority. It is about positioning the United States to partner more, not to be in a relationship with our allies and with our partners that is one of dependency, but it is one where we are all stronger because we are making defense investments at rates that are parallel, right? The commitment that President Trump achieved at the NATO summit this summer, 5% of GDP across the alliance, 3.5% on hard defense, and 1.5% contributing to defense. It's incredibly important because that kind of partnership shows Europe and the United States, our Canadian allies, working to project power together and not just leaning only on the projection of power out of the United States. And that is incredibly important at a moment when our adversaries have been looking to take advantage of weakness and have looked at us and thought we are weak. And it is very clear that President Trump has turned that dynamic around. It is why he has made so much progress in conflict resolution. It is why his efforts to bring an end to the war in Ukraine are absolutely critical. And again, that brings us right back to the topic of this panel. It is energy as a part of a pressure campaign that is going to be absolutely critical to bringing this war to an end, which is something that President Zelensky and the Ukrainians have been so clear in supporting. So it is absolutely essential, this work that President Trump has been doing, to bring forth the Energy Dominance Council, to bring forward ideas about, adjusting our trading relationships and rethinking so much of what has been just past pattern and modernizing and updating it for today's challenges.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I like the articulation of using a new model of problem solving to solve new problems rather than applying an old rubric and an old model to a modern world. Deputy Minister, I wonder if you could comment a little bit about using a new model and a new way of thinking to address the new problems and the new challenges, both that Ukraine faces, but again, in energy systems more broadly.
I do believe that the situation in Ukraine specifically, we call it the second war front, it's energy front. And in this energy front line, the situation has very strong influence on the whole architecture of energy security of the Europe. And this energy security infrastructure changed a lot, but specifically today, I do believe it's one of the very important breaking point which will play a core role, and it will be decision for decade where it will be the very strong multiplication on other sector of economies. But what Europe's need, Europe is really hunger for reliable supplier, reliable partnership. And energy dominance of United States, specifically LNG shipment, it's something that could secure the sustainability and this become affordable energy source for upcoming decade. That's why on the side of Ukraine, we are not only solving day-to-day basis, once again, we're trying to rebuild this situation on a long-term partnership with a systematic cargo supply to the center of the eastern part of Europe where we are. And of course, it will have extra multiplication and we will spread this molecule of independence across central eastern part of Europe. That's why we do believe that the right answer of energy dominance of United States is to make LNG really as a part of energy abundance in European Union and its long-term ties, which will secure and bring the real, let's say, peace, the real part of peace formula.
So we're coming to the end of our time. I want to be conscious of our next panel, but I want to do a quick lightning round of final thoughts and alibis. And very selfishly, in your response, I want to hear the last movie that you watched, because as many of us have to spend a lot of time traveling and on airplanes, some of us are looking for new things to entertain ourselves. So with that, you're up, Ambassador Davis.
Can I pass? The last movie I watched? That's a tough one. I don't know. I spend a lot of time on trains. Everyone who's living and working in Ukraine, I think we have gotten to know train travel again, which is a different speed, which means there's an opportunity, I think, to do a little more thinking and reading. And really contemplating where the options are that lie ahead. Look, being in Ukraine, let me maybe make this a positive thing. Being in both Cyprus and in Ukraine at the same time, it's amazing to me how often I find issues that cross both portfolios, and to think very broadly about what's happening in the Eastern Mediterranean and what's happening in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. And there is so much opportunity when we end conflict. President Trump is exactly the perfect person for this moment in terms of his desire, his relentless drive to end conflict. And really, this is what I think dominates our thinking in both places. Both in Ukraine, I will tell you, at the U.S. Embassy there, we are waking up every day and thinking about what we can do to bring an end to this conflict. And in Cyprus, there's another place that is overdue for progress in conflict resolution. And so we're very hopeful and optimistic in both places.
Thank you. Matt?
Well, I'll give you two then. So I spend a lot of time on planes as well, and my favorite thing is when the Wi-Fi goes out, because then I don't get emails and I can't. So Sinners is a new one. That was pretty good. But don't sleep on Whiplash. I missed that the first time around 15 years ago, and that's about a jazz drummer in a conservatory in New York, and I thought that was a great movie.
Excellent. Any parting thoughts that you...
Oh, you want me to talk about
you know,
this too? All right. Sorry. Like my passion is I watch on planes. Look, I think it's important to understand that the sea change that we've heard, the conversation at ADIPEC this week aligns with this very much. And it's important to understand, though, that it is not about throwing over the new technologies that we're all pursuing. It is about, as was said earlier, I think, and very eloquently, it's about restructuring our expectations for energy abundance to match what's bankable today and what makes sense to do from an incremental technology development perspective. That doesn't mean that nuclear innovation is out. That doesn't mean that geothermal is out. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be investing in renewables integration in the US and globally. These are all happening. It just is, we are clearly coming back to a phase where the lack of investment in upstream oil and gas exploration production is going to start crimping, not just from a price perspective, but from a security of supply perspective, and that everyone understands that diversity, optionality, localization, monetization of your own resource is important, and that looking at the security of your supply from your friends and neighbors is equally important, and that you're going to have to be doing that for a very long time to come. That's what's come back into vogue, I think, after a couple of years of maybe becoming a little untethered in the public discussion. But it doesn't mean that the energy systems aren't going to continue progressing across the board. This is very important.
A yes and conversation and jazz films for the plane. I like it. Yes.
Before I tell you about the last film that I watched, I was on a plane from Abu Dhabi, coming back from ADIPEC, the largest conference in the world. Two very important points. The amount of money that needs to be invested to bring the infrastructure up to the specs that we need in the coming years is $4 trillion. $4 trillion. Because we're running today the energy of the future on infrastructure of the past. Grids, pipelines, everything needs to be expanded.
Yeah.
So there's a huge amount of money that will be invested, and it's a huge opportunity for everybody in this room, no matter what we do, to be investing and profiting from this, and the governments and the countries obviously benefiting. I think the best quote that has dominated our industry was the quote of President Trump in his inauguration, "Drill, baby, drill." That's what we need to do to find more oil and gas in the countries that we operate. Last film I watched, total coincidence, but I think it's very relevant. On that plane from Abu Dhabi, I watched Rambo.
Nice. All right. Deputy Minister, you're last. Give us 2 minutes of your best wisdom.
I would say two important points. First important point, it's implication of the decisions, as mentioned. Always to have balance between things which come. So moneyness start to play key role in energy market of Europe. Moneyness is frankly the answer how to secure, because when you have moneyness, when you have financial instruments, you can over-operate, you can quickly hyperscale your needs, you can have ramp-up plan, and Europe has a lot consumption, has a lot future consumption, frankly speaking, because if you will take a look strategy of each country, everyone are orienting to increase consumption. So we need to deliver these decisions in parallel with the right instruments, because instruments is available, but partially some of them has extra VACC, weight of money, some of them are reliable, and this moneyness should come to European market. Second, it's strategic partnership that will secure the situation. As mentioned, we have clear position here. And you know, when you have a strategic partner, you understand how quickly react on the situation. That's the way why you need allies. And here it comes about the movie. The best movie of the last time, frankly, we in Ukraine really has discussed this movie for a number of times. It's House of Dynamite. You know why? Because it's very interesting how people start to act in unpredictable situation, and it's people relations, it's people emotions. It's about it, because mostly we are rolling on the strict protocol, it doesn't work. And we are living in this situation for the third year when you don't have like typical decisions. You need to make quick decisions, ad hoc decisions, rebuild. And Ukraine has tested this, definition of energy security in action, in practice. That's why specifically this movie were very good, because it really sends a message to everyone, guys, be ready to any sort of decision and find a reliable partner, secure your future, which will have a protection for a decade. And here I need to say, the US technology, LNG, it's the way to get the right dominance, and we are really riding in this roadmap year to another. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your recommendations, your wisdom, and your time on this panel.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We thank all participants for their contribution and perspectives on resilience as a foundation for a stronger and more reliable energy future. We now conclude today's program with a session focused on the evolving role of nuclear energy and fuel diversification in strengthening transatlantic cooperation and long-term supply security. This discussion will bring together government and industry leaders to explore opportunities for collaboration in advanced technologies, fuel resilience, and project development. To lead this timely conversation, we are pleased to welcome Mrs. Maria Korsnik, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Nuclear Energy Institution. Please give us a couple of minutes to set the stage, and we will have her with us. Great, so we are ready. Mrs. Korsnik.
Well, good afternoon. It's great to be with you today. My name is Maria Korsnick, and I'm President and CEO of the Nuclear Energy Institute. NEI works to shape the regulations needed to promote commercial nuclear energy in the United States and worldwide. It's quite an honor to be with you today and to be with our panelists that we have with us today. This ministerial meeting reaffirms that NEI has long believed, and that is that progress depends on partnerships across sectors, across borders, and across oceans. And that's true especially now, as global challenges are growing even more complex and demand for energy is rising faster than ever before. Nuclear energy must be part of the strategic solution to meet this demand. It's clean, it's reliable, it's scalable, and it's durable. It also offers security. And when nations are less reliant on vulnerable energy supply lines, they are also less vulnerable to geopolitical headwinds. And for these reasons, among many others, the United States has deepened its partnership in Central and Eastern Europe to advance nuclear energy throughout the region. U.S. company NuScale Power, with support from the U.S. government, is advancing towards small modular reactor deployment in Romania. And also, with support from the U.S. government, GE Vernova Hitachi is working with Synthos Green Energy on projects to deploy SMRs in Poland and in Hungary. And Westinghouse is working together to deploy nuclear in Bulgaria as well as in Poland. And earlier this year, I visited Warsaw with U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright, demonstrating the partnership between our two nations. Progress not only depends on partnerships, but strong partnerships across sectors, borders, and oceans. And that's exactly what our panelists here are going to discuss today. So let me begin with our first topic, which is on regional energy security. And I'm going to start with Minister Bușoi. 40 years ago, Romania decided to partner with Western technology providers to provide its first nuclear reactor. And today, Romania is working to expand nuclear energy. Can you share with us how your nation thinks about nuclear energy's value to both national and regional energy security?
Thank you so much, and I'm really happy and honored to be here on the stage. Indeed, we took a very good decision, and we are very happy that we took this decision to have nuclear energy in Romania, and now we are extremely committed to expand the capacities. And here in a close partnership with the United States, but also with Canada, because our technology is CANDU, and South Korea will build 2 new reactors, Chernobyl 3 and 4, and also will refurbish Unit 1, Chernobyl 1. The refurbishment already started. Also, in a close partnership with the United States of America, we developed among the first SMR project in Europe. The chosen technology was NuScale, but developing the SMR project in Doicești is extremely important for Romania. I was the chair of Industry Energy Committee in European Parliament between 2019 and 2024, and what I can see today is a renewed momentum for nuclear energy in Europe and worldwide. It was a difficult battle on taxonomy years ago. Also, nuclear energy was not very easy to discuss about in Brussels and sometimes even beyond the European Union. Now the situation is different, and I really believe that the fact that nuclear energy could represent a pillar of stability, resilience, and also helping us to achieve our decarbonization goals is more and more acknowledged by decision makers in Europe and worldwide. I just came today from Paris, from the World Nuclear Exhibition, a big event, the largest event until now. More than 25,000 people were there, all the members or the countries that are using or intending to use nuclear energy, all the companies. It's a new momentum, clearly, and the fact that P-TEC as an excellent forum to deepen the transatlantic cooperation is also taking into discussion the cooperation on nuclear technology and fuel diversification is extremely important for us. I will finalize my initial statement by saying that, of course, there are challenges. The biggest challenge is the financing. Our battle is to make possible the financing of nuclear projects via European funds from the next multi-annual financial framework. Even for the refurbishment of Unit 1, our intention, Romania's intention, is to ask part of the investment from modernization fund, because this project is helping to reduce the CO2 emissions, to replace CO2 emitters capacities of production of electricity. It's still challenging, as of course we have a good dialogue with the European Commission. DG Clima is open to discuss, but the methodology is very rigid, and it will be the first nuclear project that would be financed via European funds. But not only this project, many other projects could be financed by European funds in the next multi-annual financial framework. And at the last Nuclear Alliance, before every Energy Council, the member states that are interested in supporting nuclear projects, we met for 1 hour the morning of the Ministerial Energy Ministers Council in Luxembourg or Brussels to discuss energy projects. In the Nuclear Alliance, on behalf of Romania, I have the honor to moderate the last meeting. We are now 16 member states, 15 plus 1 observer, Greece, and we're very happy to see Vice Minister Tsafos at the last meeting. So one of the goals that we are now trying to achieve in Europe, and the regional cooperation is extremely important, and also the transatlantic partnership could be relevant also here, is to allow financing from European funds or other instruments that are in direct relation with European policies and initiatives, and this will give another boost to the development of nuclear energy in Europe. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. It's really a new day for nuclear. Next, Minister Frachna, I'll come to you. Poland has long explored plans and options to ensure its energy security. And today, you're working on new nuclear plans. And so help us understand how you are viewing nuclear as part of your country's energy and economic security.
Thank you very much for this question. It's a pleasure to be here. I believe that this event is gathering here today in Athens. It's a great opportunity to speak about energy security. And actually, energy security was always a very important issue to Poland. And getting back to 2013, 2014, when current Prime Minister Donald Tusk held its position at that time. Poland has brought to the EU level a concept of the energy union. Energy union, it's a political concept that is framed within the EU legislative framework that basically serves as a political objective to guarantee the energy security. But it basically has 3 different pillars. It has clean energy as an objective, competitiveness, but also energy security. And we're one of the first that has brought the energy security to the discussion in Brussels. And I believe that then between 2014 and 2022, 23, when the war in Ukraine has started, we have been focusing in Brussels very much on renewables, on getting our energy system clean, which is very good. But then we started to rediscuss and redefine energy security. And again, we have started our discussion on nuclear around 2019, 2020, when we get back to the project that was initiated already in the around 2020, 2010. And we see nuclear, or maybe before I say how we see nuclear, why nuclear, a couple of words of history. Poland has been, and it still is, a coal-dependent country. So for very long, Polish energy mix was based on coal-fired power plants, which basically has given us a security of the system. Coal-fired power plants are dispatchable, so we really understand what does it mean. But then with the increasing share of renewables, the stability of the system started to decrease, yes, deteriorate. And that's why nuclear came up. So we see nuclear as a sort of a combination of different objectives. And as I said, Energy Union is about 3 pillars. And I believe that nuclear is a great answer to all these 3 pillars. So because first, it can guarantee us the energy security. So stability to the system. Second, it's a clean source of energy, so we can decarbonize. And third, it can, when we develop it in a very wise manner, it can be very competitive. So long term, it can guarantee a very competitive price of electricity. Of course, as my colleague has said, and we have great discussions at the EU level on this. We're seeing each other very often. We need to guarantee a level playing field for nuclear within the European energy market, and that's what we're working on. And we have started to build first, or we plan to build first 3 units of civil nuclear power plant north of Poland, AP1000. So the total capacity will be 3.7 gigawatts. And we want this power plant to start delivering electricity to the grid in 2035. So next year, this year we're discussing the last issues of how to finance it. So we have a plan. The Polish government has secured $17 billion US dollars to finance the project. The remaining part will be financed from financial markets, private lenders, and the ECAs. But 17 billion is secured. We're waiting for the final decision of the European Commission to give us stated clearance. We hope to get it by end of this year, and then from the next year on, really start to work really hard to finalize the EPC contract and license it and start. And the first nuclear concrete is foreseen for 2028. And as I said, we see nuclear, and also when we speak about the American technology, especially here today, it also is a great opportunity to strengthen our transatlantic relations. So nuclear, all good.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And it's interesting, the comments that you brought up. A lot of times we talk energy security because you have the energy stored in the core, and so you have the confidence of that energy to be there for 2 years or 3 years. But you brought up a new angle, and that's energy security because it'll help you manage your grid. And you're right, based on the inertia of the power plant, you have voltage control, you have things that you need to help manage the broader grid, which is even more powerful. So yeah, thank you for that. Margaret, you're next on the hot seat. So he brought up the partnership that you have. So Westinghouse has really been engaged in nuclear for many years, right? For decades here in Europe. Not only providing technology like the power plant, but also operational services and fuel services. And so can you share with us how you're working specifically now in the area of fuel supply to ensure regional energy security?
Sure thing. Thank you, Maria. It's a pleasure to be here. It's really a remarkable moment in the transatlantic relationship around nuclear issues. And of course, there's a lot of focus on our new projects, which are critically important. But as you note, a real success story of that partnership is also on the fuel side. And the work in particular that we've done to help develop and accelerate deployment of a fully Western VVER fuel offering for the market here in Europe. And we talk about the word partnership. That work actually started many years ago as partnership between the US government supporting us in developing that technology along with the Ukraine government. And when Russia invaded Ukraine, we were asked to accelerate that because the idea of energy security and energy independence became even more important to our partners here in Europe. And so Ukraine really led the way, hats off to them on being the leading edge here of working with us to get that fuel available for the VVER operators here in Europe. Now we're working also with Czech Republic, with Bulgaria, with Finland. We're in discussion with Hungary as well to supply to them. And, you know, it's been a great success story and it really is foundational, I think, to how we work together and will be really important as we look to expand into new build projects as well.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to even more progress. And Roger, all the way down there at the end, Roger Martella, GE Vernova Hitachi. Now you're building the first SMR in North America, and that's happening at the Darlington site in Canada. Can you talk to us more about the role of the SMR technology and how it's going to help in playing and ensuring energy diversity in Eastern Europe?
Thank you very much. And when I think about the world's SMR global map, I think of two things. I think of North America and Europe as the leaders for SMRs. I'm going to get a little more specific here because while I think of Europe, North America and Europe, if I'm being honest, I'm really thinking of the 3 Cs nations as kind of leading the way for all of Europe. So I think of Poland, which has been the epicenter of nuclear development, Romania, which has made these early investments, Bulgaria, Greece, Hungary, and others. And so from us as an SMR company deploying SMRs today, and a picture's worth 1,000 words, so in a minute I'd love to show you a picture. I think North America is doing very well, and part of that's thanks to our friends here at DOE. And my focus and my priority, one of the reasons I'm here is I want to make sure that Europe, and specifically the 3 Cs nations and the leadership we have up here on the stage, that they can be just as successful in being the early adopters in the world for deploying SMRs. I think that's good for the United States. I think it's good for Europe. I think it's good for this partnership. And that's where I see the map. And so if I may, I'd love to just show you a picture of what we're trying to do. If we could pull that up, please, if it's available. So this is what a construction site of an SMR looks like today. It is the only one in the G7. I was at the G7 last week, and we talked about this being the first SMR in the G7. And I think this is probably, I'm biased, I think this is probably the most important energy real estate in the world. And what you see, I think the thing that you really want to pay attention to is this green circle in the middle. It doesn't look like much, but that's the excavation pit, 28 meters deep for the steam pressure reactor. Not encased in steel, encased in concrete at this point. So we now have a concrete excavation for this SMR that's going to go commissioned in 2029, producing electrons in 2030. And in Italy, by the way, they're building the steam pressure reactor forgings today. So some of the most high-tech work that's going to go into the first SMRs is, while some of it's happening in the US, some of the real high-tech work is happening here in Europe, in Italy, because of their expertise in castings and things like that. So it's great to already see the Transatlantic partnership going into what's going to be the first SMR. Our goal is to accelerate Poland, to accelerate Romania, so they can get to this point too, and we can get these plants commissioned around the same time. North America, doing pretty well. We can chat about that, again, thanks to our friends at DOE and others. When it comes to Europe, one of the things one of the reasons I see the map is focused on the 3 Cs nations. One, they're already so well set up for it. They have the infrastructure in place. They have the enthusiasm for it. They have the policies. But I also like a little different than the US. The US, we're talking a lot about SMRs with hyperscalers and with putting dispatchable power on the grid. That's important, don't get me wrong. That's a critical thing. But when I come here, I hear more nuanced other applications. I hear industrial applications, heating, producing hydrogen, Dispatchable power, of course, but other industrial applications. I think that's such a great complement. And so we can have the US deploying SMRs to prove it out for baseload, hyperscalers, AI. We have Europe proving it not only for baseload, but other applications as well that can help decarbonize other industrial sectors, provide heat in places like Ukraine. So that's why we're so excited. That's our commitment. And that's why we want to make sure that Europe is succeeding on the same pace. And we're thankful to the minister from Poland, the minister from Romania, and the other ministers here who I think are really paving the way for this continent to succeed.
Great, thank you, Roger. Alicia, are you feeling next? Because you are. During President Trump's first term, the U.S. began to develop partnership through IGAs, intergovernmental agreements, with allies right here in the P-TEC region. Can you share with us the importance of these types of agreements and how that you see these partnerships are progressing?
Certainly. Well, thank you so much, Ria. It is a pleasure to be on the panel with these distinguished guests. I think it's important for us to look back at the first Trump administration as really setting a foundation for prioritizing Europe. And also, I think when we look back, we see P-TEC finding its roots there. Well, since we started with Poland being first, Romania being second, and they came within a year of each other for the IGAs. And since then, multiple other countries, most of which have been named on this stage already, have signed IGAs. And we see the IGA as an important strategic partnership. Years ago, maybe 10 years now, if you thought about U.S. government involvement in any commercial opportunity, that would have been kind of non-existent. Now we see the importance of both the strategic relationship with our partners as well as that commercial relationship being part of that foundation, and therefore the intergovernmental agreements have been critically important in that mix. And as we've built upon that, we see that countries are then able to leverage government conversations to help unstick some of the policy issues that may translate while commercial business is happening. We see an opportunity to further expand cooperation early on before you even get to the commercial piece. Sometimes these emerging countries need some workforce development, they need some regulatory support, and the list goes on. So therefore, the IGA has really been a critical tool as we advance now into this year with the President's executive orders and the 123 agreements, 20 of which will need to be done in the next few years. We see the IGA as an indicator of interest for 123 agreements. And so therefore now the IGA is even more a strategic tool for us to make sure that if countries have interest, that we can get those relationships concretized early and then lead into the 123 negotiations, which our President is expecting us to get done in very short order.
Excellent. All right, we're going to now progress to round two, and round two is focused on how are you partnering in order to advance the deployment of this technology. Roger, I'm going to start with you. GE Vernova Hitachi is working to deploy the BWRX 300 in several locations here in Eastern Europe. Can you share with us GE Vernova's recent activity in the P-TEC region, and where are you seeing the most progress?
Thank you very much. And as Carlos will show that photo, none of it can happen without partnership, to be clear. We're very proud of the technology, but our partnership begins, frankly, in the U.S. with the Department of Energy and others who have enabled us to kind of grow our capacity to come to Europe, to come to the P-TEC region, and encourage us, facilitate us, and frankly help us, whether that's Exim Bank, who's been up on the stage, or DFC and others, who've enabled us to build these partnerships. So I'd like to think we have just as strong a foundation, thanks to these partnerships with the U.S. and the endorsement we have here in the P-TEC region, as we do in the United States. And that's a source of pride for us, because we want to serve these communities, we want to serve these great leaders. I'd say the core of our relationship here, as you mentioned in the intro, begins in Poland and with Orleans Synthos Green Energy, which was an early innovator, an early adopter, recognizing Poland's long-standing leadership in nuclear energy, and just energy and economic development and industrialization, recognizing that it's important to go first, because our SMR is going first. We reached a strategic agreement with them to develop about 24 reactors in Poland across 6 sites. But it extends beyond that. While we have a strong presence in Europe, we're headquartered in the US, but we have a very strong presence in Europe. We have as many employees here as we have in the US. They enabled us to kind of expand our reach, to help speak the language, understand the infrastructure, work through the policies. And so they've been a great kind of force multiplier for our presence here when it comes to other P-TEC nations. So while we were originally out of Poland, it has much further reach. And then we appreciate our partnerships with Romania, with Bulgaria, with Greece, and with all the other regions as well, trying to engage directly to understand what are your needs, what's your goal, how can we serve you, what are we missing, and how can we facilitate in a tripartite way a partnership between the U.S., between Europe, between your individual member states. I had the honor just before I walked on stage, I was a few minutes late to meet with Lisa Jorgensen. I don't think she would be shy in me for sharing, but she gave us the time because she was very interested in saying, how can I work with my colleagues in the U.S. and with you to make sure that she is serving the member states of Poland, Romania, Poland, and so on. So everything is through partnership. We're very appreciative of the relationships here and the willingness to partner with us. It's not just us partnering, but there has to be a willingness on both sides. And really, when I go back to my worldview, I think the most receptive region I see in the world right now, P-TEC nations, and wanting to partner to be the early movers for this type of technology.
Excellent. Thank you. Minister Frogman, I'll come to you next. As Poland is working to build its first nuclear plants, can you share with us the different kinds of partnerships that you have developed to aid in your deployment and the benefits that you're seeing from these partnerships and how they've brought the benefits to Poland?
As you heard, we need to have competitive sources of electricity, and we're a nuclear newcomer. But on the other hand, we have been developing nuclear in the 80s. It was a Russian technology. We have dropped this project, but we also have a research reactor, and we have great universities. So we have a know-how. We have great companies that can work in nuclear. And as example, I can tell you that Polish companies have been working with nuclear developers since very long. Polish companies have been working as suppliers in Hinkley Point, Flamanville, Olkiluoto. So more than 30 companies have been involved in those projects. So there is a great starting point. And I can only be very grateful to our partners from GE Vernova, Westinghouse, and Bechtel, that they're also understanding that competing on the market and working in a partnership, it requires a local content, very important for us. So they're bringing their technology, they're bringing bringing their know-how, but they're also bringing their companies that are willing to share their know-how with Polish companies. And at the end of the day, it's very beneficial for the nuclear sector, and it's beneficial for the Polish economy. It will help to continue the growth. So we are working also very extensively with the American government and with our technological partners to really make nuclear being a great success from very different perspectives. At first is, of course, having great sources of electricity, but on the other hand, we want to do these nuclear projects being also a success for our economy. So helping our economy continue to grow and helping our economy building new global capacities and opportunities for the market. Nuclear is a very global business. So once we get this project delivered in Poland, in Romania, I do believe that our companies can then be very competitive globally. So that's how we see it. And again, I believe that building this partnership and developing those projects, we will succeed in these very challenging objectives, but I hope that yeah, we will do it. Yeah, I'm sure.
Excellent. Well, we're happy to be a partner with you as you go down that path. Alicia, as the U.S. partners with allies such as Poland and Romania in this region on the deployment for nuclear energy, let's also focus on the workforce. And so can you share with us what the Department of Energy is doing to help with some of the regional partners here on workforce development?
Well, certainly. I think one of the proudest opportunities we have is to partner with Poland, who host the Regional Energy Training Center. That is an opportunity for us to work directly on workforce development, capacity building. We've looked at opportunities with the universities, with industry, and with government to support those in 3 different working groups. We held a summer school in Poland this summer. We've held industry workshops as well. We know our partners from Westinghouse supported us this summer in that, and we know that GE Vernova will be helping us with our next event. We've really thought to bring industry actually to the country so that there can be more widespread learning on the technologies. We think that's critically important. And since it is a regional energy training center involving other countries in the Transatlantic Partnership is critically important. We've also worked through the nuclear working group of the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation, P-TEC, and we've looked at a few areas, one of them being workforce capacity building, and specifically looking at how we might be able to support the regulatory needs that all of these countries will be facing. We know that each of the countries have a shortage, and therefore if we look at how we can rotate the existing and grow capacity to work on SMRs and the large plants. That way we'll be able to share some resources, share some knowledge, and hopefully have all of the countries meet their needs when they're ready to deploy new nuclear.
Thank you, Alicia. Minister Bushoy, let me come to you next. As you look to the future of nuclear energy in Romania, how do you see the importance of strategic partnerships in helping to advance deployment? And can you provide a few examples of the kinds of partnerships that have been most valuable to you?
Yes, I strongly advocate the need for partnerships, international, regional, European, and of course transatlantic partnership is the most valuable. And I would also like to thank the Department of Energy. We are in a very close dialogue and cooperation. It would be extremely difficult for us on the SMR project to advance without the support and the guidance of Department of Energy, and also for units 3 and 4, the dialogue and the support is extremely important. Exim Bank, the IFC were mentioned here. Of course, it's the financing of the project. Of the projects are extremely important, and here the partnership is again extremely valuable. The partnership with the United States is clearly the most significant, but it's a multilateral partnership for the projects in Romania, because as I said, of course, there is the partnership with Canada, as the technology for the large reactors is canned. Also, Exim Canada is part of the financing solution. Also, the partnership with South Korea and with European companies, as Italian company Ansaldo and others are part of the project. A separate project with France, with Framatome, for Lutețiu 177, maybe a solution for the future to cure cancer, to use this technology not only to provide electricity, well-being, growth, competitiveness, but also in the medical field. And this partnership is something that we try to advance as fast as possible. And this is not just a marketing solution. At some point, I'm sure that will be extremely practical and extremely interesting and valuable. And of course, the role of Romanian companies, of local companies that can develop under this project and can expand their partnerships, and together with the international experienced partners like Fluor, the company that is coordinating Cernavodă 3 and 4, their presence, Romanian companies' presence in the region, their added value could be also extremely important. So for us, it's strategic to build these partnerships. Without partnerships, it will be difficult to advance. And it is important to bring in the team international partnerships, but also regional and European ones. As once again, and here it's a very important support that we could receive also from Department of Energy. We need to advocate more at the EU level, at the EU institutions, the role for nuclear energy in the future.
You brought up a good point. We're thinking here about energy, and we're thinking about, well, it's reliable, it's scalable, it's clean, it's all of those things. But you also brought up, and there's medical isotopes that can be used, and they can help very much, especially in the treatment of cancer. So thank you very much for bringing that into the conversation. Margaret, you're up next. As we all hope for a near-term and just end to the terrible war in Ukraine, can you share your view on Ukraine's path forward to reconstruction and the role that nuclear energy might play to help them build a very strong economic foundation?
Well, I mean, we've been working with Ukraine for many years on their installed fleet. They have one of the sort of best, they have best operators in the world. It's a very mature nuclear company, and it will definitely be part of their mix going forward. And as we look towards reconstruction and rebuild, helping to support with that, we have an agreement with Energoatom to deploy 9 new AP1000s in country that actually predated the war, but engineering work is going on, and we can help work with them closely to ensure that there are shovel-ready projects for when the war is over. I think, you know, we have the benefit of having XM and DFC leadership here also at P-TEC, and they're going to be absolutely existential to helping to support that work. And DFC has their Ukraine Recovery Fund, and so they're going to need firm baseload power, right, to rebuild the country, and they're ready to go, and we're ready to go with them and move at pace. So that's very exciting. And then, of course, also we have, as noted, the project in Poland going across the border, and our project in Bulgaria. So there's a real opportunity for multiple countries to come together here around an AP1000 deployment, and I think it's going to be a great way to do this.
That's wonderful. And with all those deployments that you're talking about, you can just envision how quickly the supply chain will be established and ready to go with these different regional partners that you have. That's great. The next round is going to be open questions, so it's an opportunity for you to jump in to add to the conversation. I'm going to start with, we've talked a lot about plans. Let's move from aspirations to reality, and it takes a lot of hard work to do that. what are the most important issues that you think that we should be thinking about as we work to overcome barriers to nuclear deployment in the region and to achieve these important results that we're talking about?
Well, I'm happy to
jump in
here. So, I think there are a couple of things, right, from the Westinghouse perspective. So, one, supply chain, which you referenced, is so critically important, and we do a lot of work with our customers to qualify suppliers in country and to have a really robust supply chain. So it's not just about the deployment of the technology, but it's the development of the industry. And as we look at not only Ukraine, Poland, Bulgaria, but also potentially Slovakia, Slovenia, and others, it also creates an opportunity for these suppliers to participate in projects outside of their borders as well. And so the best way to deploy nuclear is in a fleet capacity, and that's going to rely on really strong partnerships from the supply chain side. I also want to echo what Alicia was saying about the IGAs, which from the industry perspective are so critically important, because we can bring the deployment and the technology, but having all the tools in the toolbox of the U.S. government, we found that our customers really appreciate having something that sort of ties together, whether it's financing or regulatory or skills and all of the enabling activities that go on around building out a large critical infrastructure asset. And the financing in particular from the U.S. side, I think is going to be very important.
So I'm happy to jump in.
Sure.
Actually, I would say three things are very important from my perspective. The first two are resources, which is financial resources and human resources.
Okay.
If we want to build more nuclear, we definitely need to make it competitive. So we need a success project that we can show to the market, that we can show to the financial markets, and to say that yes, you can invest in nuclear because the industry, the sector, the investors can deliver the project in time and in budget. Very important. And it also will translate into getting the financing for the nuclear. It will be easier to get it, and then also the cost will be lower. This is first. Then I'm extremely happy to hear that new nuclear projects are popping up in every part of the world. It's very good, but on the other hand, it poses great challenges. So we need well-educated people to work with us to deliver those projects, and it's very challenging because for the last years we haven't seen so many nuclear projects being successfully delivered. So that's why we need to go to the universities and trying to persuade people to study engineering, to study nuclear, because we need them. And the third thing is, it's on the one hand it's a challenge, but also an opportunity, because if we invest in nuclear more and more, we need to think what to do in order to license the new project smoothly. So licensing was always a challenge. But I believe that with each and every project coming to the pipeline, it would be easier. But we need a cooperation between the regulators to make the licensing process easier. And we do not necessarily need a Hungarian, Romanian, Polish, British, American way of licensing and approach to licensing. I believe, and I'm really sure that the companies that are currently deliver nuclear technologies, they have been working with them for years. So even if you are, and very often, when we're speaking about small modular reactors, we hear, oh, it's a new technology. It's not new technology. It's just a technology that was downscaled. I mean, we have been working with the water-boiled reactors. I'm speaking here about X300 for years, and they are everywhere in the world, and they are working safely. So we need to invent the wheel. Let's just cooperate, and if the American NRC they have licensed AP1000, we can easily try to rely on their expertise, on their analysis. I know it's difficult because they need to somehow change the mindset, the approach, but it's possible. We need to cooperate more between the regulators, and then it will make this process easier and less costly. And it's also very important if we want to succeed in getting the new nuclear projects delivered.
Excellent point that you bring up. You know, we think of nuclear as special. It is, but we managed to build airplanes and fly them to different countries without having a lot of extra regulation. And so one would think, why can't nuclear be like that? And I think you have a good model. Why can't we just make sure that it's safe, and then anywhere that it needs to be constructed? So yeah, great idea. Anybody else want to weigh in, Minister?
No, please.
Okay, Alicia?
Well, I think also the point that you made about this is not a new technology. You know, in the 50s we were using it in submarines, so I think it's very important to remember that. But also, if I look at what the big challenges are, one of them would be, I like to call people like me seasoned. Here's the seasoning up there. And so we have a lot of seasoned people, not only in this room, but in the nuclear sector. I think these seasoned people have a critical role that needs to be filled as we usher in the young people into the workforce. That mentoring relationship, teaching them to be leaders and holding their hands just a bit longer, I think is critically important, because all of the technical expertise in the world is not going to prepare someone to lead in the nuclear space. So I think that leadership, that mentorship, and making sure there's a bridge between the seasoned workforce and the youth as they enter is critically important. I think also to make sure from the U.S. perspective, those IGAs, that we get it right with the European Commission. That's critically important that we learn how to do that. We've been learning as we go. And we want to make sure that we perfect that. So when a country takes the intergovernmental agreement to the European Commission, that the review process is well understood, and we have perfected the IGA to be able to do that easily. So we aspire to work on that. And then finally, I think making sure that we do have the regulatory capacity needed, because you're right, absolutely, there's an opportunity there for the country to just have to worry about site-specific issues if the NRC is already licensed technology. So I think that we could really look at those challenges as opportunities for growth as we move forward.
Excellent, thank you. And Minister?
Clearly, financing is the biggest challenge, at least for Romania, but for many other countries. And here we need to find the right solutions and the stable and long-term solutions. Of course, human resources and the need to start to develop for the many projects that will come in the world and in the region, and the supply chain. But I would add something also, building what was previously said about higher acceptance at the level of European institutions, at the level of course, policymakers everywhere, but also the public opinion. Because these investments are significant. Clearly, we have great benefits as it's a stable, it's a long-term, it's a resilient source of energy. It helps us to be more secure energetically. It helps us, of course, in the medium term to reduce the prices, to regain competitiveness. But at least for the first years, there is a cost to be paid. And being projects that are developed long-term, or a little clearly longer than the gas projects or even the renewables, the cost of financing is also higher. And in order that this cost should be supported via state aid schemes, contracts for difference, PPAs, we need also public acceptance. And here is also something that we can build together in the region as strategies and common and coordinated communication.
Excellent. All right. Now we're all looking at the same clock. So you're all on the clock, and we have final parting thoughts. So I'm going to go down to each one of you, and you have to stay within a minute. And so let's look at this clock and honor it, and I'm going to start with you.
Okay, I'll try to beat the clock. Thank you. And I would just say, we've run the bases here, I think. We talked about supply chain, we talked about regulatory harmonization, financing, and kind of public acceptance. those are the things we need to solve for. Again, these are the two most important places on the map in the world, North America, the P-TEC countries. We want to solve for them. What I would encourage us to do is let's not do them as ad hoc one-offs. I mean, Europe is fragmented enough, and I know there's an opportunity for unity here, but let's invest the time together in a tripart way, North America, Europe, private sector, to come up with frameworks on all of these things, supply chain, finance, regulatory harmonization, even how we can communicate this. It's going to take some time. I don't think it'll slow us down. I think it'll ultimately speed us up. So that would be my comment, is this is a challenge for all of us here to invest the time together, come together, let's develop the frameworks. If we can do that, it accelerates everything else.
Excellent, and perfectly on time. Minister Faulkner? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. I think that this event is about cooperation. So I would say that if we see what the European Union has achieved over the last 70 years, it's a great movement of cooperation, and it was based on the cooperation in the energy sector. The first community that was set up was the European Atomic Community and European Coal and Steel Community. So based on the energy cooperation, we can build a very strong relations. And we're here speaking about the cooperation. We have many challenges, financial, licensing, human resources. If we cooperate and we build stable foundation for growth of nuclear, we also build stable foundations for our strengthened cooperation.
Excellent, thank you. Minister Bushoi?
Yes, I represented my country for 16 years in European Parliament, and there 1 minute was the usual time to express, so I will do it in 1 minute. First of all, I once again think that it's a great momentum for nuclear energy in Europe and worldwide, and we need to use this momentum. The Transatlantic Partnership is very valuable also in the natural gas area, and here Romania, of course, with Neptune Deep and all the projects, vertical corridor, the regional project, extremely important also for cyber security in the energy area, modernization of the grids, but maybe the most important and most valuable, the Transatlantic Partnership will be in the nuclear, because with this Transatlantic Partnership, we can really go very ambitious and make reality what we are now discussing today.
Excellent, thank you. Alicia?
So Roger named very succinctly the areas of focus. I'd say one more would be added based on the P-TEC Nuclear Working Group, which will meet tomorrow. Please join us here. But one area that was not talked about was the back end of the fuel cycle, so that the countries have expressed a lot of interest in working together on that, so I think that's critically important. I think my final point would be that there's a huge opportunity around communication and messaging to work against the disinformation and misinformation that pervades Europe, especially in the sense of SMRs. I think it's critically important. So therefore, I think there's a huge opportunity there as well for us to work together in that area.
Excellent, thank you, Alicia. And closing batter, Margaret.
So last week we had a really exciting announcement on the other side of the Atlantic with the U.S. government, a new partnership to deploy a new fleet of AP1000s in the United States. And it's really exciting because now we're going to have fleets of AP1000 both being built out in the U.S. and in Poland and across Europe at the same time, which is really exciting because these are 100-year projects and we're going to be deploying the same technology at the same time. It's going to de-risk projects for everyone who's deploying these assets. And then we'll have, you know, the 80+ years of operations of operating the same technology, the lessons learned around that, and really deepen the ties that we have on energy security across both the US and in Europe. So I could not think of a better way to sort of mark a transatlantic partnership on nuclear, bringing this announcement along, and we're excited to work together.
Excellent. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you very much for your precious insights and being able to share them with us today. Please, warm round of applause for the panel.
Our appreciation goes to Mrs. Korsnick. Thank you so much for guiding this closing discussion, and to all panel participants for their thoughtful contributions on the future of nuclear technology and international cooperation. Now, it's time to say goodbye for today. Tomorrow, Friday, November 7th, the day is dedicated to the ministerial work of P-TEC, the participation of energy ministers and high-ranking representatives from the participating countries. We will be here at 9 a.m. sharp for what promises to be, believe me, a day of high-level dialogue and policy alignment. Before leaving, please allow me to invite you on the corridor. We are going to have some cocktails, so we are all waiting for you to join us. Thank you for being here with us today. Have a good night. Thank you.